1 degree every 111 kilometers when they go around the circle, do they?
I'll go full Dr. Seuss on your bitch ass.
Do they, Bear?
Right?
Bear,
Are they going in a...
Bear, have they?
Yeah.
Have they ever said they...
Just relax, dummy. So, I'll go straight Dr. Seuss on this dummy. Are they going in a straight line by plane, train? Are they walking or crawling? Are they biking or triking? Are they flying or driving? Let's talk about what method are these folks going straight. Please tell us.
Bear, just so you know, I've started muting people when they...
Yeah, that's just get out, bro. Like, that's not how this works here. Okay, there's no going straight by any method of travel. Okay, I don't care if you're walking, driving, flying, biking, triking, crawling, whatever. You're not able to do that in a straight line the way you're saying across the entire Earth. Okay, but he's gonna keep asking, so do you not think they turn? Oh, they ain't going straight. Okay. Period. I'm just gonna leave this dummy on mute. He's probably gonna deafened anyway.
I kind of want to shellac him a little bit. Let's take him off mute and see what he has to say.
All right, but he has to address what I'm saying, bro. This Yappuccino is not going to fly.
Yeah, if he doesn't address that, then he'll have to just, like, by default, concede the argument.
All right, yeah,
I'm ready to listen. If you don't mute me and you repeat yourself, I'll be quiet.
You don't set the rules here, bud. Just answer the question.
No, no.
What method of travel?
I kind of do because I...
Dude, just answer the question. What method of travel?
Yeah, so speaking of questions, right, what the fuck is the formal argument, right? That shows the proposition.
There's been circumnavigation of the globe by boat and by airplane. Have you done either yourself?
Just relax. Well, let's talk about the boat.
There's been circumnavigation of the globe.
Let's just start with the boat.
Just relax, retard.
Hold on. Yappuccino, we got Yappuccinos in the chat. So, what method of travel? So are we going to start with the boat or the planes?
I don't care. Neither one say that they constantly bank in order to travel, across the entire Earth, do they?
If I put a rubber ducky in a bathtub, is it moving at all, or is it able to maintain a certain course? The nature of water is kind of loosey goosey, dude.
What?
Water
you asked
is
a
not.
Question, then you started rambling.
You didn't answer the question, bro.
I was about to answer the question, but you started rambling again, Ben.
Trying to answer your question.
You ready? So, you ready for the answer? The answer is the rubber ducky will always be in motion because all objects at 0 degrees Kelvin will be in some form of motion. There, so you learned something else?
Whoa, I'm actually pointed it out to you. So the boat, in the same way, is not going in a straight line because it's subject to the motion of the water, the variables like wind and things like this. So that's not going in a straight line. And
it's
there's
going
also
the same
islands
direction,
and shit
right?
in the way. Well, okay, that's fine. You can go in a direction like east or west in a circle around the Earth. That's not a straight line. So I'm trying to point out.
Can you show me a flat map that would allow you to do that?
Here we go,
Could you show
bro.
me a flat map that would allow you to do that?
I don't need to show you a map. Going in east or west in any world is going around a circle. Going in a circle.
I can show you a globe map. I can show you a globe map where if you set your bearings to east,
just
and you follow that bearing, you'll circumnavigate that entire map. But if you set your bearing to east and you follow that bearing on a flat map, won't work. Sucks to be you. You've just falsified the flat Earth again, champion.
Well, no one put forward a map for you. No one put forward a map. You proposed a flat Earth.
Oh, okay. So put forward a map.
Hold on. If you'd like to put that map in the chat that you're referring to, we'll take a look at it. But let's just talk about reality here.
No, it's a geometric impossibility, but I can draw you a map.
Relax. I'm relaxed.
I'm relaxed. I'm not the one having to interrupt and change the subject because you got beaten.
That's a projection, so we're trying to stay on.
Is it a projection?
Dogs. You're the one changing the subject, asking about maps and other things. We're trying to address you talking about going in a straight line. Okay, so we're going to go back to reality. Wherever room you're in, Well, let's suppose
Sorry, were you
for a
talking
moment.
while I was muted?
Dogs,
again?
dogs. I'm talking. Be quiet.
Yep.
Or I will just
I know
make
you're
you quiet or
talking,
kick
but
you out of the room.
I'm just
Quiet,
teaching.
dogs. Shut up.
That's fine. Just so you
Okay,
know,
we're gonna
I
go
didn't
back
hear
to the
what you
rail.
said
Dude,
while I was
dogs.
muted, because
Okay,
while I'm
we'll just
muted,
kick
I
you out.
just mute you.
Peace out. That's it. Not gonna play this game with you, dummy. Just get out of here. It's not worth anyone's time, bro.
I kind of want to have a piece of that pie.
Yeah, dude. This whole deafening thing is just a loser. It's lame.
That's the game
And
he
he's
plays as soon as you mute
rumpusing.
him. Because he's using his tactic where he's just going to run you over with his words, and you mute him, and then he just goes deafened.
Yeah, well, I'm not playing that game, bro. I'm definitely happy to continue the discussion, but this Yappuccino is not going to work. So,
Well, he's very hostile, and he's very, well, not exactly stupid, but totally illogical. Dogs, what do you got?
dogs.
Oh yeah,
I gotta give you my. You gotta let me get through my example, bro.
It's fine. I'm just going to mute him. Creationist bear just falsified the flat Earth, so sucks to be.
It did
How
not.
did he do that?
So,
Well, can you put it to me in
just
clear,
have him
concise?
take me off mute, heretic.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, you got to take him off mute, man. Don't mute him. Don't mute him mod. Don't mute anybody in the chat. That's just audio chaos. Don't do that. You take him off mute?
Did you ask me something, heretic?
Yeah, I asked you if you took CV off mute.
Oh yeah, he's off mute now. No, I'm muted.
All right. What, he buried the flat Earth or something? What did you say?
Yeah,
A
he
map that I never
falsified it.
provided.
So if you travel in a cardinal direction on a flat map, you'll never circumnavigate that map. Whereas people that circumnavigate the
We need to see that
Earth
map.
have said they follow cardinal directions.
We need to see that map you're talking about.
Yeah, I can draw one for you. It's really simple.
Well,
Sure. And then would that be my position as a flat earther? The thing you drew?
Necessarily, yes. Yeah.
He's just saying.
No.
Wait, he's saying that you can plot navigation points on a map when somebody is following cardinal directions, and that somehow falsifies a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm saying that if you can't position the cardinal directions on a flat map in such a way that you can go in one direction without constantly turning to...
That's what you're doing on a globe.
Oh, you're making assumptions.
Doing on a globe.
Yeah, you're making assumptions.
No, you're not
what the cardinal directions are. Yeah, I mean...
You cannot go straight around the globe, dude. You're going in a circle around the globe. I'm about to jump in a Uber here. So let me just finish up the last couple breaths, and I'll pass it over to Heretic. I'm about to jump in a car here in just a second.
Actually,
if you're going,
you can stay on. Like, I mean, well, my GF is about to be here, so you might. I'm
gonna jump back. I'm just gonna be in the car for a few minutes, and I'll jump back on. But
do you think you can make a square circle creationist bear? Do you think that's possible?
Dude, why do you keep shifting the subject, dude? Just like let us get through one point at a time before you try to propose a map that we believe in. We're just
so I was going to explain that there are some functions of geometry that can't be fixed just by you've made an assumption about it there.
Right now. Bro,
but because I was explaining a concept to you.
Let me get through an example. For one example. I just have one example. But you keep talking.
Okay, you're going to show me the cardinal directions on a flat Earth. Go.
Here we go, bro. All right, bro. Just get it all out, bro. I got to freaking get in this car. Just get it all out, bro.
Okay.
Since you want a Yappuccino tonight.
Ready,
Get it all out. And then you have to shut
I will.
up.
You ready, creationist bear? Are you ready? Because I'll shut up after this. It's fine. So, there are some things that if you have a certain shape, that shape must have those properties in order to be that shape. And one of the functions of having a flat Earth with an equator somewhere in it that's a big old circle on top of a flat Earth is that you can't have the cardinal directions mapped out as cardinal directions. They need to constantly be changing. At least east and west need to be changing. Just arbitrarily as you move around, you constantly have to be turning in a big circle to follow the equator instead of just on your up and down axes be going over a big curve, okay? That's just baked into the shape that you've chosen.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
The thing you drew in the chat is incorrect, and if you let me finish, I'll explain why. If you could just, for a moment, think of the room that you're in as the flat Earth. Okay. Can you do that for me, dogs? So we've got your room. In the center of the room, we're going to mark that as north. That's our North Pole. Okay. My question for you, let me not ask you a question. You'll probably get it wrong anyway. The north is the center of the room. Then south would be any direction away from that northern point. East and west would be circular paths around that northern point. The thing you drew is just retarded and incorrect.
Okay, so
Where
how
you
can you have a
south.
cardinal direction that's a circular path?
Can you address what I said, or we're just going to move on?
Yeah, so what you said was that the center of the room is north. That's fine. That works on both. The south is anywhere away from north, which doesn't make sense because the south gets closer together as you move further south from the equator. And that the equator on your model would mean that north and west are circular paths. And I don't understand how you can have a cardinal direction, which is a direction true regardless of you, wherever you are. Like it's true if you're in the south, east is still in the same direction as it is in the north. You'll just change where you are, but you can't have that true direction. You have to follow a path, and I don't understand how you can follow that path when circumnavigating without just arbitrarily turning left or right.
Oh, you had it wrong. You said north and west are circles. That's incorrect. Let's think. You said north, by the way, just so you know. If you want to
okay, that's fine if I misspoke.
You did misspeak. So let's.
It's funny that you think I didn't misspeak and I intentionally said north was a path when I said I agree north is in the center of the room, and I also drew that on my map. But that's funny, Greg.
Well, maybe
you're very funny. You're a good comedian. You're a good comedian.
Speak correctly. Well, I'm also
sorry. I don't take advice from losers like you. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm not allowed to do that because you did it first.
Okay, can we just go back to the example without you being butthurt?
Yeah, great. So explain to me the flat Earth.
No, dude. Let me, because you're confused. You said I don't understand how this could work, so I'm going to help you out. All right. So the thing you drew is incorrect. Where you have north in the center, west on one side, east on the other, and south on the other. So what goes on the bottom? What would the bottom be?
Also south, according to your model, but east and west are cardinal directions.
Hold on. Okay, so east and west. Oh, sorry, south wouldn't. The only direction that you could mark as like X marks the spot would be north in the center.
That's not true of reality, so I don't know why you think that's true just because you think the Earth is flat.
Can I just, you really are just so butthurt you won't let us get through one example. This has been my example from the whole start.
What does butthurt mean?
Can you just maybe mute up and I'll explain it? You'll explain the example and we'll have you put it back to see if you understand it. Just mute up for a bit.
All right, I'll mute up for you. No worries.
Thanks, because the cappuccino's getting out of hand. All right. So the only direction that you could mark on the map per se and say this is the direction would be north. So, if you can go back to your room, you have the room. Center of the room is your northern point. There's no southern point. There's no western point or an eastern point, as in like X marks the spot. If you wanted to travel south, let's say you've got your back to the center pole that's in your room. You drop like a stripper pole in the middle of your room. You put your back to the pole and you start walking in a straight line in any direction. You are now traveling south. Because in your example, you put south on the top and south on the bottom. Well, actually, south would be the entire area away from north. Traveling east or west would just be making a circle around north in one direction, and then going east would be going the other direction around the northern point. Think about this, right? If you wanted to travel, you've got your back to the wall or this outer ring that you drew. Let's say we've got your back to where the S is, and you wanted to start traveling north. Well, you head towards the northern point, right? As soon as you cross the northern point, now you're going south again. It's just your straight line to
east and west.
Yeah, just relax, dogs, because you're confused. I'll help you out. I've already told it to you.
Now do east and west, Bear.
Just relax. I already did it.
That's the one we're talking about, fuckaroo.
Brother, I already did it.
Yes,
but I'll explain it again.
No, you didn't. So, if I'm in the south,
I'm just going to ban you. I'm just going to ban you. Just going to ban you. I'm just going to ban him, guys, because we're trying to go through this. I already said it.
so butthurt.
Okay.
Like you realize you've lost.
We're
So
live
instead of
on
acknowledging
YouTube.
you lost, you're just going to keep going.
How did I?
Yeah. Okay. So if I'm in the south,
the thing, dude. The thing you're asking for was already provided to you. So again, just
I'm in
to
the
be
southern
clear,
part of Australia.
I already said it, dude. Did you guys hear me say that you go in a circle in one direction or the other direction? You're making your eastern and western paths around the northern point. I did say this as clear as I possibly could. I'll say it again, dogs. You have your northern point. Anything around the northern point would be south. If you want to travel north, you have to travel in a continue trying past the northern point. Now you're going south. Now that we have that out of the way, if you're going to travel east or west, you can't go in a straight line, because if you do, now you're heading south again. So to make your eastern and western paths, you have to do a circle around the northern point. I've said this multiple times.
Okay, so if I'm in the southern part of the world, I won't say hemisphere because it triggers you guys, but if I'm in the southern part of the world, say in Australia, and I want to travel east, do I go left? Do I go right? Or do I have to travel north and then go left
There's
and right? 'Cause if I just go straight left, if I go straight left,
dude, no, we're not talking about going left or right. Okay, that's stupid. We're talking about directions here, cardinal directions. So we're not talking left or right on a
why'd
square
you interrupt
map.
me for that?
We're talking about reality.
Here we go. I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, because we're not talking about left or right. Yeah, we're not talking left or right. I'm sorry, gotta cut them off here, guys.
So if I'm in the southern part of Australia and I want to travel east, I have to.
Room. No, we're good. Sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
I have to go
to example in your room.
This is so funny. You know, I've got you.
Work with us here. Yeah, work with us here. Let's go back to the room.
If you stop muting me and you let me say my thing and then you answered.
Nah, not really. Just go back to the room and tell us how it doesn't work this way.
So the reason it doesn't work, whatever way you said, is because you'd have to go to the equator first before going east and west.
There's no equator in your room. There's no equator in the room that we're discussing, because we're just going to stick to this example. I'm not going to let you get off the example since you're confused and you don't understand how it works. I'm going to help you out. So let's go back to the room.
Now I'm unmuted. Ask me the question again.
Yeah, let's go back into give me what you're trying to say. Let's go back to reality in a room. Whatever room you're in.
Okay, so the room is now the Earth. That's great. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Reality is now the pretend thing. The analogy.
You're in a pretend room.
Sorry,
right now?
I couldn't hear you again. I was muted.
You're in a pretend room right now? I'm pretty sure that's reality. You're in a real room. So let's just admit, just for a moment, this is the Earth. Because remember, we're
imagining this room is really the Earth.
Hold on. Yeah, because you struggle understanding our position as a flat Earth, right?
So your
ideas about flat Earth are incorrect.
We just went over this. No, you did north and south.
Locations.
So would be a
They're not locations. I said this multiple times. I don't know.
So east and west doesn't exist in your model, is that it? There's no east and west?
Dude. Yeah, this is good. Thank you. At this point,
so I'm in a room. I'm in the center.
At this point, you're just
I'm in the northern hemisphere. How do I turn east? Which way's east?
We just went over this. Okay, I'm just going to speak to the audience at this point because this is just stupid, right? Like there's no west and eastern point in your room per se. The only point in the room, folks, would be the northern point. There is no eastern location where you arrive east, right? Or you arrive west, where you arrive, right? It's not a location or a place you go to. So it's a direction that you're traveling in, right? So if you're going, you have to continue around the northern point to go east. When I go west, you just go back the other way. So we did go over this. The fact that he's like, well, so there's no east or west in your model. I don't know how I can say it more clear. So just He's trolling, guys. I'm gonna leave him off mute if you guys want to talk to him. By all means, more than one, too. But we're just gonna leave him mute now. So much.
The Earth is not flat. Hello? Is anyone there? Fuck.
Hello? Is anyone here? Mic check, 1, 2. It's 5 in the morning. I know somebody has to be here. Hello. Mic check. YouTube 24/7 live? Does anyone hear me on the internet? Mushroom computers will take over the world. Fungal computing is the future. Hello?
That one, man.
We will live on.
I don't know where I'm going. With this. I'm just spitting shit.
Hey, you guys remember for the Red Bull jump, right? So Felix Baumgartner,
right?
I don't know if you've seen the video I did recently where Neil deGrasse Tyson finally interviews him, and it's like the 10-year anniversary or whatever, and Felix is describing the jump and everything, and
definition of horizon is the place where the sky and the ground appear to meet. It's like an apparent location. So you'll see it in one spot. A few hours later, it could be in a slightly different spot. It depends what the weather conditions are doing and the temperatures and all sorts of different things.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
I can sit on the beach and
I got a really good
horizon would be different.
Yeah, man, I'll show you like a really good example of that. This is a place called Skunk Bay, and this is a time lapse over a day. Second.
Okay.
So it's just uploading. It'll just take a second.
Also, does the other electromagnetic lights see through the atmosphere better?
You can use infrared to cut out some of the atmospheric conditions.
Interesting.
So when the globe side says we're seeing further, we're seeing. Listen to this. Listen to this for a contradiction. The globe side says we're seeing further because there's more atmosphere, right? More refraction. So when we cut through that refraction by using an infrared lens, we can see even further yet again. Think about that. They're saying we see further because of the amount of, humidity and things like that in the air, the density of the atmosphere. But when we cut through that by using infrared, we shouldn't see as far, right? If it's a globe, we should be able to see like more where the true horizon should be, the geometric horizon, but we can see even further. So yeah, have a look at that time lapse and see over a day. Obviously there's tides going on as well, but you can see the horizon just jumping, warping all over the place as the weather conditions change throughout the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then here's a super clear observation, right? So this is like in the evening when it's a bit cooler, and you can see the observer like that. This is just a clip out of the video. I got the full video if you want to have a look at it. This guy's 8 foot above the surface of the water, and that oil platform, the furthest one you can see, is 10 miles away, 10.1 miles away. If you do the math on a globe, geometric horizon has to be at 3.4 miles. You can clearly see the horizons behind the distance marker, which is the oil rig. You can see it's way, way past it.
Yeah, that's wild. Oh, what's that behind the oil rigs? Like the red stuff? That like the clouds?
Yeah, it's just it's like dusk, so the sky's kind of red. You can see it's like more blue.
It's like the sky is like coming down.
You got to think like this is a super zoom camera. So when he's zoomed out, you can see the sky is blue, but when you look at a horizon, you can see down where it's lower to the ground, it goes like a red color because you're looking through heaps and heaps of air, heaps of atmosphere, and there's like probably some clouds and stuff as well. But yeah, like that's just because it's late in the afternoon. And when he zooms right in, you got to remember he's zooming in like in 10, 20, like 10 miles or more. Like you can see that horizon's really, really far. So the globes claim when they say refraction is that really the or you're hot miking. Yeah, so they're saying that really the horizon is at 3.46 miles where it should be. But everything behind it is just refracting up. It's not really there. They're saying everything. It's actually, I think, about 30 foot of that second oil rig should be hidden behind the horizon. So they say it's all just perfectly refracting up eye level. But that's debunked because you can see the horizon is actually behind the oil rigs. You can't have two horizons. You can't have an invisible horizon that's undetectable at 3.46 miles and then have a perfectly obvious horizon behind the oil rigs that's way over 10 miles away.
Yeah, like when he zooms out, it's like sitting on the horizon. Like you can still see it when he's zooming out.
Yeah. Look, here's like a heaps more extreme example. This is a lake, massive lake in Canada. Second. This one's a really extreme example. You can see it's a super flat lake. You know, there's not much drop on the water or anything like that. And once again, I have the full video of all of these. This is just like a little clip out of it. But this guy is just holding the camera with his hands about 3 inches above the surface of the lake, of the water. And that second, you'll see two peninsulas on the right-hand side. The second peninsula on the right is 13.8 miles away. So if you do the math on this one, on a globe, the geometric horizon has to be at just 0.6 miles. But you can clearly see this little peninsula that's 14 miles away, and there's certainly no horizon detectable at 0.6 miles. It's a huge discrepancy. You can see like over 2,000% further than you should be able to on a globe. And this is like cool conditions. It's up in the mountains in Canada. It's like ice on the top of the mountain, so you know it's not like a humid environment.
And we keep seeing level everywhere we go. So, where does the curve show up? Thanks. So we can measure level when we set up the camera to set up that observation height. And then we can zoom into that spot, which is 2200% beyond what we should be able to see to. And we can also verify that level it can exist in that spot observably. Interesting.
There's another one underneath it. Benjamin. This time he's got the camera. It's like the same oil platforms. And this time he's just put the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. And he's zooming in on those same oil platforms. And once again, you can see the horizon behind the platforms. But the horizon should be at around 1 mile on a globe. But the oil platforms are like distance markers, so you can tell that the platform on the left is, I think it's 9.4 miles away, and you can tell that the horizon's clearly behind that. So, yeah, they just say refraction for all of these. It doesn't matter if we can see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles from this height, they'll just say, oh, refraction. It's all perfectly lifting up to eye level. Like, they're basically claiming that oil rig isn't where you see it, and if you could shoot a line of sight weapon at it, it would just go straight through it. Just an illusion. That's how crazy the claim is. Imagine the problems militaries would have had during wars with this extreme atmospheric terrestrial refraction.
What do you mean it would go right through it?
You know what I mean, Manu?
No, that's why I asked.
Okay, so on a globe, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, right? And the second platform should be hidden by 46 foot of Earth curvature, right? So what the globe side's saying is really it is sitting 46 foot below the horizon, but the light is making it appear to have risen up to eye level. It's not really there, actually 46 foot lower, but it's just appearing there due to terrestrial refraction, right? So it's not actually where we're seeing it, according to the rebuttal from the globe side.
Right. You've seen the other image of the black swan, right?
Absolutely. Just let me address that, because that's our claim, is that the horizon is an apparent location. Just as it's defined, it will appear in a different location constantly. That's why I posted the Skunk Bay time-lapse before. It jumps all over the place. One day it might be looking like it's in front of the platforms. One day it might be, in a different location. It's apparent. It jumps around.
Sure. Well, then I'm a little confused. What's the difference between that and saying it's not really there?
Okay, so there has to be a physical geometric horizon on a globe, right?
Arguably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the Earth is a globe of the claimed size, you do the math and it will tell you the distance to the geometric horizon. So if you took away the atmospheric conditions, hypothetically, then there would be a horizon at 3.46 miles.
Right.
Right.
No argument.
But we can't ever find it. In fact, we can see the horizon behind the oil platform. So the globe side is
never take away the atmosphere.
Right, but you can't find the geometric horizon because the globe side says the geometric horizon is still there at 3.46 miles, but everything behind it is being lifted up, appearing to be lifted up.
Right.
Right, but the horizon is visible behind the oil platform.
The visible horizon, yeah. The geometric horizon, like you said, you can't take away the atmosphere.
Right, there's no definition of a horizon that is an invisible, undetectable horizon. You can't have two horizons.
No,
the horizon. Oh, you are saying two horizons, right? You're saying that there's the horizon that we can clearly see, which fits the definition of what a horizon is, and then you have a geometric horizon, which is something that we can't find in this observation and is invisible.
No, it's not invisible. It's just been distorted, right? What we're seeing is the geometric horizon. We're just seeing it refracted.
No, because the oil platforms, right, are distance markers, and the geometric horizon has to be in front of the distance.
Right. We're seeing.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's two horizons.
But we're seeing it No. It's one horizon, but we're seeing it refracted. So what becomes the visible horizon is not where the geometric horizon would be.
You just agreed that if we took away the atmospheric conditions, the horizon would have to be at the physical location where it should be, right? 3.46 miles.
And
you're saying You're saying there is a physical horizon there. It cannot be moved.
What do you mean it cannot be moved?
Take away the atmospheric conditions, the geometric horizon cannot be moved.
I don't know what
unless
you mean
you
by
change
move.
height.
It's just about where it is.
It's always going. Okay, so if you have a camera, sorry, this is actually 1.22 miles. It should be at, because I was talking about the 8-foot observation. So this is 1.22 miles where the horizon should be, right? Geometric horizon. If you have a 1-foot observer height with no atmospheric conditions, the horizon cannot move at 1.225 miles.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, so if you take away the,
right?
look, I can
That's
explain
where
it again. Okay, so you up the camera 1 foot above the water, and you have no atmospheric conditions. What distance is the horizon at?
Yeah,
1.225 miles.
Sure.
Okay, it's correct math. But yeah, that's always the distance that the horizon's going to be at. It cannot change.
The geometric horizon.
Yes.
Right.
So you're saying the geometric horizon is there because it cannot be moved, but due to atmospheric conditions, everything behind that geometric horizon is being lifted up, appearing to be lifted up.
Oh, it's worse than that. The geometric horizon itself is being lifted up, right? Everything in our visual field from here to there is being distorted by whatever refractive effects are in the atmosphere.
So how do you know that there's a geometric horizon in the first place? How did you detect that there is one?
Well, I mean, I guess that's kind of what's in contention. I mean, technically we know there is one because we know it's a globe, but the geometric horizon is simply something you can calculate. It's not what you can see. What you see is the apparent horizon.
So nobody's ever seen the geometric horizon?
No, it's something you calculate. You don't see geometry, right? Geometry just represents the world.
Mano, you inserted the idea that we know it's a globe, therefore inserting the fact that you claim there's a secondary horizon, right? You're not at a point where you on the foundation that it's a sphere just yet. This is the point you're trying to prove. You can't take the model to prove the point that you're trying to prove without effectively proving the model existing. Do you understand that?
Kind of. In this case, what's actually being presented is a globe debunk. What I'm doing is debunking the debunk, right?
Yeah, but again, explanation. I'm going to keep you honest because you said we know it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
Nobody here knows that. You're claiming such. We're challenging you on it. Therefore, you need to present effective evidence that shows that there is actually an edge to your globe. We're telling you, right, that the horizon is literally made by the person that's perceiving the horizon. They change the horizon the way that they interact with the horizon itself, change their altitude, right? Or even their distance to the horizon in order to try to change what they're looking at. Go ahead.
Right. So what I heard earlier is that we're claiming too much refraction, right?
No, you're actually what you're doing is you're adding the thing in question into your rebuttal. Right? So the very thing in question is included into your rebuttal.
Right. You want to know the globe proof?
No.
How we know it's a globe in the first place.
I already know that you guys don't have something that you can present to me right now that's going to validate a geometric horizon. I already know for a fact that you don't, because we've been through this with you before.
Okay, so just humor me for a moment, if you will. You're claiming that the refraction that is claimed by the globe side, in the case of the black swan, extends the horizon by, I don't know, a factor of what the guy mentioned earlier. It was a big number, like 200 some miles, was it? Did I get that right?
Right, but it depends which one you're talking about. This particular one that I'm showing right now is 1,000+%
percentage as far as distance, right?
Yeah, the second oil rig's 10 times further than should be able to see. So you can see the horizon way beyond that. We can't tell.
Sure.
It's not a second
distant. You know what that translates to in terms of angles, like angular rays?
No, I do not.
So by my calculation, it's something on the order of like 4 arc seconds. Someone else said it's 6 arc seconds. Either way, it's less than a degree, right? Now that translates to a big difference in distance, but angular-wise, it's really not that big a difference. So the way I know it's a globe is if you take angular measurements to celestial bodies, and we know that relationship because of the latitudes, right? Latitudes are basically the angle that Polaris looks from a particular distance from its GP. On a globe, that's going to work perfectly, right? Whereas on a flat Earth, the difference, what you would need is refraction on the order of 30 some degrees when you get to around 10 degrees north, right?
Yeah, but you're not able to find. The problem here is that you're not able to find a geometric horizon in the first place. You know, you're not able to. That's just the way it is.
That's what I'm explaining. The geometric
You're talking
horizon is
about angles.
calculated.
You're talking about a tangent line to the like the horizon, right? You're talking about a straight line.
Yeah, that's right.
You're taking an angle measurement, like a right angle.
Yeah. Right, which is going to be off at most, in the case of some refractive situation, a couple of degrees, right? But not the order of 30 would require. So if you're saying that our explanation of the black swan requires too much refraction, I would say that the flat Earth requires orders of magnitude more refraction to make the observations actually work, which is why I, at least, claim to know it is a globe.
But that doesn't give you validation of a geometric horizon at all.
I think it does.
Well, you're not going to bring anyone from flat Earth back to the globe with that argument.
Oh,
Sure.
no doubt. I know that.
With our arguments, we can every day bring people from the globe away from it.
I don't know
That
about
counts.
that.
Or I see it on a daily basis. I mean,
DJ, if I could jump in, just ask the manual question here. Okay, so you're in fact that we're dealing with a curve. Now, have you
Sorry,
taken?
you cut out a second. Can you repeat that?
You're taking on the idea that it's a globe. Now, let's for a second in your dimension. What is the dimension of the claim structure?
Is that the dimensions, did you say? You were a little choppy.
Of your claimed structure.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to... Is he cutting out for anyone else, or is it just me?
Let's strip it down. So the ball, right, the sphere that you're claiming would be the structure that we're investigating. Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
Great. Now, the structure has dimensions to it, right? Do you agree with it?
Yep.
Right. So what are the dimensions of the structure that we're attempting to prove? When I say we, meaning you. Go ahead.
What is it, 3959 miles? I prefer kilometers, but that's memorable.
Okay.
I hear it often.
Fine. Now, what is that, though? What dimension is that of the structure?
That's the radius.
Okay. Now, what is the radius?
It's the half diameter.
Perfect. Now, from a standpoint of if I'm standing on the top of that ball, right? Your macrocosm, overall, the macrocosm, you're familiar with that term?
Yeah.
Okay. The overall claim is 3959 mile radius. This is what you just said, correct?
Yeah.
Now, if I want to take a sample size of that, what would you say is a fair number that we could strip down to a consumable amount that we could actually look for on a consumable level?
You mean like what distance will we start to be able to measure the curvature?
Effectively, yeah, because the number one excuse that I hear from those who attempt to prop up the globe model is that we're too small to see it. So I'd like to know from you, due to technology and scaling, we can reduce the dimension, right? Strip it down to a smaller number, a consumable amount in order to understand what we're dealing with. So my question to you is, what is a fair dimension that we can strip it down to in order to observe your claimed curve?
I suppose that would depend on the methodology.
What do you mean? Hold on a second here. We're talking about scales. All we're doing is really exponentially decreasing whatever the opposite of increasing, we're decreasing, exponentially decreasing the number that you're claiming. So it's not really a method, it's just reduction. So my question again to you is, what is the number that we can reduce this by, or a number that we can consume in order to look for your claimed curve?
Well, sorry, maybe I didn't understand. Are you asking how small we can make the globe before it's noticeable?
No, how small can we make the claim of the curve of the structure ball for us to observe it? I.e.,
Okay.
100 miles, would you say 100 miles is a fair distance?
Okay, yeah. So I got it right the first time. Yeah, it depends on what you're using to measure it, right?
Well, you got it right the first time in your way, and you're attempting to explain it back. I just want to make sure that we're on a solid foundation of understanding before we proceed further. So again, 100 miles being the number that we can examine. We agree?
I mean, again, it depends on the methodology. Like, if you're going to eyeball it, you would want something pretty big. If you're going to use some sort of angle measuring device, you might want something on the order of 5 degrees latitude, maybe.
But we don't need. But brother, here's the thing: we don't need degrees, right? When we're examining numbers related to radius, right? When we're examining
whatever that translates to in miles, right? 69 statute miles per degree. So 5 times 69, whatever distance that is.
Okay, so we're going to take 100 miles as our sample size that we can observe. Would you be fair? Would that be okay with you?
Less than I said, but sure.
All right, bet. So over 100 miles.
With reservation of hearing the methodology first, but yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out in my headspace if I'm standing again on the top of the ball, and this is taking a really long to walk out, but if I'm standing on the top of that ball and I travel 100 miles, right, I would expect, if P then Q, I would expect to see a drop over that distance that I travel. So again, over a 100-mile distance, what is the expected drop over that crust that I'll be traveling?
I'd have to calculate it. I don't know off the top of my head.
Could you work it out for me, please? I'll wait.
Can someone in the VC do it? I'm on my phone.
They're all listening. I'd like you and I to work this out because it's your claim, and if it's faulty, we go back to the we go back to the observable flat level stationary plane. Your number needs examination. I want to examine it. You're the witness claiming the ball. Let's examine it. I want 100 miles. What's the drop over distance in order to prop up your spheroid claim? Go ahead.
Do you want me to answer for the math?
Well,
yes, please.
Hoping that he would, but DJ, thanks for white knighting for him. I say that respectfully to you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, he could just do the math, but I'll just save him some time. So it's like, isn't it 6,665?
Yep, 1.5 miles would be it. Now, I'd like to hear from Mano if he agrees with that number before we walk out further, because it sounds like we know his model better than he does, effectively steel manning his model for him, which is unfortunate.
Well, I wouldn't say that. You said 669.
Dude, hold on a minute.
Sorry, what was that again?
Hold on a second. No, I'm keeping you honest within the confines of this conversation. You just asked somebody in the chat to do it. We just did it. Just gave it to you. It's your claim. Keep going with it because you're doing a horrible job as a witness and you're about to be thrown out for poor evidence rendered for the court. I'm being dramatic to walk out this observation.
So to be clear, I accept everything you just said. To be clear, this is not my evidence. I'm walking down your example with you. Number one. Number two, when you say that you know the globe model better than I do, I doubt that he pulled those numbers off the top of his head. Maybe he did. Either way, knowing a specific calculation is not knowing the globe model better or worse.
Yes, it is. Again,
it's
because
really not.
Yes, it is, because here's the thing, right? Here's the unfortunate part. When we examine the drop over distance, right, again, as DJ just provided, which I'm so thankful for, 6,600 feet over a 100-mile distance traveled, right? The thing is, when we walk out that number from 100 miles to 500 to 1,000, you get to a point where you actually start to observe people being upside down to your initial starting point, which is literally ludicrous. It's stupid. And the fact that you're trying to say that people exist upside down reference to other people on this plane is a lie. And the fact that you say you know it's a globe is another lie. So I would like to know, in your mental cognitive set abilities, where is it falling apart that you seem to think that it's a ball? Go ahead.
Sure. So saying that the math suggests that people are standing upside down is ludicrous is basically just the same as saying the globe model is ludicrous, which is fine. We could have skipped a bunch of steps there. So obviously, the globe model is going to require that some people are standing antipodal to other people, right? Obviously, anyone who holds the globe model to be correct is not going to find that ludicrous. I don't know if that was supposed to be convincing, but beyond that, if we're talking about measuring curvature, people standing upside down really doesn't play into it, right? The whole idea of gravity keeping people to the surface of the Earth is, I don't think, something that's going to come to a shock to any sort of globe believer. Like,
no,
I don't know.
Okay, so
where you're getting to?
Are you appealing to the people here in this chat right now, or are you appealing to the globe believer?
No, I'm appealing to, if you're saying that the model is ludicrous, that's fine. But saying that the model is ludicrous because of the things that the model stipulates, well, I mean, yeah, I guess there's some logic to that. I just don't think that's going to be the globe killer, saying people would have to be standing upside down, right? Obviously, we have different vectors of gravity across the surface of the Earth.
Brother, and see, this is why I wanted to keep you honest within the confines of the conversation and the line of questioning, because again, right, if we're observing level everywhere we are, and I know that there's built forms that exist in Canada, level, in Australia, level, right, then you, on your claim of a globe, have to be able to prove how we have these observations of level everywhere, right, and then your claim of a ball simultaneously existing. Because in my head space, right, I can't figure out how you get to make that claim when we observe level everywhere, but you just brought gravity to the table.
Sure, thanks. I can give you the TLDR to that specific claim, right? The long and short of it is that in the globe model, on the globe at least, level curves.
Sorry, so level curves. Is that definition that you're appealing to, or is that the tool called the level in order to prop up your claim of a curve?
No, level the adjective. So level curves because it's defined by the vertical. And if the vertical is defined by plumb, and the plumb has to be antipodal when you get to the other side of the globe, then level will have to curve itself.
Hold on, you just made a leap of logic there. Huge leap of logic, because you inserted what was it? Podal? Right. So from a standpoint of us just using this thing called the level, I don't have to appeal to definitions. I don't have to appeal to anything beyond just observation of how a level is used. If you want to, sorry about the background, got a train going by. If you observe what I just posted in the side chat, which shows a level in use, no words. I don't have to go to the dictionary. I don't have to find what language you speak or anything. I just plop down this piece of iron with a little bubble inside that shows it, right? How do you have all of these multiple instances observing a tool called the level in the built form all over this place, right? Simultaneously, again, existing with your claim of a ball.
Right. How big would you say that level is?
That one? Maybe 24 inch. But like, I know level in sizes from as small as an inch that you would get off of Amazon all the way up to like 12 feet that they use on construction sites.
Okay, so let's take the 12-foot one. The globe claims 3959 radius, right? So if we take a 12-foot slice of that circle, how many degrees would that be off from one end to the other, would you say?
I don't know, brother, but you're missing my point, right? Is that I've gone to one house and I put down this level and I see level. I go to the neighbor's house, I put down the level, I see level. I go to the next neighbor's house, I observe it. So I confirm 3 spots in that local township, right? Then I go to a city, neighboring city, I repeat same process. I observe level in 3 buildings in that city township, right? Then I go to another country. I do another 3 buildings in another 3 locations. I observe level, right? I go to another country south of the equator, right? I do the same.
I get the point.
The point.
The problem is,
I am walking it out right with you because again, you then have to claim how we observe level everywhere within the built form that exists, right? Level only shows up and down. That's it. It's only 2 directions. Where does the spheroid axial relationship come into play?
when you compare the various levels from the different locations, which I don't know that you can actually do with just sort of hardware store levels, right?
What I would do is I would actually just go to, Google's and just ask the Google what the elevation is of the city is that I'm surveying, right? That
elevation is referenced off of level. That's not going to help either side in this discussion.
Well, you're not allowing me to finish. Again, when I observe the height of that township above sea level, right? Then go to another township, city, whatever, observe another number. I agree that maybe if one place is located 100 meters above sea level, next place is 150 meters above sea level, that's going to give you an angular plane of reference. However, from the standpoint of, again, us continually observing level in all these different places, we still continually observe level. So the thing about it is when we observe level in all these different places, right, and then over 100-mile distance, we're asking for a 6,600-foot drop. Where is it? It's not showing up.
Yeah, it's not a drop in level, though. It's not a drop in elevation. You understand? So measuring various levels at various locations isn't going to tell you anything except that plumb is always oriented towards the center of the Earth, if the globe model is correct. Otherwise, it's going to show down. Like I said, it doesn't help either side. It's not proof one way or the other. What you need to measure is the curvature of level, right? You need to compare the various levels to each other, which you can't do across those distances.
Holy crap. I'll withdraw. Yeah, curvature of level.
Yeah, that's the globe claim.
Okay. Thanks for this.
I have
one.
Go ahead, Killian.
I apologize, brother. It was a long one, and I apologize. I was just thanking everybody for the space. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my only gripe, the reason I kind of hopped on was, if you're going to debunk the globe, you need to get the globe model correct in the first place, right? And I'm not saying one way or the other. I mean, I am saying one way or the other, but before I say one way or the other, like, you're not going to convince anyone by tearing down a straw man, right?
Okay, no worries. Can you post the globe model for us? Post it for us in the side chat, the globe model.
Google Maps kind of works as a globe model, if you like.
No, I'm not kind of. I want you to put the official globe model in the side chat.
So a model is something that represents some aspect of the world, right?
Put the official globe model in the side chat, or I'll just mute you. You're a useless pain in the ass.
Sorry, what do you mean by the official?
You said the globe model. Put it in the side chat.
Yeah, the globe model generally, which explains, as any, I think, scientist.
All right, so you're done then. You don't have anything else to say at this point until you post it, right? You're just a lying, wasting time piece of shit. It's just, it's no, there's no point talking to you. What globe model do you have to present? Oh, we just gonna describe shit. And then we got some math. We don't have any values measured for the math, but there's a globe model. Okay, post it. Oh, well, Google Maps. Shut the fuck up. Manufactotum, you said you guys create a straw man about the globe model and you get it wrong. So why don't you post the globe model so that we're not straw manning you? You can show it to us. And then, there will be no arguments. You can also tell us where you got the values. No problem.
Nash, can you join VC? I watched your concave Earth video yesterday, rectilineator, and I had some questions about it.
Mano, I posted your model in the side chat for you. Might help with your unpack of drop over distance next time.
Now, that's a straw man. That's not the globe model that they're claiming, apparently.
What? Oh man,
Nope, that's not it. Yeah.
I thought the 3959 administered to it. Apologies.
Well, I haven't seen the model. Maybe that's a straw man that you've presented for him. He may not accept that.
Well, see, here's right, and again, I'm going to insert myself as the authority, or an authority on this. Dealing with structures that have dimensions, right? We're able to take those dimensions and administer them to structures, and then we can scale these dimensions and literally pick out small sample sizes to examine, which AutoCAD is used to draft up models, and then we can examine dimensions of them on a smaller scale thanks to computer-aided drafting. So when you take a 3959 claimed radius, you draw the spheroid ball, you're then able to zoom in to what that number should be for the drop over distance and see if it's there, which is what the chart shows on the right-hand side, showing or each dimension and what the expected drop over distance would be. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a perfect example of, a perfect drawing claim of their model.
Well, he says in the chat that there is an issue with that infographic, so apparently that's not it, bro.
Well, that's unfortunate. He needs to learn his model better, because if it's got a structure and it has a dimension of 3959, then if P then Q, this has to exactly, Rooster, I totally agree, this has to be the case. And if it's not the case, fallback position is stationary topographical plane.
Well, I mean, if he would just present the model, then we would, have this all settled. But I guess there is no model of the globe. There's no one model. There's no the model. I guess there's many. So which one do we go by? The one that just supports his bias every time he makes an observation? Which model should we go by, I wonder?
Well, I mean, says who? This is the unfortunate part. I'm not sure if you were here for it, but at the beginning of my questioning with him, I asked him, what is the claimed radius? And he said he preferred kilometers, but 3959 is the claim. So my model that I presented has a 3959 mile radius claim administered to it. Therefore, I can proceed with my dimension of 100 miles. Examination of a 1.25 mile drop over 100 mile distance traveled, and that's 6,600 feet. We don't actually see that in real life, unfortunately. So fallback position is level, period. Full stop. Thanks.
Right. All the measurements and the observations made are of level. But he says level is curved, so I guess he would just have to show that. And right now he's asking, can I explain? I love how they don't actually present anything. They just want to kind of bullshit and bloviate and make up stuff on the spot. They want to explain why there's no model, maybe. Maybe he can explain to me why there is no model.
Exactly, and I was about to ask, perhaps the BC will allow it, and if you would like to keep him honest on his ask, says who, I would love to hear it. Let him out of the barracks. Explain himself.
Manufactotem, you're unmuted, man.
Oh, hello? Cool. So, as far as that infographic, the information on it is fine. The issue, where is it? So, when we talk about distances in miles, right? So if you take the Black Swan, for example, those oil rigs, that's a distance across the surface of the Earth, correct?
Surface of water.
Yes, across the distance of water. So if, big if, capital I, capital if the Earth is curved, the linear distance of a horizontal traced above that is not going to be the same, right? So in this infographic, for example, where you have, well, let's take the longest one, 3959, and it drops all the way to where it says 0, the curve of the Earth is not going to be 3959 miles, right? It's going to be more than that.
rate of drop stated in this formula, though, is matching the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, that's fine. The problem, again, is the distance across the surface of that curve is not going to be the same distance as that linear horizontal where it drops to that point on the surface. So when people ask the drop at a particular distance, there's sometimes some confusion as to what is meant by the drop. Also, if you're going vertical from that point on the surface, it's going to go up at an angle, right? So it's not going to be a 90 degree from that horizontal. It's going to be some other angle, whatever angle corresponds to
Right,
that.
but this is slightly different. This is assuming that you're at the top of the ball and you're looking out horizontally in a straight line, right? Then it works out the same. If you're looking, just say you're looking at a target directly, line of sight to the target that's 10 miles away, right? It's still
So
66 foot of drop or 66 foot of obstruction. So it works out the same.
Well, that depends. Again, so the structure is 10 miles away. Is that a line of sight measurement to that thing, or is it across the surface?
We're just talking about geometry here. Like, we're not talking about like a person looking from a particular height. So it's from zero.
Yeah, from zero. I'm talking about the distance measured from my feet to that object. Is that measured across the surface, or is it measured line of sight across that horizontal?
Across the surface.
Okay, so then this would give you wrong answers. Because the distance in miles is marked across that horizontal surface.
Okay, so it says, right, 10 miles is 66 foot of drop.
Mm-hmm.
What is the correct?
So it's going to be more than 10 miles across the surface. That the object, if you were to take one of those little road wheelie, clicky, measury things, I don't know what they're called, that would measure at 10 miles. It would only be slightly more, right? But it's going to be more than 10 miles.
No, it says here 10 miles equals 66.68 foot of drop. That's what the chart says. That's correct,
that's
right?
10 miles across that horizontal, though, not across the surface.
Manufactotum, what's your point?
I was just pointing out an issue with asking drop over distance if you're going to use this kind of metric.
So what does the actual Earth curve calculator use in that metric? Does it use the linear distance?
I think it depends on the calculator.
Well, why don't you find us the one and tell us what it says? And is it calculating the distance horizontally, level, or is it using the distance across the begging the question sphere that you think that you're measuring?
I guess I could take a look at various ones and tell you which one.
Yeah, why don't you go look at one and tell us what it is?
All the Earth curve calculators give the same result. It gives the same math. That math matches this chart.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, then I would
so there's no problem with the chart.
Give me a second, Mano. The thing about it is,
I'm not saying there's a problem with the chart. I'm saying there's a problem with the question being asked.
I was talking, right. So from a standpoint of the drop over distance that's shown as per the Earth curve calculator and what's in the chart, that is what's required on the crust, right? When you administer something from the center of the Earth out to the edge, 3959, when you take the drop over distance that's going along the edge with what you just called the roly clicker thing, that would be called the field measuring tape that surveyors use in order to literally touch the ground that they're measuring, which is the crust that's being measured, which is the drop over distance. Now, you can beg the question and say that the chart is trying to show the sagitta, which would be the sag required in the drop, which would be the chord length, right? However, that would be kind of a misrepresentation, slight poison in the well, because you would have to go under the earth, dig through the curve to get to your final destination, and then say that is actually the drop over distance, which would be the sagitta. Thanks.
Yes, the sagitta would be a different issue altogether. I agree.
So finish proving your model. Come on, man.
Okay, well, if I'm allowed. So the proof I came in here with was the angle measurements to celestial objects. I think I kind of got to the end of that. I don't know if there was, I assume that's kind of how we got started on all this stuff.
So wait a minute. We're questioning you about the crust and you want to point at the sky?
Yes. No reason why that shouldn't be viable.
Your angles need a horizontal, dude. You can't get angles from a curve.
Well,
So if you're talking about angles, then yeah, welcome to flat Earth, bro.
No. So you can get
Daz,
angles
can
from
you
a curve,
explain it to
but
him, bro? You
regardless-
explained it well the other day.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks, dude.
that's not what we're doing.
To make your claim now Daz is here, tell Daz what you said to me earlier about how you validated the geometric.
Sure. So it essentially boils down to the Eratosthenes method, but you can use essentially any celestial body. The angle measurements to those bodies, when you put them together in aggregate, will describe a curve over which those measurements were taken.
What's an angle? An angle is two straight lines. Yeah?
It's the distance between two lines measured in degrees or radians.
Yeah, so two straight lines. So not curving.
Well, you can, but you don't need to use curved lines for this particular exercise.
So
All right,
measuring
show me how you
elevation
turn it.
angle of the star. Sorry, go ahead, Tizu.
No, yeah, let's get that elevation angle off the curve. I want to see it.
Well, like I said, you're not doing
No
that
straight lines.
for exercise.
No, you just said you can, so let's do it. This is the thing that we've been asking for since the beginning of the celestial navigation argument, right? So you said that you can get an angle using a curved line. I don't want to see any tangent planes. I don't want to see none of that shit. I want to see that angle measurement with a curve.
Sure. So north and south cross east to west at
Just post it in the side plat. Just post it in the side chat. Just show me how you do it.
For the benefit of everyone in here, this is I think a good way to.
Everybody would like to see you doing this. Maybe even do it in a live stream or something real time. Go ahead. Just show us how you do it. That's great. If you had this at the beginning, we would have just never gotten this. Wasted all this time. But now that you say that we can do this with the curved line, man, this is awesome. Go ahead.
You don't need to do this though. That's not what I was proposing. Again, you're hoisting a claim onto me I didn't make.
So you didn't say that you can do this. Okay, so let's see it mathematically. Let's get. Yeah.
Why? What's the point of that? That's nothing to do with.
Because you just said that we could. You just said that we could. We can get this elevation angle using the curve.
It was a side comment as a correction. Any mathematician will show you how to get a curve.
Yeah, I've seen your diagram, and I see what they do. They take two straight lines right at that intersection, trying to match those curved lines as best they can. It's all bullshit. But, go ahead, show us, get this elevation angle using those curved lines. I want to see it.
Well, you're not getting elevation angles using curved lines. I said that repeatedly.
Oh, I see. So let's just stick to what it is that we're talking about here and not interject with, well, you can, even though in the diagram that you've posted, which I've seen with the little X pattern, yeah, they still don't match the curves. They're straight lines. So it's total bullshit. So quit wasting time.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So you need two straight lines, right? Total time waster. This fool here employs a tactic that just drives me crazy. He just says things. Then he'll even give you some sort of diagram or whatever, but it's not what he's talking about, and it's not the truth. And I'll post a video of him doing exactly this for, 2 hours with Nathan Oakley, lying, posting shit that doesn't have the information that he's actually saying he has, then getting embarrassed when he doesn't know the argument.
Yep, and then he'll NPC reset and then go into a different server with the exact same argument that just got. Why he's usually muted when he.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. My family came back. So if you have a video of me lying, I'd love to see that. With regard to the curves and tangents, if you say you already saw that, I don't know what the point is. You don't even need the lines themselves. You don't have to graph it out. You can just do it with the equations. Basically, you're just
What equations?
whatever equations describe those curves. All you need is.
So now you're just going to avoid the geometry completely and just talk about numbers without showing what your work? Are you serious?
Numbers are geometry. What do you mean?
Okay, so a line is a number?
It can be.
Sorry.
Okay, show me a line as a number.
X equals 4.
That's terrific. What does that mean?
Oh,
It's a straight line.
X equals 4. That's a straight line.
For,
Is anybody going to get a line out of X equals 4?
absolutely not.
what do you
Dumbass.
mean? It's
Dude,
What do you mean,
where to go from here.
dumbass? Yeah, I don't know where to go from here.
It's a straight line.
X equals 4. Okay.
Yeah, for every y, whatever the y value, x is always 4. That's a straight line across the page, across that graph paper.
Okay, now, what is your X?
No, don't let him get away with this. He's bullshitting. Okay, X equals 4.
In the confines
That's a line.
of what we're actually plotting, because it sounds like he's attempting to give us 3 coordinates, x, y, z. So I'm trying to figure out what are the axes that we're entertaining to figure out what this line segment system is. Because last time I checked, when you're dealing with a coordinate system, x, y, and z, you need 2 points of reference in order to introduce a straight line segment. So, Mano, what's the secondary point in this x equals 4 partial formula that you just gave us?
Any point, any other point, any point with all points.
Oh, okay.
That
So
describes all points.
for something by says who, and you chose to answer him with half of the question. Is this correct? Or half of the answer? Is this correct?
No, that is the answer.
Well, no. X equals 4.
Can you see the side chat?
1 point. They give me
X
a point
equals 4.
segment.
No.
Equating to this?
No.
4 is a single.
No. Hold on a second, Killian. Hold on a second. On this particular page, I see lines.
Uh-huh.
So numbers aren't lines. Neither are symbols. No, they can't. An X and an equal and a 4, that's not a line. You have lines on this page. You are an absolute, the actual line. The line. It's a line. Yeah, do you draw lines or you just put X equals 4?
Yeah.
When you do geometry, you just put X equals 4, you don't draw any lines.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
The red line is x equals 4.
No, man.
You dumb motherfucker.
Sorry, Sesu, let me ask you a question about his graphic that he just posted. So what is the second, how many points are actually provided in what you just provided there in your picture?
An infinite number.
Read the numbers in brackets, brother. You presented it. It's your graph. Read the numbers in brackets.
That's a single point.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 4, is a single point. That's 4 on the x, 4 on the y, and 0 on the x.
4 on the y, and okay, so you've given us a point. Now the question then becomes, what is the line segment, the direction that the line segment is proceeding upon in order for a line segment to be drawn?
Both, any direction, all directions.
Okay. So in order for you to answer says who's question fully, right? You have to then say x equals 4, and then you have to give a direction to that point in order for you to actually say that there's a line segment versus just a point given, right?
No. What you're doing is you're reifying this. You don't have to draw it on there, right? It just exists instantaneously. We're talking about math, right? It's not about how quickly I can draw the line up and down or what direction I move my pencil. That just is, every point on there, x equals 4. It's nothing to do with the physical act of describing that line. I mean, all of this is kind of beside the point. I don't know what we're doing here.
X equals 4 is just a value given to a line, isn't it?
What's the difference between that and a line? Like when you say it's a value.
A line is actually something that is drawn on a paper. So you can say that I have a value for the line, but it's not the line.
Not necessarily. No, a line can be a vector between 2 points, right? You don't have to have any physical.
A vector, a direction. A line is a direction now, a vector?
You can describe it as one.
Oh, so you describe the line using a vector. So it's still not the line, right?
Or vice versa. You can describe the vector with a line.
No, vectors are directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not lines.
Well, you can describe it with one.
Yeah, you can this, you can that. This stupid little semantical game that you guys play is ridiculous. I don't know what the point of this is either. I want you to get me an elevation angle using a curve.
Why?
Because that's what you claimed.
That's not what I claimed. I said you can get the angle of intersection between a line and a curve or two curves. That's not to do with the method that I was presenting.
Can you use straight lines to do that?
Elevation angles? Yes.
No. To get the intersection between two curves, do you use straight lines to match those curves as best you can at the point of intersection to get that angle?
But it's not necessary.
Ah, okay. I don't understand why you're still doing this. Anyways, go ahead and give us the elevation angle off the curved Earth. Oh, and with the video that I posted, you can also show me how that dip function, right? That correction, the height of I, matches the globe geometry. You can do that too.
Sure. Which would you like me to do first?
Just show me how the dip correction using the square root. Yes, I did. The square root function matches the globe geometry. Go ahead.
Because as you go higher, the
horizon... No, I want you to show me, you stupid fuck.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Give me a second. All right, here's an easy way to visualize that. The derivation of the dip correction. Usually rounded to 1.76, but that's the idea.
Manufactotum, you know what I'm asking for. I don't need your visualization of your bullshit math. I want you to match the dip correction with the globe geometry. Just like Brian did with the Metabunk calculator. Match up the geometry from Metabunk, which is your math, with the dip correction charts, and show me if they match.
They do. Brian was reading out the same numbers that are on the chart.
Great. Oh, really? So if we go ahead and play this video, they're going to match, right? All the charts numbers are going to match what Brian was showing, even on Metabunk?
He even said so. He even said so. He was
okay.
Those
no worries.
Numbers
Everybody go watch this video. Everybody go watch this video and see if they match. You'll see how much of a liar Manufactotum is. I'll put Manufactotum on mute so everybody can go watch the video. If you start about in the middle, that's when the lying begins. Hope you guys have got the time. 2 hours worth of lying by Manufactotum, and then you come in here and double down. Unbelievable.
well, building on this new philosophy of the world and just abandoning, trying to be.
We did this, we did that. He's just trusting in other people that have done it, But when I say we, I mean all of us, every human on Earth experience.
For a bit, this conversation's been going for about 2 hours, and I want to see it come to a halt. Not a halt.
So
I want to see it come to a conclusion at least. So can everyone stay out?
Yeah, thanks, Timbo. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. So, Christy Cal. So I'm going to illustrate what Elijah said to you. He's just describing something. When you watch a solar eclipse, do you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yes.
Now, are you sure?
Yes.
How do you see the moon during a new moon? Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon when the moon is not visible. Are you seeing the moon during a new moon?
When it goes in front of the sun.
Well, you can't see it, so. Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see a moon go in front of the sun.
Yes, you can. What's going in front of the sun?
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Yes.
Can you see a new moon?
With the naked eye?
Yeah, with anything.
Yes.
What device do you use?
I assume a telescope.
You can see a moon that's completely black through a telescope. You know what a new moon is, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't even know what to say right now. This was a good example of crazy cult behavior, dude.
Yeah, I know exactly what to say on this point because I've made this point many times, and you've heard me do it, India. Yes, there's no way with any instrument that any person on Earth can detect during the new moon phase, during an eclipse. You're not going to be able to use an instrument to measure when. We know when it's going to happen, but we can't see the moon when it's when it's approaching the sun in the solar eclipse. There's no instrument that's ever been developed that nobody can ever find it. Nobody ever can find it. Even when it's not an eclipse, during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument. We know where it's going to start to crest again, but we during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument you have, you can't find the fucking moon.
Okay, and this says new moon crescent. Just because he stuck the word new moon in front of crescent doesn't make it a new moon. Now, a solar eclipse can only happen exactly during the new moon because what's called an eclipse node is required to happen at that time. And that is a full new moon, not a partial new moon. It's exactly at the new moon, not some other time. So, no one, listen, do you understand? Do you understand that you think that you've seen a moon? That you can't even describe your own observation accurately because you have a concept in your head.
No, that's not. There's not a concept in my head.
Oh, you saw it.
Not to the solar eclipse.
With your eyes, but you didn't imagine it being there.
What else would be in front of the sun?
That is not. Listen. Doesn't matter. Your incredulity.
Now we're back to we know.
Okay.
Hey, we know. Are you?
I have seen a solar eclipse. I have seen something go in front of the sun.
Exactly, something.
But the human race does not know what that something is.
No. Wait.
You don't.
Wait. Time out. You just described it accurately. We see something go in front of the sun.
Maybe.
That's the description without any additives.
Okay.
Period.
So now you're trying to, with this incredulity fallacy, like, you think that we all don't know what that is? Well, if we knew what it was, it would be a part of the description. Now, people assume what it is, but it's not a part of the description unless you assume, right?
Okay, so what if, Tracy, let me ask you this question. What if everybody on Earth said, you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, no, I don't. And they're like, yes, you do have a girlfriend. So I walk up to a girl and I go, you're my girlfriend. And she's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, well, if you don't tell me who my girlfriend is, you're my girlfriend. Okay. That's what you're doing. You're saying, listen, if you don't have an explanation for what goes in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, it's the moon, because everybody else said it's the moon.
I'm not saying it's the moon because everybody else said it's the moon.
Why do you think it's the moon?
I think.
What else would it be?
That's not an argument.
I think.
You literally just did the exact
Someone else asked what else could it be?
Crazy, dude.
Oh my god, there's some bitch who keeps fucking CMH keeps DMing me being like, yo, get me unmuted, I'll help you out. Dude. And you just like ban him because he will not stop DMing me.
Yeah, CMH.
Okay. He just wants to come and troll.
I know
he's annoying as hell.
Hey, Scotty, you're banned. So's your buddy. Good fucking bye. Bye, CMH. Have a nice fucking day. Thanks for telling us that, though. I appreciate it. Anyway, can we carry on?
Yeah.
I just checked in Sky. Yo es más. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what were you? I know we had a talk in a VC check-in. Did you want to continue that conversation, or do you have more questions? Any questions?
Yeah, right you want to take a break for a second? Hold on, Jody.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll take a break. I can always come back another day.
Yeah,
it's 24/7. I can come back whenever I want.
Damn Skippy.
All right. I'll sit back now.
Thanks, man.
I've always wanted to ask how you guys think gravity works. You know.
What do you mean by gravity?
Well, an object
and
going
so
down
it begins
at
again.
the force.
I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys later.
I've always wanted to know what you guys think about that.
So, a falling object is gravity.
Well, there's a specific speed to gravity.
So, little g. The observation that something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, approximately. That's gravity? That's the gravity you're talking about? Or are you talking about mass?
Speed of gravity.
Yeah, things fall. Yeah, whoopee. Yeah, and?
How do you guys explain that in most of your diagrams?
Explain why things fall?
Well, yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do I gotta explain why things fall? Okay, let's do this. I want to know why things fall, and I want to set up a scientific experiment to determine why that happens. Why does this object fall? What experiment can I do to figure that out?
Come on, tell me. I'm waiting.
No, I'm asking you, because you think that you probably think there's an explanation for this, a scientific explanation. So why do things fall? There is? What is it?
Like gravity is a force?
Yeah, that's a story. I want the experiment.
Alright, give me a minute. I'll get out.
Yeah, go Google it.
I'll go get something. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. I've dealt with this question thousands of times. This isn't new.
But I just want you to explain on most of the diagrams that you have for flat Earth how it would work.
We don't have diagrams.
How would what work?
How would gravity work?
Wait.
What do you?
We don't have.
You're not even using the correct definition of gravity. Okay. The theory of gravity isn't things fall. It's also not things get pulled to the center of mass. The universal theory of gravitation is every particle in the universe checks every other particle inversely proportional to the square of that distance. The formula is F equals G M1 M2 divided by R squared. Okay? It has nothing to do with things falling.
Hey, you know more than me about globe. I don't know how you don't believe it.
Because I know more than you about the globe. That's why I don't believe it.
I don't know, man. It doesn't seem right.
That was weird, right? It was weird. See, the reason that we're not globers is because we know more about the globe than most people.
Yeah, because it's impossible. You figured out that it's impossible once you know more about their globe idea and what they're telling you. It's absolutely impossible for it to exist.
So I want to go back to the thing is, so to figure out the causal mechanism for a natural phenomenon, you have to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observed natural phenomenon, the effect, right? So in this case, it would be a falling object. Now we want to know what causes that object to fall. So in a scientific experiment, what you have to do is you have to manipulate the cause, the independent variable, and watch the effect on the dependent variable, the falling. Now, the theory of gravity, right, is that mass attracting mass is the cause of a falling object, right? So let's do this. Let's manipulate the mass, whatever that is, right? So I'll take a school bus, and then I'll take a bowling ball, and I'll drop them at the same time, because mass attracting mass, this mass is bigger than that mass, so that mass should fall faster than this other mass. Well, when we do this experiment, they both fall at the same rate. So the mass can't be the cause. That can't be it, because we watched. It had no effect on the dependent variable. Nobody knows, and we were just talking about this earlier. Nobody knows why things fall. There's no experiment that can prove it or even demonstrate it. And no one can even think of an experiment that can actually demonstrate it. So Elijah, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, tell them, go do that thing with the what was it? Manipulating gravity.
You want me to skip the microwave part?
Yeah, I thought that was super clever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. Sometimes, because I'm arguing with the shit that Glover say, sometimes I stumble on this stuff. So you want me to skip the microwave part?
Oh yeah, I guess. If it's not necessary.
So go to Google and type in "Can you manipulate gravity?" and tell us what and read out the first thing you find.
Gravity is one of the fundamental forces in nature. It confines how objects move, interact with each other. Scientists have long sought out to find a way to control gravity, but so far they've been unsuccessful. That's what it reads.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't control gravity. How would you control gravity? We don't have that big of a mass object to control it. So gravity is just something.
So what did Indio just tell you about experiments?
They said to manipulate gravity. There's a difference between manipulating it and seeing how it works.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Here, I'll get the definition of manipulate for you.
What?
Handle or control a mechanism.
Right.
Or a tool.
So as they said, they can't control gravity, right?
They cannot control gravity, no.
So the point is, if the entire point of an experiment is to test whether or not the independent variable affects the dependent variable, if you can't control the independent variable, then you don't have an experiment.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the intro. Yeah, it's 10:05 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just north of Mexico. Man, what a great time to be alive in this wonderful deception we live in, where people think they live on a cartoon ball and literally think their friends are Gumby, and then call people crazy.
Everybody needs to wake up.
Reality. So other than the little lag that I'm having, I'm sure I'm lagging a little bit. We got a special guest in the chat right now. Let's go there right quick so we can see the intelligence of people raised by cartoons. This particular individual, I think, is named Ahmed. Let's go check the name real quick in the chat. There we go. Yeah, Ahmed, the is. Buddy, I know this is hard for you. The topic is flat Earth, not there's an ice wall on the edge of the Earth that's 150 feet high. Your question is, how do flat Earthers know the ice wall? It's 150 feet tall or whatever. Do you have a video from the edge? Okay, have you stopped beating your wife yet and eating your children? Have you stopped doing that? So I'd like to know if this Glober has stopped eating his children, the Soylent Green children of the world that the Globers apparently eat now. That's normal part of Globe World, because I see that there's cannibals that are Globers like Jeffrey Dahmer. So apparently I'm just going to blanketly paint a brush over all Globers now. You're all cannibals. So why are all Globers cannibals? As soon as I get this answer, I'll tell you why all flat earthers supposedly claim there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. So let me know when you have that. Other than that, in the meantime, shout out to Triple for the Truth 1006. Thanks for playing. There he is. Triple for the Truth. He is wrenched up. He's ready to go. It is game day. This is Sunday, the first day of the week. I know that's confusing. And here we are. So back to you, Ahmed. Yes, Ahmed, I don't know where you got your information, but nobody in this chat for the last, I don't know, about 9 months that I've been listening to, I haven't heard one credible flat earther, any flat earthers say that they saw that there was a 150-foot ice wall. So when you're ready to back your claim about somebody else's claim, let us know. However, we do know that you claim you live on a magical spinning water paroid ball in a magical vacuum that's going in a helix formation because there's magical gravity things that go on in outer space. That's your claim, which you have no evidence for. I haven't claimed a 150-foot ice wall. I claim that I know the Earth is a stationary plane of existence because not only have I proven it, but the entire military industrial complex admits they depend on it. That's my claim. Would you like to prove me wrong? Best of luck. Thanks for playing.
That was wonderful.
Amen. All in a day's work. The hard part is finding, and don't get me wrong, listen to me very carefully. If you just found a Glober that wasn't scared to death, and I say he, of his own model, his own belief system, that would be a miracle. For the last 5.5 years, all I have seen is desperate religious cartoon zealots mock people because they don't believe in their cartoon atheism belief system. Whether they claim they're Christian or Muslim or a Buddhist, does not matter. You are literally promoting a satanic, magical, everything just spontaneously happened because no God religion. That's why there's magical balls flying around each other in your mouth and in your imagination, not in reality. That's the difference. So what are they going to do, everybody? This is to the flat earthers that, of course, are attacked by these types of people. I'm letting you know that they're scared to death because they're the ones with the burden of proof. They're the ones accepting a taxation system of the entire world, accumulating trillions of dollars to tell us we live on a magical monkey ball. When, I mean, as much as I don't necessarily get along with most flat earthers, I would say that at least the flat earthers don't have trillions of dollars that they've stolen from the public all across the plane of existence. So why are flat earthers constantly being charged with questions when we don't receive trillions of dollars to show you live in a cartoon? Did you see that there's a cartoon by MG42 Pillbox that says you live on a magical cartoon? No, that's your government telling you live on a magical cartoon ball world, and they have taken and stolen trillions of dollars for that. That wasn't this flat earth group here, this little group here, or the one next door, or even the fake PSYOP Flat Earth Society, which is a bunch of idiots. They didn't do that either. They didn't promote cartoons and put them on your television. You are scared to death of your own claim, and you can't believe that there are people that don't agree with your cartoon cosmology. Yes, I know it's shocking, but isn't it even more impressive that you're scared to death of your own claim? So what does the globe earth zealot atheist have to do now? The zealot has no choice but to hide from his own claim. And I say he because these are men. Most of the time they're never females that act this way. They're always pathetic little boys in the chats doing these things. You're charging us with claims we haven't made. The claim is the Earth is flat. That's what I've made. And notice every single question you ask has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Why is that? Because that's how you hide from your own claims about your magical cartoon belief system. Because you have no evidence. The only thing a scoffer can do that's scared to death of reality, that lives in a cartoon, you have no choice. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at you. You proved the point for me. In fact, you've given me 5.5 years of ammunition to expose the stupidity of mankind. The later part of this existence, here we are, 2020, after the death of God, AD, here we are dealing with people that think they live in a cartoon, and they're going to be here to mock people that don't believe in their cartoon fairy tale. You're scared to death of your own claim. The claim that we're making is the Earth is flat. And guess what? The entire world is dependent on that fact. The entire world is dependent on not adjusting for curvature, not adjusting for magical movements in 18 different vectors at 2.1 million miles an hour, like your cartoon fairy tale claims. So that's now your claim as well. Nobody here has claimed there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. Nobody here has claimed this is the 24/7 edge Earth. Discord. No, nobody here has claimed that there's a disk in space. No, that's the only thing you can do is mock and make up fake questions and straw man an entire belief system that doesn't exist because it's in your imagination. You made up, not only are you scared of your own belief system that resides in your imagination, you then built an entire belief system in your imagination to straw man your opposition with. That's called a crime. It's lying. It's a perverted, literal crime against people that don't trust your system. So I'm sorry, you're going to have to find something else to do in your life. Maybe get a hobby besides collecting Star Wars action figures and movies like Star Trek and Avatar and whatever else you people do, because that's all you guys do is literally watch cartoon shows and collect action figures and watch space programs and go, wow, look how amazing this is. We live on a ball right there, and there's the pictures right there. There it is. I mean, we've just accomplished so much. Look how special we are. And then when a flat earther shows up, you go, I can't believe how stupid people are. I mean, my dad saw the moon landing on the radio, and they don't believe the Earth is a ball like we do. I mean, we just have to mock them to feel better about ourselves. That's what you're doing. Your entire life's mission now is to pretend you haven't wasted your entire life. Too bad you came to the wrong place.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Is that they're globers and it see that and that's the only way I could get you to because you got to understand like what I'm trying to bring across to you is that we're here in a sense to talk to people who still have a belief in the globe and heliocentrism and all this other pseudoscience, but my hope in coming out of all of this is that people understand, like Miggy says all the time, is it's actually just a mind virus. So people think illogically. That's why they accept logical fallacies like begging the question, because if we didn't accept that fallacy, you wouldn't believe in the globe. Because that's what you need, an illogical argument, in order for the globe to be real. So if we all just didn't accept logical fallacies, then maybe the people in the justice system would get along better with it. Like you can't wish for a better justice system and you got like people with the intellectual capabilities of a 5-year-old. That's not reasonable.
So the problem of people believing that the Earth is a globe is not just that they believe an Earth is a globe, but they cannot think logically, and that causes problems in society? In summary?
You got it. You got it. Wasn't a terrible summary at all.
Hit the nail on the head there. Well done.
I would largely agree with that. I would agree with that, except obviously the reason I'm here. The globe
aren't you a glober?
Yeah.
You're a glober, Prissy? Yeah.
But I would agree that people not being able to think logically and level-headedly does cause a lot of problems in our society.
So, Persico, I would say that you're part of the problem. I mean, no offense, but if you think it's a globe, then I have to say that you're part of the problem.
So, what I came here to find out is from a glober's perspective, flat earthers look like how globers seem to flat earthers. Very illogical and not having a definitive train of thought. And
what's illogical that we say?
Well, I would find it hard to.
What's illogical that we say?
Well, we can make it even simpler, like logic, illogic, logical fallacies, like that. Look, everything boils down to the same thing, if you ask me. Because what is fallacious logic? It's just an error in thinking, aka a false conclusion. What is a falsehood? Something that is wrong, untrue. All we're talking about is if a motherfucker is telling the truth or not. Did an event occur or not? Yes, no. Is this thing true? Yes, no. We've taken that very simple thing and complicated it because there's a bunch of liars running around. Lawyers, right? Like, so it's as simple as this system would be just fine if people could tell the truth.
Yeah.
Like when we talk to astrophysicists and we say, so you don't have like, scientific evidence or anything concrete. It's just basically, some thought experiment. And most of them who come in here will say no, or they'll deflect, or they'll do anything to not go, yeah, that's true. But then when they're not in debate form, you hear people like Sabine Hasselhoff, whatever the fuck her name is, Indio knows her name, and she'll say, yeah, it was a thought experiment. Yeah, this wasn't actually science. There weren't any natural experiments. They know what we're talking about when we're pressing them. So they're lying when they come in here 99% of the time. It's like, if people didn't lie, the world would be a better place.
Look, I'll give you another example, Chrissy Co. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when the chick asks him, what is gravity? And he says, well, what it is, I don't know. Is he lying? So when a Glover comes in here and they're aware of his statement, and they come and say something, you guys don't believe in gravity? Gravity's a proven theory. Well, no one in mainstream science thinks that when they're talking to the public. They only think that when they come into the Flat Earth server.
I'm gonna need receipts on that one.
Dude, do you know the search bar?
Find it.
Right. I'm gonna help you out. Oh, wait. You go first. I'm gonna give him a certain. If you go first.
Crazy, man. You know how many times someone said, "What do you guys think gravity's fake? You guys don't believe in gravity?" Like, you know how many times that's been said in this server? Probably thousands, tens of thousands.
No, I was just I didn't want to rush to Google because other times I've been in this server.
Google in the search bar for the chat of this server.
Oh.
So check it out, bro. Check it out, bro.
Well, hold on. The people in this will come into the server knowing, they know, because I'm sure they watch Discovery Channel documentaries and Neil deGrasse Tyson and like all these things. Like, We're not exactly sure about gravity. It's all over the goddamn internet. All the documentaries, they all say it, right? Cosmos, Brian Keating, like all these science communicators are all saying the same thing. In that context, when they say, well, we have doubts about gravity, when Veritasius and PBS space-time is gravity an illusion, or gravity is not a force, they have no problem when they say it. But when a flat earther says it, now there's a problem. Now we're science deniers. Now we're just making shit up. No, they're making shit up.
Yeah, so
They don't even believe their own pseudoscience, man.
That's true. And here's the thing. Like, again, I try to be as direct as possible. And I try to get people to think for themselves. So when I tell you to Google something, it's so that you can sit there and ponder what I've sent you to. Not because Google is going to give you information that you're going to have to be like, oh, I guess I believe that now. Like, that's not the case. So what? Like, it's weird when people react to, oh, I'll send you a YouTube video. Oh, so all you guys do is like show YouTube videos? Like, how about looking at the video first, if it's not like 3 hours long or some crazy shit like that?
I just put one in 4 minutes. I think it's 4 minutes. I just put it in live stream.
So here's the point that I was gonna make when I said go Google this and Google this. If you know what, Google manipulation, or can you manipulate microwaves? And all types of experiments will come up. Tell me I'm wrong or right.
Veritably.
Shut up, Sonny.
Oh.
Don't ruin it. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I'm seeing.
The point is, you're finding stuff, right? There's stuff to be found.
Kinda. It's not really on topic, though. It's more talking about microwaves, like in a kitchen.
Well, you do have a microwave, right?
Yeah.
So, right. So you even have a real world example of something. That
never mind. The first two are about Marvel superheroes.
You don't have to think about, oh, what is this thing like? You're like, I know what microwaves are. It's that thing that boils my water when I'm too lazy to put it on a stove in a pot, right? So if you type in, can you manipulate gravity? Tell me the first search result you find.
Okay, the first three for can you manipulate microwaves are all superheroes.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
that is weird. It's like
fourth one down, though. We're getting to what you're talking about.
I guarantee you that, like, when I first started talking about this, the searches were on the up and up. I don't know why I don't know how shit changes this fast. But anyway, okay, fine. Just type in, can you manipulate gravity? And read out loud what it says.
Gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. It governs how objects move and interact with each other. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravities, but so far they've been unsuccessful.
AKA, no, it hasn't been manipulated. What is it, first of all? That's the entire point. You have this idea, these graphics of what something is, but they can't even manipulate it, control it, manipulate it, whatever. Because as an independent variable in a scientific experiment, that's exactly what you would need to do. to validate or invalidate that it's the cause of a natural phenomena. So they're telling you right here that they've never done that. You don't need to check with a physicist from fucking Yale to figure this out. But if you're struggling with this is exactly what I mean by what's wrong with the justice system. People struggle with telling the truth, and people's lives are in jeopardy while others are struggling to tell the truth.
I agree with the justice system part, but I'm still holding out on the gravity thing.
So you can say you agree with the justice system until you're challenged, and then you'll bend like everyone else because truth isn't more important than comfortability.
No, I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
All right, well,
I would just listen to the
I'll give you a cool month or two.
I've been here, I think I'm on like week 3.
I want to go back to the logic thing. What is the logic for the globe? Do you know what a logical syllogism is?
No, that's not a word I use on a daily basis.
So if you don't know a lot, that's basic logic, right? So it's the form of a logical argument. How can you say what Golders think, what the way flat earthers think is illogical if you don't even know what logic is?
I know what logic is. I more meant the word syllogism.
A logical syllogism is fundamental to using logic.
They can do something without knowing the word for it.
Syllogism is a logical argument. 2 premises and a conclusion. Okay? All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Right? It's a logical syllogism.
2 things assumed to be true to find an answer.
Okay. So what's the logic for the globe? That reads to the conclusion, Earth is a globe. Come with the 2 premises, right? Put them in, insert them, before, therefore, Earth is a globe. You can't actually construct that argument.
If gravity acts how we think it acts, and if the Earth is about the size we think it is, then we should be sticking to the Earth.
Well, that's a logical fallacy.
No, it says you're assuming 2 things to be true, and that's how you get your third answer.
No, it doesn't mean assume. The 2 things actually it logically follows from the premise, but it's not a proof unless the premises are true, right? So your premise starts with if. So you can't start a logical syllogism with an if statement.
Okay, the Earth, gravity works the way we think it works. And the Earth is the size we think it is.
What does that mean, though? You're not saying anything. Gravity works the way we think it works. What does that mean?
Come on, man.
That mass attracts mass at a constant rate.
The premise,
okay,
like
so
you said, has to be.
I'll give you a syllogism to help them. Mass attracts mass. All the particles will form a ball. Therefore, Earth is a ball. No, that don't work.
What?
Yeah, exactly. There's
no. Why doesn't that work?
Argument to conclude the Earth is a globe, because you'll always have an affirming the consequent or an assumption within it.
No, the syllogism thing says it's asserted or assumed to be true.
I promise you, your logic is what's wrong with people in the justice system. Like, I'm telling, like, I don't even know how that just happened.
What?
It's like you have the words.
Definition.
I know, like you have the words. I feel you. I get it. You're close, but it's like having the most finely crafted blade and you don't even know how to sheath it. You're just swinging it with the sheath on. With the. I'm like, yo, you can't have premises that aren't proven. You can't assume them, because there's logical syllogisms, and then there are forms of and then there are just bad forms of logic. You just committed one, so you know that there's the right side of it. Now, are you questioning what the wrong side of it is? We're telling you, well, that's the wrong side of it. So be more curious as to what we mean. What do you think we mean when we say you're affirming the consequent?
So, I was giving an example of a logical syllogism. I didn't say anything about what I said was true.
So is your logical syllogism proof of a globe?
If the two things I said and assumed are true, then yes.
Okay, can you prove those premises are true then?
Like right now?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Prove the premises are true with also a logical syllogism.
I don't know. I spent time.
So, listen, the point is, if you keep going back, the foundation of the globe is assume it's a globe. So, that underlying assumption means something which is not proven, right? Right? That's what assumption means? Something that's not proven?
No.
What does assumption mean then? What is it? What is it not?
A thing that is accepted as true or is certain to happen without proof.
Okay. Yeah.
An action of taking power or responsibility.
Yes. Okay. That is correct. Assumed to be true without proof. You can't get to the proof part. That's
so we shouldn't use.
You shouldn't use an assumption. You can't use an assumption and then claim you have proof if there's an assumption in the premise.
So you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
Do you not understand? You're begging the question.
No, I'm saying you. Then you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
Don't say no. Google begging the question.
No, hold on.
No, stop. We're saying that you're committing a logical fallacy. It's called begging the question. If you have premises that are assumed rather than proven, and at the end of that, you're like, there's the proof in form, that's just begging the question. We're not arguing. We're telling you, look it up. Because if you look it up, you'll realize if we play back the live stream, you've committed that fallacy. There's nothing to argue about.
I did not say anything was truth. I said what you told me.
Did I time out? Did I say that you said anything was truth? What did I just say?
Proof. Not true, sorry.
Okay, so that's the point. If there's no proof for the globe, what is the point? Two assumptions don't make a proof.
So we shouldn't use. So what? Before you yell over me and like completely not talk about what I'm talking about.
As long as you don't put words in my mouth by asking me, so we shouldn't assume things. Because what I'm telling you is that two assumptions don't make a proof.
Yes. And what I'm saying is the definition of logical syllogism is two assumptions make
another part. Assertions. Assertions and assumptions, bro. Assertions or assumed. Two propositions that are asserted or assumed to be true. Now, what can be asserted are proven things that don't have to be assumed. Right? So you can make a logical syllogism with two proven items, right, as the premises. So using those two premises, then the third thing is proven, right?
But you don't need to.
That are proven to create a therefore, right? The conclusion, which will also be proven because the premises are proven. So you prove the premises deductively using the same deductive logic. And of course you have to start somewhere. So you have to start an axiom, something which is self-evidently true. That doesn't need to be proven because it's self-evident. Such as, you're not a cow.
Or,
right? You're not a cow, right? I don't have to prove you're not a cow.
So assertions also do not state that they're facts. It says a forceful and confident statement of fact or belief. Does not say you need evidence for that.
In this context, it means illogical. It means a statement that is asserted as truth, not as assumed.
Yeah, but like, it's still, an assertion can be wrong.
Yes, you're right. An assertion can also be an assumed assertion. But if your assertion, right, is a proven, something that's proven, right, or if your assertion is an axiom, then the combination of two of those will lead to a proof, right? So if you use an assumption, then you have an what's called an inductive proof, which doesn't actually prove anything, right? It's an inference, right? So it's not proven. The only claim that can be made about it is this would be likely if those two things are true, right?
So a logical.
There's still an if. It's not proven. That's what I'm trying to say. It's inductive logic. It's not proof. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It wouldn't lead to an actual deductive proof.
If I had wings, I could fly.
Yes, exactly. If you had wings, you could fly. And
the globe doesn't fly.
Go ahead, Phil.
Sorry, the globe doesn't fly.
Wait.
Yeah. So if we did something like things with wings fly, Elijah has wings, therefore Elijah can fly.
Fallacy.
That would be, that's a fallacy. It would be an inference. Yes, we can infer that from the fact that Elijah has wings and the fact that other things that have wings can fly. But that doesn't prove that Elijah can fly.
But we shouldn't use logical syllogisms unless we can verify that both of the assertions are true.
Oh, you can't claim it's proof of anything. Dude, you're missing the point. It's not
proof once.
I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you the error in Glober's logic. You're illustrating it. You said we don't have logic. It's actually the globe that doesn't have logic. You guys don't even know what logic is. And you come in here and say, flat earth is illogical. No, it's perfectly logical. Y'all don't know what logic is. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about you specifically, so don't take this as a personal insult. A lot of people don't know this. They don't teach it in school. It's not really taught at university, except for in the philosophy department, which most people avoid like the plague. So, I mean, it's just not, it's not something that's taught.
I'm gonna make a couple of statements. Right? Water at rest is level. Perfectly valid statement because it's self-evident. Everybody knows this, right? No problems, no assumptions whatsoever. Okay, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Again, another statement, zero assumptions, nothing wrong with what I've said. Why can't Globers do the same thing? Why is there always a him and a haw and a shuck and a jive?
Usually, see, what Elijah's doing, he's talking about properties of physical reality that you can observe and describe, right? So he's just describing reality. Okay. Now, Globerters, and just generally, this isn't exclusive to globe Earth. I mean, it happens in a lot of so-called pseudosciences. They insert a concept, a conceptual idea within this, right? As opposed to an observation of reality. So they use something that occurs in their imagination as the premise for their syllogism.
Okay, so can I try a syllogism?
When you say gravity, that is actually a concept. Gravity's a concept. It's not a physical thing out there, right? You can't grab a handful of gravity. There isn't a jar of gravity, right? So if I say gravity to you, what is gravity? What is gravity in the physical world that you see, that you've observed?
Things falling.
Okay. So things falling is gravity. Not mass attracting mass. You see what I'm saying? That's a description of reality. Now, if I take that description of reality and place the word gravity with things falling, therefore Earth is a ball, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Right? You can't reach. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the premises, right? No matter how you construct something from things falling, you can't get to a ball.
May I try one of your syllogisms with things we can both agree are true without being interrupted?
Yeah, knock yourself out, man.
All right. So,
go ahead.
Go, man.
We agree.
Don't say we agree.
Okay.
That remains to be.
We agree, question mark at the end of this. I'm asking you if you guys agree. Do boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up?
I'm just gonna say no, straight up. What do you mean?
Well, you said over the horizon. I'll say no to over the horizon.
Yeah, that's the part.
Towards the horizon, and you can't see them anymore, starting with the bottom and going up.
Yes, that is
loaded.
Sometimes.
No, it's correct.
It's a loaded question.
No, it's correct. Without the going over is correct.
Yeah, without
the going over.
While it is moving towards the horizon,
things disappear from the bottom up. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And?
You too?
And?
And?
What's that?
Yeah, and?
No.
Yeah, things disappear bottom up. And?
We know that angles of shadows in different parts of the Earth at the same time produce.
What the fuck? What is fucking?
What?
I just need the salad bar of my globe.
Did I use too many words?
I think
no, they're not connected. They're not logically connected, dude. They're like,
why are they not logically connected? They're both elements around
going over. Like, how are boats disappearing?
Okay, look.
No, go ahead. I can't take this.
So hold on. Wait. When I said water, when I said water is level, that was one statement, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go therefore. I didn't have to.
I didn't say therefore.
Right. So if you're saying that boats go towards the horizon and seem to disappear bottom up, that's a statement.
Yes.
But what does it mean? Okay, so you're making another statement about shadows. So now the first statement is just a statement that is okay, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to make a statement about shadows.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a quick question.
No, not yet.
Yeah, well, I just want to, like, my buddy got banned.
Yeah, I said hell no, not yet, bro.
Yeah, is there any way you can unban him so he can join?
Hold up, bro. Who's this? Yeah.
Scotty.
And you.
How am I implying a lie, Trinity?
Who it is?
Type in chat. Shut the fuck up and type in chat, bro. This is rude as hell. Go ahead.
All right. So,
the shadows and
in
whatnot.
Short, yeah, the Aristophanes experiment can be replicated.
What's the statement?
In short, that experiment can be replicated. We can both.
What is the statement?
Measurements of angles of shadows were taken at two different points, and they had a difference in angle.
Can that happen on both?
No, don't.
Yeah.
No, don't.
Oh, sorry.
What? Yeah, that was a fuck up because he didn't even. What does that mean?
Which?
Okay, there's a difference in the length of shadows. So what?
Yeah.
So
if those.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, because that's like
add in there, buddy.
That plus that.
No.
What?
What plus what?
Yeah, flatter.
I'm saying those are my two pieces of the syllogism. Do we both agree that those two things are true?
I wasn't even doing that. I was just making two true statements. I mean, it's something that you can happen across and go, yeah, I can perfectly describe this thing without adding anything extra. So I thought you were
thinking about it.
So I'm not, and that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that you're doing that. Like, so it's like, okay, well, boats disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, from the bottom up. Okay. So you measure shadows and the lengths are different. Okay. So what is that?
Listen, can I explain it to him? Because obviously, if he fucked up this bad.
I understand.
The premises have to be connected to each other logically. So I'll give you the deductive syllogism again.
What we?
All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. You see how now they're connected logically?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Aristotle is mortal.
All right.
Your claim, boats disappear bottom first, sticks and shadows measure different angles. Those two things are not connected logically.
So I need to say something about the ocean or the horizon for it to...
You need to connect those two premises logically to each other. They have the logical connection must be in the statements themselves. Look, you have to construct, therefore Earth is a globe, just out of one of those, because they're not logically connected. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from the sticks and shadows all by itself. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from ships disappearing bottom first by themselves, but they're not logically connected to each other because they're not even the same phenomenon. They don't even have anything to do with each other. So if I watch a boat disappear bottom first, does that have anything to do with angles of the sun or the length of a shadow or the length of a stick or the placement of the stick or the placement of the sun or anything? Or is that independent of a stick or a shadow or anything?
So
you're trying to logically connect them to the curvature of the Earth, right? You're trying to connect it into the Earth being a ball. But you can't do that with those two just smashing it against each other. To do those independently. And they would, you'd say, here's one piece of evidence, here's another piece of evidence. But guess what? Here's your problem. Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, assumes the Earth is a ball, assumes that there's parallel rays of light, so it has three assumptions within it. Three assumptions that can't be proven and actually don't have any evidence for them. Because, and like Elijah said, affirming the consequent. The thing you're trying to prove, Earth is a globe, is in the premise. If Earth was a globe, and I did a measurement that showed shadows with these different angles and different shadow lengths, then Earth would be a globe. Right? So that's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. Your conclusion is within one of the premises. You might as well say Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. You just cut out the second premise.
But two pieces of evidence that do not contradict each other and support the same thing.
No, they don't.
Okay, it's not a syllogism. You're right. What I said is not a syllogism.
They don't support a globe. Two sticks and shadows support a flat Earth, and so does freaking bottom up shit.
Actually,
the thing about a logical syllogism again is that it involves two premises that are true.
Yeah, those two things are true.
But but see, they're not connected to a globe, though. You haven't done that. Now, once you start trying to connect it to a globe, it falls apart. Because then you start making all these assumptions, adding these premises that are not proven.
Yeah, so if I want to make...
What was the claim? What did I claim? You actually can't construct a deductive logical argument that the Earth's a globe. It's not possible. And why do you think that's not possible?
Right, it is possible.
Then do it.
Look, you're not the first person that's tried this. It's not possible. You know why? I'm going to tell you why it's not possible. Because it always starts with the assumption that the Earth's a globe. Because that is not self-evident. If it was self-evident, right, if you went out in the freaking world and looked and you saw curved horizon or some other factor, right, that would indicate just from pure senses and was self-evident to anybody that this is a giant ball, then you could construct a logical syllogism because you would have an axiom, but you don't have an axiom. You have to have you starting with something that you can't actually, that's not self-evident, that can only be constructed from rationality. It can't be, like I said, you're not a cow. I don't need to construct a logical argument for that. It's obvious you're not a cow. It's obvious to everybody you're not a cow. Anyone that knows what a cow is and what you are, it's obvious you're not a cow. Okay? Period. I don't have to fucking give you reasons why you're not a cow. I don't have to construct a deductive argument, even though I can, that you're not a cow, right? And but the globe cannot be just say, it's obvious it's a ball. No, it's not obvious.
So
never been outside and be like, bam, check out this giant ball.
If we...
You have to construct it. How do you construct it?
If we give an argument backed up with evidence, it's not valid because it's not easily observable.
Giving an argument is not evidence.
Proof, dude. That's what you're not understanding.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not say. I said with evidence.
You said if I give an argument with evidence. So where's the evidence?
Say the argument was evidence.
So where's the evidence? Because everything that you said is just assuming the evidence. That's why I said what I said. But okay, fine. I'll rewind. Where's the evidence?
Okay. So, I've been doing like cross-state drives recently. So I've had a lot of time to think, but not a lot of time to get in the server. So what I've been pondering the past couple of days is maybe a week ago or something. I was in the call and I brought up the Aristophanes thing, whatever old Greek guy's name is, and I was told that it is possible on a flat Earth, and I was shown some diagrams and played a Vsauce.
I mean, that's kind of not relevant to the conversation we're having, because if you read Geodesy and you read what Eratosthenes supposedly did, again, like Indio told you, there's like 3 assumptions in there. So, off the bat, you know that assumptions don't turn into evidence, right? We just, or did you disagree with that?
Assumptions do not. If assumptions are proven wrong,
no, you can't. You can't assume something and prove that it's right using the assumption. That doesn't make any sense.
Why do we have to prove something wrong that has no proof?
Well, the same argument.
I'm going to assume unicorns exist. Prove they don't.
Do you have evidence for that?
I don't need evidence. I assumed it. Like you just said, if you assume it, it needs to be proven wrong.
No, I said, you didn't let me finish. If it can be proven wrong and there is evidence that it does happen, that unicorns do exist, and there's no evidence against unicorns existing.
You just said an assumption needs to be proven wrong. You said
because I was interrupted.
So you misspoke then?
Okay, so do you want to correct what you said?
Yes.
Does assumptions need to be proven wrong?
If assumption has evidence that that it is true, and no evidence that it is wrong.
So where is the evidence? Because the assumption can't be the evidence. Like I told you, now this is becoming circular. Because if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, and he assumed that the Earth was a sphere in the beginning, that's not proof.
What does the Earth being a sphere have to do with the measurements, though?
No, it's not. It's that he's assuming that it's a sphere. The measurements have actually nothing to do with it, because he's taking elevation angle measurements. Now, it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy to say therefore the Earth is not a globe, because by necessity an elevation angle utilizes horizontal lines.
So
that's
let me ask you that. So
the angles have nothing to do. No.
So let me ask you a question, Prissy. We're not trying to measure the circumference of the Earth. We're not trying to do anything. We just take a stick, we stick it in the ground, we measure the shadow length. What conclusion can we just get?
And you take a stick in another place.
Okay, and then we measure its shadow length.
Yes.
Now we have two values, two numerical values.
Yeah.
And what's the next step?
Why would you be doing that?
I don't know. You tell me. What's the next step?
To measure the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so what's the next step?
I'm pretty sure it was compare the difference in angle or length of the shadows.
And where do those angles intersect?
Those.
At the center of a sphere, right? You're assuming the sphere from the measurements. What if I don't assume the sphere and I assume it's flat? Well, I'll come to the conclusion that the sun's just closer.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, so we have the same, during the time Eratosthenes lived, in China, they were doing the exact same thing, but they didn't assume it was a sphere, and they thought that they were measuring the flat Earth using the exact same method.
So that's exactly why I brought it up. Because
that's why we keep telling you, right? That it's like you're using an underlying assumption to reach the conclusion.
I would really love to get a couple sentences out in a row.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, we've done this lots of times, so it's like, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Here's your chance.
So it can be replicated on a flat Earth if the sun is closer. Right?
Yep. What do you mean? It can be replicated? What does that mean?
Okay.
This
experiment works on a flat Earth if the sun is closer than we think it is. Then the sun is closer to Earth than what mainstream science says.
Maybe. That's another assumption.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just
so it doesn't work on your model either if you don't explain.
There's no model. There's no. What do you mean by model? There's no model.
Okay, it doesn't work on what you think
on a
the
level
Earth is
surface.
like either.
Hold on, time out. Are you going to tell me that taking elevation angles or measuring shadow lengths won't work on a horizontal surface? Is that your statement?
But
no, because in order to know that, you need to know how.
Answer that. Doesn't work to do what exactly? What are we trying to do and make it work to do?
I asked if the sun was closer to the Earth than mainstream science says, and you said that's an assumption. But you can only measure the shadow lengths on a flat Earth if we know the sun is closer to us. So do we know it's closer to us?
That's an assumption.
What?
Yeah, that's an assumption. And it's an incorrect assumption.
So we don't know the locality of the sun. We don't know the locality of anything.
Because you have to position the sun independently, right? Let me ask you this. If I gave you two sticks and you can pace your distance, can you find where you are on Earth?
What did this have to do with locating myself?
Because you said to make it work. I don't know what that means. What does wait make it work mean? Make it work to do what? What does make it work mean? To do what? Find the distance of the sun or find the surface of the earth? Which one are we trying to do?
So, I am saying, just hold on. If on a flat plane, we can measure the differences between those angles. If the sun is close-ish to the earth, like not as far away as what a lot of people say it is in a local area. Because that is what I've heard the explanation is that we have a local closed system sun.
So it appears to be.
You're going to get to a
we
conclusion?
don't claim that you can measure the position of the sun or the earth using sticks and shadows.
I didn't say you did.
At best, using assumptions, that would be an indirect measurement of either the sun or the surface of the earth. That's at best. That's the best you can do. But it's loaded with assumptions, loaded with the angles of the rays. It's loaded by, do I have the Sticks level, plumb lines? Is gravity actually freaking perpendicular? There's shitloads of assumptions. Is the sun in a common position? Like, am I looking at the same sun the other guy's looking at? Because the evidence is that that's actually not the case, right? Because of refraction and all. There's so many problems. There's so many assumptions loaded into this. This is a trash test. It's just trash. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just trash.
But we do know that there's a difference in the angles, right?
We know that we take two sticks and they're some distance apart, right? That the shadows, all other things being equal, right? If the sticks are equal, both perpendicular, same angle, we know that they'll cast shadows of different lengths. That's all we can say 100% sure with certainty. Is the results of the observation. All the other shit, all the conclusions drawn from that observation need to be constructed rationally. When you try to do that, you're going to find out that there's shitloads of assumptions that you have to stack in there before you can reach any conclusion. That's why, listen, there's a reason why I'm on this, because when Clovers come in here and say, we don't think logically, yo, dude.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my God.
No, I didn't. I said I came here to find out how you think logically, because a lot of globe earthers think you don't, and I didn't believe that. That's why I want to know the logic behind your argument.
Hey.
You haven't learned any
there's no logic behind your argument, so it doesn't even matter what our argument is technically.
You haven't learned any logic tips from your logic globe friends. You know, like that's the problem. Like, you're trying to figure it out on the fly here. If your friends were here, they wouldn't do any better. They would just be asserting the same things that you're asserting. Just, you know, saying that their logic is correct. But I mean,
I'm not saying my logic is correct.
No, I'm not. I didn't say you. I said your friend. Now you're being defensive.
Yeah. That's a great thing about logic, is that it's really objective. And you can just, like, you can't change the rules or make up your own thing or talk about your feelings. It is what it is. It's either a logical statement or not. It's been laid out for a long time. No one's rewriting the rules. It's almost like mathematics, right? 1 + 1 is 2. Can't change it. Can't reinvent it. It is what it is. So the globe actually has no logic. It can't make an actual deductive logical statement to prove it's a globe. Period. End of story. Okay? So
that's what I'm saying. Like, when I make a statement, I'm like, there's no assumption to be had. If I need to measure an elevation angle, the first thing I need to do is to make sure my device is level.
So,
level is horizontal, and it's pretty freaking simple.
There's no assumption there. But but here's the thing: the truth in that disqualifies the Earth being a globe.
So,
what do you measure the elevation angle from? The horizontal. You measure from the horizon. You measure.
This is something that we actually do. This is something that practically happens. I'm not imagining a globe. I'm not saying put a stick here and a stick there. I'm not doing any of that. I begin with something practical. You begin with something practical. Okay, measure these shadow lengths. And we're like, okay, what's the conclusion?
So we make an observation. We agree that the shadows are different lengths. And then we are not allowed to do... What are we allowed to do with that information?
You do whatever you want. You just can't say I've proven something.
You just can't use it to support any scientific argument.
Think of it. Exactly. Well, that's not even science. It's a geometric.
So observations can't be used to back up facts?
Nobody said that.
What facts? Now you're just inserting shit that you don't have.
No.
Observation is the fact.
Yeah.
It isn't an observation to back up facts. The observation is the fact. So different shadow lengths on sticks that are distances apart. That is the facts.
Everyone in live stream voice chat, I'm just not reading what you guys are saying. Like,
all right. Can you address what Indio said? So you measure the shadow lengths. Those are the facts. What now?
I can use that observation to reach a conclusion.
What conclusion?
Build it.
That the Earth is round.
Okay.
How?
So how did you get to that logically?
Because if I would have what do you mean if? What do you have with a problem with that word? Like,
no, I didn't. Nobody stopped you.
Oh, I thought I heard you go, oh, when I said if.
Use that word, but go ahead. Because if you have to use if, that means whatever comes next after that is an assumption.
No,
that's how we use the word if.
Okay.
Because it's a possibility, it isn't known, right? So that part after the if, that's not a fact.
I think a problem that I see a lot in the flat Earth community.
No, just start with the two. You have the two angles. You have the two angle measurements, or the two shadow length measurements from two different areas on the Earth. You said, then we prove it's a globe. Well, make the next logical step, because you have an observation, you have some facts, you have two different shadow lengths. Now, what is the next step?
I gather more observations.
Okay, say you have 1,000 measurements.
No.
Now, what's the next
not like
step?
the same thing. Like different pieces of evidence.
The same exact thing.
So I can only use one data point in my experiment?
Right now, since we're talking about one method, how are you going to jump to another method? That makes no sense.
Because if we can all agree that these multiple observations are true.
How come I didn't have to do that?
I didn't ask you to prove anything.
Yeah, but I was the one that started this exercise. So again, how come I didn't have to do that? How come I didn't have to breakdance like you're doing now?
You can't even see what you're doing, can you?
Because I didn't say anything illogical. I didn't say anything untrue, and I even said that one of the self-evident, one of the things that I was using disqualifies the globe. I said all of these things, none of it is untrue. Now you can challenge the third thing I just said, and I would, continue that conversation, and I guarantee you I won't sound like what you sound like.
Yeah. So
all you've done is said that shadows are at different lengths. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, glad we cleared that up.
Shadows are at different lengths.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you're observing.
But yeah, you said I couldn't use any other observations. I just have to stay here with this one thing.
No, but your conclusion comes from this observation. How do you get
not
that
just
conclusion?
this observation?
Wait. But that's what Indio said. If there's a premise in here, okay, fine. How do you tie it to the Earth being a globe?
What was your example again? I remember water being level. What was your second one?
Well, that wasn't a logical syllogism. So that you had to follow closely to the conversation, because Indio and I were kind of on two different points, but it was closely related. Maybe it was a red herring.
I remember
whatever.
Men have wings, and things with wings can fly. Then men can fly. I remember that one.
Changing the subject.
That was.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm literally going back to the original thing we're talking.
No, that was the logical fallacy, which I pointed out. So. What was that? It doesn't even matter, because that was actually a logical fallacy.
Okay, so what was your example of a logical?
He didn't make
syllogism.
He didn't make the syllogism. I did. Okay. It was all men are mortal. Aristotle's a man, therefore Aristotle's immortal. Get it? Or all mortals die. Aristotle's immortal, therefore Aristotle will die. Okay? How about that?
That's not the same rules I'm bound to. Because we know Aristotle. No, we know Aristotle did die.
It's got nothing to do with Aristotle.
No, but why not? Why not? Why?
That all mortals die, dude. Aristotle's immoral, therefore Aristotle died. Is something wrong with that?
No, because the first one you said.
The first one I said was phrased, all men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Or no, therefore Aristotle is immortal, right? It doesn't matter. It follows from books. The conclusion follows from the two premises, and they're logically connected. Right? So Aristotle has a property of the first premise. Right? So I can lay it out like this. If A equals B, and B equals C, A also equals C. Got it?
All right. So I need to make one of those. And I can't make one about anything. I need to do it about how the Earth is round.
Do what you want, man. But we're just telling you, man, the facts of the matter. The facts of the matter is you can't actually construct one because the globe has to be assumed.
You didn't construct one with the globe being flat.
I can. I can, no problem.
Need a good example.
Well, we have a logical axiom, right?
So can I get that syllogism that proves the Earth is flat?
The Earth looks flat, right? I see things. I can trust my own eyes, therefore the Earth is flat. Real simple.
So, how can
now before that's
actually I don't even have.
Wait.
I don't need a logical syllogism because, like I said, it's an axiom that the Earth looks flat.
So why do I need a logical syllogism either?
Because
if you don't,
you don't have an axiom. You don't have an axiom. That's the problem. When I
did not go into an axiom.
When I said, yes, I gave you. I gave you an axiom.
What was
I did? Water at rested level. That's something that you can just observe. Like, holy shit, there's this lake, it's frozen.
The ship's going over the horizon.
Not over, because
okay, ships disappearing bottom up, like the thing we agreed on.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We agreed with that. But how do you logically connect it to it being a globe? That's the question. But let's not go in circular paths here. The point is, when we say, well, when we say the Earth looks flat, here's the thing about that is a problem for you that's not really a problem. No one disagrees. No one.
Yeah. If I may interject, it's something just...
Hold on, Helio. You know why no one disagrees? When I say no one, I mean even globe believers. Because they think that effectively, as far as we can see, it's flat locally.
Except everything if you go high enough.
No, listen.
What do you think locally means?
Listen. It doesn't matter how high you go. Mathematically, even at the height of the ISS, you can't see any curvature because you can only see 3% of the horizon. So, well, 3% of the Earth. So that horizon would look flat. That's paraphrased by Paul Larson, planetarium director. So, doesn't matter how high you go, the Earth appears flat, and everybody knows that. So that's not even in contention. So that statement right there is just true on its face.
Hold on.
Do you deny it? Do you deny it? I'm sorry. Do you deny it?
Yes, because if we go to a certain elevation, we can see curvature.
Not if we go to a certain elevation.
If we are at sea level, yes, it appears to be flat.
So then
at
great.
Sea level.
So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking? So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking like a globe?
I don't got the numbers on me right now.
Okay, so Google it.
Right.
And then when you find the numbers, give us a real world example.
Like the mountain you guys can go to?
You think you can see curve from a mountain?
Okay, the point.
Listen,
Sorry,
I want to hold on. In fact, come on, let me do this really quick. There's the term "we," meaning like I think he means by the general consensus, and I meaning I've done this. He's like, we've been there, and if we did this, if we did that, we might find this certain type of thing. So there's a definite difference between we and I.
Yeah. Okay, Helio, for real.
Yeah, for real.
Okay. Thanks.
No, it sounds funny, but no, it's
we're talking about logical syllogisms, Helio. Like we're like be a part of the conversation.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Dude, I was listening. God damn it!
All right, so it's like, who cares about the we and who cares?
Well, obviously I do. So go ahead.
they actually have a model, you know. So it's like
I don't know. I haven't heard an argument or scientific research or anything.
and their model is actually something that we can use.
What do we use it for?
Oh, all kinds of things, man. I don't even know where to begin. There's just so much application. Like, I'll give you an example.
Can you go?
Yeah?
Okay, go on.
In video games, certain worlds are they go by the Earth model.
You talking about video games, or are we talking about reality here? I'm confused.
Yeah, but the video game is using the same physics. You know what I mean?
Video games aren't real, man. It's just on a screen.
No,
It's
but
just some
you're
numbers
not
and shit
quite listening. They're
entered
using
into
the
a
same.
computer.
They're using the same physics, is what I'm saying.
No. They're using computer programs. They're not using physics. It's not real. It's not real. It's not physical things that you're actually interacting with in reality. It's just on the screen, dude. What are you talking about? They use the same physics. Do you think what's on the screen is actually really
understand
happening?
that, but do you understand that there is no such thing as a perfect circle?
Oh, there isn't. That's amazing.
I thought CD.
Yeah. So
could you do me a favor? Could you go this globe model that you're talking about, right? Could you go ahead and post that in the chat, in the side chat, so everybody?
I
can
don't have I don't have image permissions.
Oh.
Because if I had image
So it's
permissions,
a
I would be posting pornography right now. But I don't actually have image permissions.
Oh, that's disgusting. But so it's a picture, is it? It's a picture that you want to post. This model is a picture, is it?
Okay. I mean, isn't that what you're asking, or are you asking for like a diagram of the model?
No, you said it's a model. There's a model. There's a globe model, right?
Okay.
All right. Is it just a picture? Is it? Does it involve more than that? What is it? What is this model?
Well, it's it's a combination of things. You know, gravity. The solar system, the orbiting around the sun, the shape of the Earth.
Also, climate.
Huh?
Climate. Like
climate, yeah.
On the Earth is different because different places is closer to the equator, which means that this is going to be hot.
Yeah, that's kind of true because a flat model doesn't explain equators.
I think you killed it, man. You killed it. Yeah. All right.
Is this your
so
Earth model? But the thing is, you don't want to be convinced. That's the problem, my friend. You don't want to be convinced.
What model?
No, hold on. Can we agree that you don't want to be convinced?
No, this isn't about what I want, right?
No, because let's be honest.
It's about what you said you were going to do. You said you were going to debunk the flat Earth.
But I have. But the thing is, like,
okay, how have you done that?
Gravity.
Gravity. All right. So
okay.
Just saying one word debunks flat Earth. Right?
Do you accept acceleration?
You mean
do you
9.
mean do I accept acceleration?
Do you accept the downward
do I
acceleration?
accept?
You mean 9.8?
Is
Yeah, do
is
you
there
accept
downward
9.8?
acceleration? It's an agreed upon average of solids and liquids falling.
Okay, but do you accept it? Is what I'm asking.
It's an agreed upon average. Actually, it was voted upon. They voted on that.
No, I'm asking, is 9.8, do you accept it?
I accept that things accelerate roughly, probably.
No, I'm asking you, do you accept the number, 9.8?
It's very specific. It's specific. It doesn't apply to everything in all situations.
I'm asking you, do you accept it or not?
In certain situations, I'll grant you that.
Okay,
On
you're not being honest. Is anyone here honest?
He is dishonest.
Oh my god.
It's a yes or no question,
Oh my
man.
God.
I know you guys can't answer questions.
It's not a yes or no question. It is not a yes or no question
You're
because
sounding like
it's
a Muslim, bro. You're sounding
conditional.
like a Muslim
It
right now,
only
bro.
happens in certain conditions, not in all situations, not in all
You're
environments.
sounding like a
Does
Muslim.
that occur?
Just answer the question directly.
No, I can't when it's not applicable to all situations. It's a specific thing that happens.
So 9.8 is not
certain
applicable in all situations.
No, it's not.
Give me one situation where it's not applicable.
A pumice stone sitting on the surface of liquid.
He doesn't know.
This guy has to be joking, yeah? Am I the only one?
No, I'm not. Is a pumice stone, tell me, sir, is a pumice stone sitting on the surface of liquid, right? Accelerating downward at 9.8 meters per second squared. Is it? Is it? It's accelerating down through the water at 9.8 meters per second
You
squared.
are a donkey. Don't worry, you're a donkey. I'm going to destroy you. Listen.
Is a pumice stone accelerating downwards through the water,
I will grant you.
9.81 meters per second squared? Is it?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Is it?
I will
It's
grant
not, is
you
it?
that it works.
It's not, is it?
I don't want to debate this. I don't want to go into this. This is meaningless.
All right.
The
Exactly.
fact that you accept.
You just shut him down. You don't want to talk about it.
No, he didn't. He's just really ignorant. I don't
Yeah,
have
he
time
did
for
because hold on though, just real quick, not to like white knight because he doesn't need it because he's the man. But
All
the
right,
fact,
fuck your boyfriend.
the fact, hold on, ad nauseum, just hold on, just let me talk real quick. The fact that you said this is what is, and then he goes, no, it's not, because then he gave you a situation where it's not, and then
I can debunk him.
Hold on, just be a gentleman. Listen, just be a gentleman and say, okay, you got me there. Let me rephrase it. Let me look at it at a different angle.
I'm being
All right,
serious.
yes. All right.
I don't want to go into it because I don't want to go into a whole different conversation. I just want him to just agree that 9.8 is acceptable. He said yes, that's fine. In some situations, I don't really care. Some situations, I don't really care. He accepts it. The problem is, if you accept 9.8, then you accept Cavendish experiment. And if you accept Cavendish experiment,
not true at all.
you accept the globe Earth. You've been
That's
debunked.
completely
I've
false.
debunked you. I've destroyed you.
That's completely false. So let me ask something. Do the balls in the Cavendish experiment move towards each other at 9.8 per seconds per second?
Did you hear what I just said?
Did you hear what I just said? You just said that if you agree to 9.8 seconds per second falling down, then the Cavendish experiment, you're saying you would have to believe in that if you believe in 9.8. Now, the question for you throwing it back is the Cavendish experiment, which is not an experiment, but does it display or show or give you a measured value of them moving at 9.8 seconds per second? Yes or no? Answer that.
Yes.
You are a donkey, my friend. Congratulations. You've won the donkey award.
So you can't, right? You can't. I love how logically you're not understanding what he said.
Congratulations, you've won the donkey award for the month, man.
The more you say it doesn't make it true, by the way. There's just because you say
because you're showing how ignorant you are.
You just showed how ignorant you are. You said
you a question ad nauseum. He asked you a question. It was a yes or no question, not calling him a numpty or calling him stupid or calling him ignorant. He asked you a question, yes or no. Can you show? If you say yes, then the burden will be on you to show. If you say no, then you should allow him to continue.
No, you don't quite understand.
Okay, so yes or no? He asked you a question. Do he have to ask you again?
Okay, I think maybe I have to ask him again. Okay, let me ask it one more time. I'll say it a little slower this time. If you're saying that you agree to 9.8 per second, then that correlates to we have to then agree to Cavendish. My question to you, I'll say it slower. Do you observe or measure any movement in the Cavendish experiment which would correlate to a 9.8 second per second attraction? Yes or no?
If you accept 9.8, you accept Cavendish, and there's no way.
Yeah, see, buddy.
Yes or no?
You got wrecked, bro. You don't even know it. You got wrecked. You don't even know it.
I think you don't know what you're talking about, honestly.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, do you want me to explain?
Okay, if I want you to explain how.
All right, I'll be generous. I'll be generous and I'll explain.
So, guys, I want you to explain how it debunks. One sec.
No, that's it.
No, his whole purpose of coming in here was to debunk flat Earth. I'd like him to explain how what he thinks.
Listen to me. I'm going to destroy you, buddy.
Does it debunk flat Earth? How does it debunk flat Earth?
You're 0 for 2 so far, by the way. But go ahead.
I think he really just don't understand what he was just asked.
I don't think so either. To be honest, he doesn't have the brain capacity to realize.
I said gravity destroys flat Earth. Can we agree?
No, we can't.
Here we go.
This is what the problem.
How does it? How does gravity destroy flat Earth?
So you believe in gravity?
No, they don't.
How does it destroy flat Earth?
No, but I'm asking you, do you believe in gravity?
No,
why is it a question? You making the claim.
To a question.
No,
don't need a response to a question.
Gravity.
You made a statement, a clear statement. Gravity debunks flat Earth.
Okay,
how
do you believe in gravity?
Don't need to ask me a question. Support your statement.
Yeah, I would love to, but there's no point in having this conversation if you don't believe.
Do you have the burden because you the one made the statement? He wants you to support it.
Listen,
it seems like you got a problem with supporting your ad nauseum. It seems like you have a problem with supporting your points that you are making. By the way, then when somebody asks you about the specifics of your point that you are making, if it goes off of the script, it seems like if it goes off of the script or whatever you're repeating. Right. If it goes off there where you have to get in depth of what you're talking about, you want to ask us questions to explain your point? No, we don't have to explain your worldview.
Good point.
This is your point.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand because there's
we don't understand. You don't understand, bro.
No, there's some flat earthers who believe in gravity, and then there's.
Well, you don't know if you're talking to those flat earthers. The flat earthers that you're talking to right now is basically trying to get you to articulate the point that you're making.
Right, you came in with the claim.
So basically, what I'm saying is gravity, right, doesn't function on a flat Earth. Okay, it just doesn't work.
Explain.
So that's why a lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
No. You have to further explain that. If you were to say that it doesn't work on a flat Earth, okay, well, you had to explain how is it debunking the flat Earth to be true.
Okay, I'll explain. I'll explain just to you, Reg. So flat earthers do not accept the Cavendish experiment.
It's not an experiment. Right? That's why.
And the problem is the way in which we come up with the number 9.8 is with the Cavendish experiment. And
explain how.
If they accept 9.8.
Explain how.
And then they also reject the Cavendish experiment.
Explain. It's not an experiment. And explain how it makes
9.8 is debunked.
Explain how it makes 9.8. Please, I'm waiting for this. I'm on the edge of my seat.
If I explain it to you, will you leave flat Earth?
Please explain it. Go ahead.
But if I explain it to you, will you leave flat Earth?
Please do it.
You have to explain it to us first, and then you will have to explain how is it debunking flat Earth. Period.
Right.
Okay. No, because you don't accept Cavendish, yeah?
You have to explain why should we. Okay, if we don't accept it, you have to explain why you have to explain why should we accept it.
No, but you don't understand, right? You accept 9.8, but you don't accept Cavendish.
Explain how Cavendish does
That is
9.8, please.
inconsistent, my friend. That's a logical inconsistency.
Okay. Let's do the math. Let's do the math. Okay. We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
How about you let me explain it?
We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Yeah. There you go. Go ahead.
Explain it. No, hold on. How about you let me explain it? Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We tried that 10 times already.
Sit down. I'm gonna cook you, bro. Don't worry. I'm gonna sit down. So the math is pretty simple, yeah.
I'm waiting.
So the connection to the gravitational acceleration.
Okay.
With the connection to the Cavendish experiment is with the gravitational constant, and the gravitational constant is found within the formula that we use to derive little g. Okay. So to get 9.8, we use the gravitational constant, which was first measured by Cavendish.
Measurement will be a direct observation.
Let me finish. Just let me finish.
Okay. Ad nauseum. Okay.
Now 9.8. You accept Cavendish, and you cannot run away from that.
All right.
Well, we don't accept anything. But right now, this is your claim that we made. This is your claim that you're making. You said measurement, so now we have to go to your direct measurements because that would be direct observation.
Right. Here's. Let me share something with you, ad nauseum. This is what you so far. Maybe you could, rebound, but so far you failed because you set a number, and you set an observation, and you set a measurement. Now, did Cavendish witness anything that moved at 9.8 per second per second?
No, he actually witnessed something.
That's the original question he asked you too, Ignazium. That's the original question.
I'm trying to take it back. I'm trying to, trying to let him realize,
Can I just say to this other guy here?
Yeah, you already said no ad nauseum. Just deep breath, bro.
He's not going to answer the question again. Maybe after we let him explain.
I'm going to answer.
That's crazy, bro.
Ignazium, everything that you just explained. What's your name?
Apocryphon.
Apocrypha have already explained it in fullness. Matter of fact, he even put it in linear terms so everybody in the room could understand where it is going. And then he asked you the exact same, and then it went right to the exact same question. That's why everybody in the room was already caught up. Because Epoxy already gave that very same explanation. You want to keep arguing about the explanation instead of talking about the dynamics of the explanation, which would be the direct observation that you would have to witness, which would be like a natural effect that you would have to witness in order for you to prove those mathematics to be true. Exactly. So that formula cannot be true without that direct observation. That's why he asks you for that witness of this direct observation, which will be something that you are witnessing in nature to be true. Okay, so it's yes or no. We're going back to the original question.
I'll explain why that's irrelevant because you have to.
Okay, so you're going to explain why the direct observation is not relevant to observational proof.
You can't make this up.
I'll explain why it's irrelevant. Hold on, I'll explain why it's relevant because this is not about evidence. This is about logic. Yeah.
What? No, it's not. This is not a logical. This is not a logical question.
Hold on. Just
wait a minute. The so-called shape of the Earth is not a logical question to be answered.
This is not about
what is in nature?
Logic,
Wait a minute, ad nauseum. What you witness in nature is not a logical observation. Observational studies is not logical. It's just what is. Okay, listen to this, Anazia. Listen to this real fast. I'm going to do it real slow for you. What you are witnessing in nature, the argument that you in right now, is whether or not the terrestrial ground of the Earth is flat or curved. Again, Ignazium. Let me explain it to you again, Ignazium. Let me explain it to you again, Ignazium. Again, listen.
You're not listening to me, bro. What are you
It's my turn to talk. Listen.
I already heard you.
Okay, listen one more time. Let me just say it because this is where you get it mixed up. The argument that you are making, the statement that you are making right now is that you can debunk the flat earth to be true. Flat earth as in an observation, as in this is what's true in nature. It's not what could be true. It's not a logical reasoning. There is no reasoning about any natural law or any natural phenomenon being true in nature. It is an objective. Wait a minute. It is an objective truth. What is the nature of the earth, the ground that you are standing on? Is it a spheroid spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, flying around in space, right? Which would be a witness to a curve. That would be the natural study of that, or a natural observation. Or is it flat, right? An infinite terrestrial plane, right? One or two must be true in the way that you prove that, since it is objective truth, since it is something that you could witness in nature, you will have to prove that with natural observation, not just mathematical studies. You use mathematics. Those are concepts that describe nature, what you observe in nature. So again, Apocalypse he already explained everything that you're talking about with your maths. Now we're getting to the point of measurement and natural observation, which are the things in reality that mathematics is describing to. Formula describe what you observe in nature. So when he say, well, have Cavendish or any of these scientists that you are calling scientists, as you saying this is experiments, have Cavendish witness any of these things happening, far as witnessing a natural phenomenon or witnesses this through a natural observation. Have he witnessed this natural effect? You're saying, no, I don't have to explain that. That's irrelevant. It is the only thing relevant in this whole argument. It's the most relevant thing that can be asked whenever you're trying to describe what is the concrete noun of earth. Period.
Okay. So I'm going to unmute ad nauseum to respond, right? He's not going to ask any questions. He's going to present and support his statement. He has debunked flat Earth.
Okay, and do you want me to explain why that's irrelevant? All right. It's irrelevant because you have to first accept the logic before we go into observation. The logic is simple. If you accept 9.8 in whatever situation, if you accept 9.8, then you have to accept Cavendish experiment as valid. And if you reject the Cavendish experiment as valid, you reject a 9.8 in whatever situation. Do you understand the logic before we proceed on the natural observation?
There is no logic in objective nature. There is no logic in natural observation. A natural observation is just what you are witnessing. There's no logic behind that.
Let me say this.
Wait a minute.
Right.
What you are doing ad nauseum is you're trying to set up a false dichotomy. You're supposed to be debunking whether or not in reality that the flat earth is true. That is a natural observation. If the flat earth is untrue, there is no logical reasoning behind it. It's just, this is objectively true in nature. It is a lot of things in nature that is not basically based in just logical reasoning. It's just basically, this is the natural law of how the world works. We use science to figure out what is the cause or the effect of the natural effects of the world. We use mathematics in order to describe the things that we observe in the world. Those are the only logical reasoning that we use. But far as natural observations, which is all that logic is supposed to be based upon, that holds over the logic that you could come up with. Just because you come up with an assumption and you think it makes sense, that don't mean that it's objectively true. What is objectively true is what you can basically prove or observe in nature in itself. Nature is objectively true, not what you think nature is.
Let me explain something to you real quick ad nauseum, if you don't mind. This is my logic, okay, that I would say, and maybe it's not even logic, maybe it's just common sense. The point of you saying if you reject 9.8, you reject Cavendish. That would make sense to me if Cavendish observably was moving at 9.8 per second, because then I would agree with you. You are absolutely right, ad nauseum. If somebody knew that the Cavendish experiment produced a 9.8 per second, a vector or whatever you want, however you want to say it, because now it's going sideways. I thought we're trying to measure things dropping down, but that's a whole nother story. But the point here is that if that was a 9.8, and then you said, well, if you're going to deny the 9.8 of gravity, then you're denying then I would agree with you, right? That makes sense ad nauseum. But the fact that it doesn't produce a 9.8 per second in the Cavendish, and you want us to correlate that to the 9.8, average or, agreed upon in what gravity represents or what it does, well, then you don't understand what you're saying, and you're trying to falsely put these two things together that are two different, separate, measurably, observed movements or speeds. Do you understand that? I'm like talking to a 5-year-old right now. Do you understand that?
And all of that, again, one more thing, and all of that is channeled off of the natural observation, beginning from that start. So right. You basically establish this, what you have observed, this to be true. Then you come up with your numbers of 9.8 and try to come up with an explanation or test that assumption. The assumption comes after the natural observation, what is objectively true. So you can't just come up with, this is the logic and this is what math says. You cannot come up with that and try to ignore the very question that he's asking, well, have this been observed? Because that's the only question that he asked you at nauseam.
What I want is simple. I just want him to demonstrate how anything he's said so far debunks flat Earth, which was his original claim.
There is nothing I can bunk the flat Earth because the Earth is measured flat. It is not about beliefs or theories or whatsoever. It's just measured.
This is not a theory. This is a natural observation, as you put it. Now, listen. I don't even need to bring up Cavendish. Okay. The way in which we get the way. Listen to me. Listen to me. The way.
So you're scrapping the Cavendish thing.
No. I'm gonna destroy you in 2 seconds. No, because you want me to destroy you in 2 seconds.
Where have you observed?
Finish.
Come on, guys. Let him get a bit more out.
If you want me to destroy you in 2 seconds, I will do it right now.
A little bit.
Okay. I will do it right now and destroy you in 2 seconds. Are you ready? Are you prepared?
Right.
So you guys, listen. These guys say that they accept 9.8. Guess what? Guess how we derive 9.8? Using the Earth's radius. Got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Get him out of here. Get these guys out of here right now.
You think? Oh my God!
Oh, bro. We got him, bro. We got him.
Is that what you think it is, bro?
This is the dumbest shit.
You don't know what the radius can be. A radius around. Not something that is round. There's not spherical. It can be round, but it's round. Round is. You have to show out what spherical measurement is. Oh,
you don't understand. You don't understand. These people said that they accept 9.8.
You don't understand. The radius is just like a pie. You can use a pie for a circle. 3.14. You can use to make a circle.
One sec, Johnny. Yes. One sec, Johnny. Ad nauseum. Please run us through the process by which we can derive 9.8 meters per second squared by a radius value.
Yeah, I say that. That is just a pie.
All right. Okay.
A circle, it's not spherical. It's just a circle. That's just that we are talking about.
Please let him. Please let him. He's going to address my question, Johnny. He's going to address my question, which is for him to be able to demonstrate and run us through the process of deriving 9.8 meters per second squared from a radius value of 3,959 miles. And I'm being gracious and granting him his radius at the moment. I could simply ask him to validate the radius, but I want him to explain the process involved in deriving 9.8 meters per second squared from a radius value. Go.
Yeah, you're being very generous right now.
Yeah, everybody's waiting.
Ad nauseum? Go. The floor is yours.
Okay, fantastic. So, since you wanted me to easily debunk you, I brought up radius. Okay, radius is a crucial component in deriving 9.8, as well as Cavendish.
Yes, he asked you to explain how.
It's a combination. Let me finish.
Explain how.
Let me finish.
He always run to other points. He was scrapping the Cavendish experiment. Now he went to the radio value. Now we asking him about that. Now he wanted red herring into another point. No, we asked you to explain how. We being very generous by giving you the radius value right now. We asked you to explain how.
Bro, I'm literally getting there. I keep getting interrupted.
Why you're talking about Cavendish?
So for those of you who are not familiar, 9.8 is derived by a combination of things. You have Cavendish, you have radius, and you have the mass of the Earth. All right,
Okay, so
these three combined produce 9.8, and that's how we get the number 9.8.
Okay, so how is it derived from the
making
radius
some bare
value?
assertions, right? I hear you making bare assertions and not explaining how you derive the 9.8 meters per second squared.
Exactly.
Okay?
You're not describing anything.
You're just telling us that it is derived from these things, and you're not explaining how it's derived. That's what we're asking for.
Well, I think that's
Stop
like what's that
repeating
called?
yourself. Stop living up to your name, right? And step outside of your comfort zone and explain how. Support your claim.
No.
Yeah, I was going to do that.
Yeah, we are waiting.
Okay, so how does radius play a part? So there's a number of factors. So the first one is obviously to do with the distance, right? So when two objects are closer together, which means that they have like a smaller radius, the gravitational force between them is stronger. And so when two objects are further apart,
there is no gravity. There's a force. You cannot
you have
use
a
the
larger
more
radius.
Force because it isn't a force.
The gravitational force between them is weaker.
It isn't a force. You cannot say
and
force.
So the gravitational force allows an inverse square law, which means that the.
Oh.
Sorry to cut you off ad nauseum, but Johnny B takes exception to something you've said mid-sentence, all right? And I think it might be an important point that he wants to address. So you want to go ahead and make your point, Johnny?
First of all, he is thinking about what he can say, and then he starts saying something like a gravitational force and gravitational force. What is that? Then you have to explain that is. No, that's known in all of us. We know there is no gravitational force. The so-called gravity that people think it is. It isn't a force. There is no cause. You need a cause and effect, and you have to be show up method, as we call it, scientific method, to prove that. That has not been proven. Therefore, he is just talking gibberish, and I have to stop him. Just he is using it. That has been proved times on time.
Yeah, Johnny, we trying to let him answer T Dub's question. He's just been ignoring all the questions that's been asked to him when he's the one that's making the claim here.
Yeah, but then they have to start talking something that has some knowledge and reality to it, not make things up. Or you cannot call gravity's force because it has been accepted it isn't a force of all educated people.
It seems that there's an objection ad nauseum and an objection to your statement that there's a gravitational force.
All right, so that's not really an objection. That's just incredulity on his part. This is why it's so difficult to debate ignorant people, because it's like, just, read up, bro. Gravity is a force.
It seems like the only one that's being ignorant right now is you. You the one that's calling names. We just asking you questions about
I'm
your
just
claim.
being honest. I'm just saying read a book.
But that's not being honest. That's just being ignorant. You can't assume someone is being ignorant because they asking you a question about a claim that you made.
Okay, if you think gravity isn't a force,
like if I'm making a claim, I'm not going to expect the person that I'm making the claim to know everything about the claim that I'm making. I'm not going to ask them. I'm not going to ask them to explain the claim that I'm making. I'm going to explain and I'm going to provide the evidence, right? Because I'm the one that holds the burden of the claim that I'm making. So it is up to me to provide the evidence, or it's up to me to explain with validation the claim that I'm making. If I cannot validate the claim that I'm making, then I'm the one that's being ignorant. I can't sit up here and say, oh, well, you don't understand what I'm saying, therefore you ignorant. No, you're just not validating what you're actually saying, and you're the one that's being ignorant of your own claim.
Okay. So everyone here thinks that gravity. Everyone here thinks that gravity is not a force.
No, I do.
Okay, we to somewhere else.
The thing is, he's committing a host of fallacies. Like just now, when instead of answering the guy, it was actually an ad hom. Because how are you going to tell someone's question or comment is unjustified?
Because it's nonsense.
It's like no. First of all, the person making the objection has to justify why that's the case in the first place, and then you're supposed to listen. That's what's supposed to happen.
I think he already did that.
What's really interesting is that, I know T-Dub's a very patient man, but you still haven't answered his question, and that was like an hour.
I keep getting interrupted.
All right, maybe you can do it now. Everybody.
To be fair, I did interrupt him because there was an objection to his statement of gravitational force, and I thought it might have been, pertinent to address that. So I can happily address that. So his description of how gravity is derived from a radius value, how 9.8 meters per second squared is derived from a radius value, and how the radius value is relevant, was interrupted by me. That's fair. So if he'd like to continue and we want to skip past his assertion that there's a gravitational force, then we can continue and allow him to finish.
It's a gravitational force, and I'll explain why it's a gravitational force. So you have something called the classical physics. In classical physics, which is something that we use in everyday life, we consider it as a force. If you're talking about general relativity, then obviously it's not considered a force. But general relativity doesn't impact what we are observing when it comes to 9.8. Okay, do you understand that? Do you understand that?
So you're trying to say that general relativity is what's making things fall down, but which is Einsteinian, but Newtonian, it's different. It's not general relativity, and you're saying they both are working right now. Is that what I'm just trying to understand you? Are you saying that
Einstein has a more nuanced perspective?
So you do believe that things are are pulling and attracting towards another. You do believe that then?
I believe in Einstein's theory, yes.
Okay, well, that's general. No, Einstein doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe that. He didn't believe, should I say, that things are pulling, that mass and is attracting mass. This is why he came up with the general theory of relativity, because there's other scientists that were disproving the mass attracting mass, so he had to change it up. He literally, as it's recorded,
you're
it
talking to
says he
somebody
changed
who already knows
physics
this.
on its head. What was that?
Okay, listen. I know I'm in a room full of ignorant people, but look, I don't think you're doing a disservice. You're doing a disservice.
Wait, hold on, wait.
I feel like that's all he have is insults and
Yeah, it's interesting. How about you address what I said?
He also applied to majority, so.
How about you address what I said? Do you not agree?
I would love to if you just shut your trap.
We're okay. See, now you're just being ignorant. But go ahead.
No,
I'll let ignorant be ignorant. Go ahead.
Yeah, he just said that really well.
Yeah, you just Go ahead, man.
All right. If I get interrupted one more time, I'm out of here, bro. Because,
that's probably a good thing. So let me just interrupt you now. Bye. Later. Oh, you lied to us, you dog. Go ahead. Explain.
Yeah. He lost, he is a loser. He was not able to counter his statement.
If the world is flat, then why are boobs?
I've literally debunked them, and they're still yapping, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you haven't debunked anything. Every time someone asks,
listen to me. I'm gonna destroy you. Don't worry.
Every time someone came with an objection to your rebuttal, you ran herring away from the point that you was making. Remember, you scrapped the Cavendish experiment earlier when the guy asked you a question about it.
No, I didn't.
Then you scrapped the gravitational.
It's too complicated for you, so I had to simplify it. Do you understand?
It's too complicated. Well, that ain't why you scrapped it. It was just a question that was asked to you. I guess it was too complicated.
I understand. It's too complicated.
It was too complicated for you to answer your own question. It was too complicated for you to answer a question. It was too complicated.
You don't quite listen to me. 9.8 is derived by three things.
Okay,
the mass of the Earth, the radius of the Earth, and the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, show.
Do you understand?
And the question back to you is show. The question back to you is show. Show and prove.
I would love to.
Great, show.
First of all, we have to all acknowledge gravity is a force. Otherwise, we cannot move on.
Hold on. So it's not like everything you just said is wrong, right?
Can I say something?
Okay, come Jeff.
Gravity is explained and observed. The globe side doesn't have to prove anything. The flat Earth side needs to explain the downward acceleration and how it works in your model. And that is it. We don't need
No, it's not. You
something
have to establish that to be true.
So wait, if the Earth is flat, what
we
shape
know
is it?
how to use it all the time. You don't.
We don't know how to use something going down. I believe that the flat Earth is the only ones that have up and down.
But there is no model. You have
Do you believe in latitudes and longitudes, or are those just like round Earth things?
Bro, that's crazy.
Misinformation. These guys, right? They say they accept 9.8. They say they accept 9.8, but then they reject the radius of the Earth and they reject Cavendish.
That's because it's not involved.
Yes, because you haven't shown.
Ed, I know. I'm just fast forward. The talk as always.
Please, just for a second.
Oh, so maybe his buddies here the white knight.
Dude.
Oh, maybe his buddies is here the white knight for him, and now he want to cause audio chaos. His buddies here the white knight for him. So maybe he's going to answer the questions now.
Take the podium, fam.
Can you hear me?
Hey.
Oh, so maybe his friend's going to answer the questions for him.
Hello? Can I be heard? Am I being heard right now?
Yeah, T-Dub, we can hear you. Go ahead, T-Dub. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to address misinformation's statement, all right? Because to justify that statement, he must elaborate on how it's relevant to the nature of the surface of the Earth, because that's the topic here. Is it planar? Is it curving? Is it spherical? Right?
Yes. Let me help you. Let me help you.
Right, go.
Any science, literally any science, takes into account the shape of the Earth when designing things. Okay? When I want to build a rocket, when I want to build even a plate, everything takes into account gravity. Okay? And yes, and the flat Earth side cannot present any product or any technology that is using their claims. So I would say, show me something that works because of flat Earth.
Can I hit little G for like 20 seconds?
Reverse of the burden of proof. No, we're trying to get him to basically address any of the claims that he's basically making, validate what you are saying. Everything have been, well, we do this in engineering, so therefore the flat Earth has the burden to explain how does it work on their model. No, you have to basically explain how did it validate it on your model first.
Yeah, but
you're just saying, therefore,
right, but can I say something? Can I say something?
Hold on. Let me say something first. What's funny is I was actually going to direct you to Shane's website, and then look, Shane's here. That's freaking funny. Go ahead.
Yo, little G isn't exclusive to either model. It's just a function of height and time, bro. It's a kinematic equivalence with what's on flat Earth, right? So if you knew what it was, right, bro, are you listening? Or you're just going to talk over me?
Yeah, he's just going to talk over you, Shane. Now someone else is here to basically ask some questions about the plane.
Shane,
can somebody please mute it? Yeah, Shane, go ahead, Shane.
Oh, thank you. So it's not exclusive either way, right? It starts the basic equation, h, right? V 1/2 at squared plus vt. It's just height, time, acceleration, and velocity, right? Simplified, a, which are you calling g, just 2 times height over t squared. So to put it in simple terms, if you drop a ball, like a goofy space ball or whatever, from 10 meters and it takes like 1.43 seconds to fall, then you just solve for a. 2 times 10 of 1.43 squared equals to what? 20 over 2.049, and then a equals 9.78. So that's not exclusive to anything. Certainly doesn't involve big G, which we can certainly derive as a torsion inference from mass attracting mass in 2 giant balls, but nothing exclusive there either. And then what else did you say little G was derived from? Well, anyway, all of that was wrong. It's a function of height and time. That's all I want.
And that's why I wanted to direct you to Shane.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, Shane, can you explain? Maybe you can explain his point of how is that derived directly from the radius value.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's got nothing to do with it. I couldn't understand what he was trying to get with that. Yeah. Right. It's those two things. Height.
Can I say now? Can I respond now to Shane?
Oh, no, you're gonna explain to Shane how it is derived directly from the radius value?
Yes. Ask Shane how he store a model and uses
so the burden is back to Shane.
Data to convince you he has something. Ask him why his source code is full of data that we measure in our reality and not the flat Earth reality.
Okay,
ask
great.
Him why he lies all the time.
Great. We'll ask him that. Great. We'll ask him that after you explain how is it derived directly from the radius value. So you claim. Shane said it's not. And he pretty much gave you an explanation of why it's not. So address Shane. First you have to address. Wait a minute. Hold on. First you have to address Shane's point, and you have to explain. Go back to D-Dub's question that he asked you, explaining how is that derived directly from the radius value, as you told us earlier. Still waiting for that.
Or relevant to the claimed geometry of the Earth. Because Shane's explained how it's irrelevant, right? And that it's not necessary to derive that value, okay? That's Shane's point, right? And I asked earlier, how is this relevant to the claimed geometry?
The floor is yours ad nauseum, if you heard it. Maybe he's going to pull a red rhetoric and rinse and repeat and go on credit.
Who was it directed to?
What's the point of me talking to a grifter?
We'll give you a couple seconds. Yeah, we give you a couple seconds to read on Reddit for a minute so you can respond to Shane. The floor is yours, though.
Why do I need to give the benefit of the doubt that the grifter is right in any way? He's a grifter. He's a scammer. He's a piece of shit. His name
Here's what happened. Here's what happened to ad nauseum. He got muted, but I don't think he's ready to talk because earlier he's saying he was in a room filled with idiots, but then he probably heard Shane talk and say, "Oh damn, someone that actually can speak in a way where it's more scientific." Because we speak in layman's terms, right? But Shane, he's on a whole nother level the way he talks. But ad nauseum, I would love to hear your response to what he said.
Well, I think you did pretty good. I mean, you explained pretty much the same thing that Shane explained to him. It's just pretty much now it's put back to him.
I appreciate that, but you understand when I said it, I said like I was talking to like a 5-year-old because I was him. but Shane says it like he's like, it's like you're in grade school, then you learn about something, then you go to like college. You're like, oh shit, these people are like they know what they're talking about. That's the difference. I can respect the Shane, which is it's funny. I was going to direct him.
So you got the same explanation, ad nauseum, from the guy that's not an idiot, that's not talking to you like an idiot, and a guy that was talking to you like a 5-year-old. So you got both versions of it. So it should be very clear to you what's basically being asked of you. We're asking you to validate your claim, ad nauseum, and address the point that's been put to you. Not call people
misinformation
idiots.
Right, so misinformation agent's response to Shane was slander. So he's on mute now. I don't know if we want to give him another chance, or are we going to? Do you guys want to talk to ad nauseum again? Who do we want to talk to?
Dude, it is weird. Whenever I give like non-emotional, logically cohesive answers, people do tend to erupt like that. I don't know what it is about me specifically, but whatever.
Yeah, it was personal attacks. So that's all he had in response to what you said. So we give ad nauseum a try.
If y'all want to give him another chance, what y'all want to do? I mean, we've been giving him chances. He had it from the layman's terms, and now, well, maybe it's Shane here. Shane going to talk to him with very cohesive and very educational. Since Shane's definitely not an idiot, so we could definitely have him talk to Shane. Yeah.
Okay, let's have ad nauseum and Shane. If ad nauseum's up for it, I'll unmute and see if he's willing to participate.
Yeah, that'd be cool because I'm the village idiot that talks real simple and logical, and he was like, "You're dumb." So here's Shane. Introduce.
Was that ad nauseum? Was that someone else?
Yeah, was it hello? Oh, finally unmuted. Oh my goodness! I was like, what's going on here? Dude, this guy is a fraud. Whoever the Shane guy is, he's a complete fraud.
Okay, yeah, mute him again.
All right, listen.
Ad nauseum. We saying without the insults. He didn't call you an idiot.
I know. I said he's a fraud. He's deceiving you. Listen.
But he didn't call you a fraud neither, ad nauseum.
Did you? No, but did you remember what I said earlier, right?
Okay, address his point.
I stated earlier that when two objects are close to each other, the gravitational force is strong. And so you won't actually detect the gravitational constant, right? So when they're close to each other, when you do it in short distances, you can get away with time and height. But when it comes to greater distances, all right, I'm not talking about a couple meters. I'm not talking about a couple meters. I'm saying
what is great?
Greater distance.
Let's let him finish. Let's let him finish.
5,000 feet in the air, then yes, you're going to time and height is not going to work anymore because you have to factor in all kinds of variables like air resistance and all kinds of things. Okay, this is why we have Newton's law of gravity. Okay, because the time and height retardation doesn't work in all scenarios. It's garbage. It's absolute doo-doo trash. That's the reality. So the fact that he brought this to the table shows that he is a juvenile. He's a juvenile moron.
Okay. Yeah, so when it comes into you calling things doo-doo trash, yeah. So we get your point. Newton's is relevant.
No.
Correct?
I got
give
it,
an
right?
example.
Take into account air resistance.
Give an example,
He doesn't take into account all of these other factors. If he believes that time and height is sufficient, then I'm sorry.
Well, give an example of when it isn't sufficient.
I told you when the objects are closer to the ground, right? Where there's less air resistance, where there's less interference, where the gravitational pull is significantly stronger.
You don't need to repeat yourself. You just need to give an example in reality, in the physical world, what you're talking about.
Well, real quick, if I could just address Big G, because he threw up Big G, right? Right, that's a constant that's actually inferred. It's got nothing to do with mass attracting mass. Matter of fact, when you use mass attracting mass in Newton's law of gravitation, when you make it equivalent to the centrifugal force, which when it has to be to use it in any real world situation, you're left with a derived form without mass, right? So dynamic cause of mass attracting mass goes out the window with an equation describing it without mass. It just reduces to the square of the orbital period is proportional to the cube of the second major axis, t squared, right? It goes r to the r cubed. But if we go back to how they get the gravitational constant, right, it's never actually measured. What they do is they infer it based on density. So they use the equation F equals, G m1 of m2 of r squared, but then they get to the point where they swap out, say, a torsion force, or at T equals FD, and then they use F equals MA and the backwards derivation. They swap in little g again to get little a, and then once you have the final form, you've inferred a pressure gradient based on the two torsion balls. So if you're looking down at an experiment with two lead balls, right, and you're looking at the torsion margin, it's an angle from which they twist at each other, tiny, minuscule in nature, but that's the measure of the torsion, which they later infer density, which they then get big G from. So not involved at all in what you said. Little g being a function of height and time is exactly what it is kinematically derived. That's how it's done in physics, like, physics grade 1 in freshman year. And the derivation of Kepler's third law from Newton's third law, again, about freshman physics first year, would also be, again, when you reduce Newton's law of gravitation of M1 and M2 with those two masses, then you get it to the form without mass. So mass, therefore, is not the dynamic cause of anything. Exclusively is not, right? Not can be, not model, not either way. Absolutely is not the cause of gravity. What do you guys think?
I mean, they don't even teach this in freshman year. They don't teach what they're talking about.
Okay, guys, do you guys see how he failed to address the elephant in the room? His method doesn't work in real world scenarios. Okay? You have all kinds of interference, you have all kinds of air resistance. It's not practical. It's just garbage. What he's talking about is a method that only works in short distances to the ground. Okay? That's the reality. Where basically the gravitational pull is insignificantly measured. The reality is this. Your method is not really a method. It's more like a plaything that you introduce to freshmen, to new people who don't know physics. But for those of us who know physics, we don't use that method because it's not a good method. It's garbage. Okay?
So what's your method?
The fact that this guy brought up height and time demonstrates that he knows nothing. All he does is babble, blah, 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 to sound convincing, to manipulate the audience into thinking that he knows what he's talking about.
Ego
he doesn't
tripping.
know what he's talking about at all.
Well, it seems like you don't know what you're talking about because you're not addressing this point.
One sec.
Yeah, it's a tactic.
Nauseum. One sec. You're too busy ego tripping about your own self-declared victory to even hear your opponent ask you a question when you had paused. He asked you, what's your method then?
I told you already. My method is...
You didn't tell us already. Shane explained his in dramatic and very specific mathematical detail. You have not done any of that. Please do so right now.
Right, because you ain't doing nothing really, honestly, but call him an
Listen,
idiot.
this is I'll tell you what he said to you, right? This is what he said. He said height and time.
We want you
he said
to.
height and time. Listen to me. He said height and time is sufficient to derive 9.8. It doesn't derive 9.8 at all, whatsoever.
So it's just nuh-uh.
It's completely
That's your argument.
garbage. It's nonsensical.
So your argument is nuh-uh. Put him on mute. So your argument is
What are you talking about?
and rinse and repeat what he's saying. Yeah, your argument is nuh-uh. And rinse and repeat. Basically call him an idiot again.
No, he's
That's not an argument. It's not conflating.
Are you done?
Okay, you basically call yourself halfway stillman in his argument and then say nuh-uh.
I guarantee. Listen to me. No. You're not listening, bro. You're not listening. I guarantee you, if we used his method on let's say 5,000 feet, it will fail. You will not get 9.8. I guarantee you will not get 9.8 because it's not a real method.
Okay.
It's
well,
a
let's establish this
nonsensical method.
Ad nauseam. Let's establish this first. Is this Shane's method? Shane, is this your method that you came up with?
No. This is actually, like, I would say his method or just the general standard mainstream method, right?
Thank you, Shane. So ad nauseum, this is not Shane's method that he came up with. He is not here to prove gravity. That is your claim. He's still manning your. Wait a minute. Nadia, I'm talking, Nadia. It is your claim. Nadia, I'm trying to establish something. I'm going to repeat it for you again because it seems like you putting Shane into an argument that he's not really making. This is not Shane's method that he came up with on his own to prove gravity, right? Or prove any points that you are deriving from. This is a still man. Wait a minute. I'm almost at the end. I'm really at the end. This is a still man, right? This message is a still man to your argument. Basically, he explaining what you should be explaining. If you want to say that it's incorrect, then you have the floor, ad nauseum, to correct him.
He left.
That was very correct. Yeah.
Great.
Well, that was fun. Who else we got?
All right. Don't interrupt somebody's conclusions. Like allow the person to speak. You want to hear logic and train come to a conclusion. You don't be chomping at the bit to say, "Oh, he left." Nobody freaking cares. The stone cold silence at the end is sufficient. Now, if I'm not mistaken, not only did he leave, but he spurred out with like a Tourette syndrome insult fest on the way out. About to review the live stream to find out if it was him or somebody else, but it seems like your logic and reason caused him to have an epileptic seizure or something.
It was very emotional. I did notice that.
Right. Yeah. Why do everybody be so mad at Shane? Every time Shane comes in these rooms, they get so pissed off at him and leave the room and call him all types of idiots and frauds.
Yeah, that's why that fraud claim is so powerful, because whenever they see me, they're just like, oh, I know how I can dismiss everything he just said. Somebody told me about that. I could just say this.
Intellectually dishonest.
I guarantee you, they probably listen to McToon and Craig because they're constantly calling you a fraud. Anyone that destroys them intelligently, then they just call you a fraud, and then all their little minions will go out and repeat that. It's really self-evident.
That's very true. That's what I call their superpower, right? Because they're not really smart or have good arguments or do anything. They do, however, wield an enormous troll army of online people who are like sycophantically charged with whatever they say. So yeah, if they say someone's a fraud and they like go my minions, go to their page and comment angrily, like you will feel it. So
Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna give you. That's why I told him. I said, well, I'm gonna give you a few seconds to go on Reddit and read some of Mattoon's comics about this very specific thing. He got.
Hey, I've got
But
a.
what do you guys? He called him an idiot and a fraud. I was like, well, we're gonna give you a few seconds so you can read something on Reddit so you can repeat it.
I've got a question for Shane.
Think of
Jesse.
Okay.
Hey, Shane, how would I use your formula to calculate the acceleration of two masses towards each other on a horizontal plane?
It's not my formula, Jesse. You know that. You heard the whole discussion. I know you've been listening, right? Not busy doing something else. You've been actively listening.
No, I was cooking and in and out. And
Jesse.
Yeah, well, it's not his formula. That was why the guy stormed out, Jesse.
Well, but the point is, you've got a height and a time and an assumption of a certain force field or field force, but that would be different if I've got, say, two masses on a horizontal plane. And so how would I use that formula that you so kindly provided to calculate the acceleration of those two masses?
But the main point is that it is not his formula. It is a point derived from you guys' formula, right? So if you're saying, Shane, that is not the formula that we derived this from. Here is.
You might be cutting out, Joe.
Right? No, I'm just trying to give you where the argument is at. It is not Shane's formula. If you're saying that it's incorrect, the way that you would correct it.
No, I already corrected myself. I said that it was the formula that he so kindly provided for us from somewhere else, right?
So you're saying it's incorrect, yes or no? Is it incorrect or is it correct? Yes or no?
I just want to know how to apply that formula wherever it came from. Why are you white knighting for Shane? He can handle himself. He's a big boy.
So you don't want to go where the argument actually was at. You want to make another argument up.
No, my question is, how do I use this formula, wherever it came from, to calculate the acceleration of two masses towards each other on a horizontal plane?
That formula was a stillman to you guys' argument. So that would be up for you to explain and provide validation for, or you would have to say, no, Shane, that formula is incorrect. Here's the correct formula, and this is how we derive these measurements, mathematics, or whatever.
Okay. So I guess the answer is it can't.
Wait a minute. Okay, you said okay. That was confusing to you. Are you confused?
I don't understand why I ask Shane a question and you answer for him and don't answer. I don't understand that. I don't know why you have to white knight for him. If he's got the answer, he could just say he doesn't know, and that's okay. There's things I don't know.
So you want him to explain your model for you?
Well, I think the fact is the formula is all hodgepodge and kludged up, and he knows that it won't work for reality. And
right, so that would be Shane's point that formula. Right, so that would be Shane's point that it don't work.
I think he was just arguing that it did work because he was looking for a way.
No, he didn't. He just only stillmanned the argument of your formula. You know what it's, Jesse? Stop being dishonest. You know what a stillman is. He stillmanned the point that was presented to him, and he corrected it. He didn't say whether it worked. He didn't say whether it didn't work. He only stillmanned your point. Now, if you're saying that this formula is incorrect, therefore it will not work, then it will be up to you, Jesse, to give him the correct formula and explain why it will work.
Am I cutting out or is he over talking me?
You must be cutting out because now I can hear you though.
Yeah, is my mic bad too? Because I don't think he heard what I said. Did you hear what I said, Jesse?
Yeah, in the middle of every sentence I made. Mic check.
Yeah, cool story. Everyone's alluding to this alleged correct formula that may or may not exist. So who has it? What is it? Let's go.
Exactly. That's where it's at, Jesse.
Just real
Are
quick,
you
I had a
confused?
question.
Are you confused about that, Jesse?
Now, I got another question for Shane that he also can't answer. How come south and southern
All right, okay,
lines of
I
longitude
get out of it.
converge?
Okay, Shane, you can take it. I get out of it. More straw mans that Jesse is going to put Shane in. Great.
Yeah, well, dude, I don't really like talking to Jesse. Not that he's not a nice person. I find him smarmy, I think, which is what insincerely ingratiating. Like, he's not really genuine, I don't think. But he brings up coordinate systems. I think the geographic reticule, one of my favorite topics. Converging longitude lines isn't indicative of Earth shape, Jesse. It just means that the model they use, which is based off the celestial sphere, is also a sphere. As you know, like the 1-for-1 correlation with right ascension, declination, and longitude lat, right? For every Earth point, every point P has like a time and a right ascension, declination, pairing point in the sky. So the geographic reticule is essentially just a copy of the celestial sphere. So when you're saying, oh, it has longitudinal lines that converge, it's like, yeah, we agree. The model that they're using certainly is spherical, right? But if I can calculate, say, the distance of the tropic on the coordinate system from my couch without getting up and measuring anything on the shape of the Earth, if I can just take the cosine of the latitude at 23.5 to get the distance of how I think it is based on the reticule, is that really indicative of the shape of the Earth, or is it just coordinate system and math based?
Well, if I took a big crayon and I marked all along from the center at the North Pole, whatever, straight south, right along the prime meridian, big crayon, I'm marking a white line on the ground. Would that white line be straight or curved on the flat Earth?
If you're marking a line from the North Pole?
Yes, right out to the edge, all the way south, straight south, right along the prime meridian. Would that be a straight line or a curved line?
Yeah, it would be straight, right?
Okay, and what if I did it at 350 degrees or 10 degrees west or east, whatever? What if I did it on the next meridian over?
Jesus.
Would that also be straight?
Was there a question that you wanted to build up to eventually, or?
Yes. If they're both straight and the Earth is flat, then they have to converge the whole way, right?
No, because like longitude lines aren't real. They're not actually on the Earth. You can't go there and find one, right? You're not going to find a marker. It's not going to be a delineation. All you're going to be able to do, right, is align it to the sky from whence it came. And you're going to be able to go there and be like, all right, well, at this time, at this point, based on, this coordinate, now I can know where I'm at. So you're saying on Earth, in reality, if we lived on a ball, we would come on, man. None of that's in reality. You can't measure a longitude line, dude.
Well, work with me though. You agreed that if I put a white line all along that location that lies along the prime meridian, that it would be a straight line. What if I then did it at 10 degrees east on that meridian? I took a white crayon and I marked all along every point along that line that was 10 degrees east, from the center all the way out. Would that white line that I drew also be straight at 10 degrees east?
Would it be straight? I had to see your crayon, Jesse. I don't trust you to draw a straight line.
Well, it's a line that is 10 degrees east over the whole length, from the center all the way out to the edge.
You know what? I'm going to need you to make a diagram. You're going to have to present it to everyone for 6 months with this question. If you could just get a quote of what you're going to ask and then put it in a meme, and then you can bring it, and then I can address it. What do you think?
I think you're avoiding the question because you already understood that the prime meridian is straight, and now that you see that 10 degrees east meridian would also be straight, you see that that these two white lines we've drawn along the meridians they could not be converging south and southward of the equator. But in reality, we've measured they do converge.
How did you measure that they converge?
With a trundle wheel.
You measured what, in meters?
Yep. We measured the meters of an arc minute of longitude on a street that ran east to west.
Nice.
Yep, we pushed it along. I've done one in Washington State in America. Ruhiv has done one in Australia, and we're working on getting one done in Brazil. So
you pushed a wheel along a length, and you looked at the sky, and you were like, "Behold, Earth's globe."
Well, that's the definition of longitude, right? It's based on the sky. Is that right?
It is. It is. The definition actually of equator, longitude, meridian, all those things actually necessitate a sphere. To even entertain a conversation about an equator or a prime meridian is a foregone conclusion that you're dealing with a sphere. So yeah, of course it's a spherical coordinate system. The distances are going to match. It's all geodesic based. And again, if you can calculate it based on nothing, right? You can do what? You can do just based on 2 pi r. You can do the Tropic of Cancer in your little radius, 6371 kilometers times cosine 23.5. It gets you length of the freaking the tropic, right? And it's all based on the graticule in the coordinate system, which is all tied to the sky. So by proving the sky matches the sky model, never measuring flat Earth, it's a disingenuous argument.
But how could the two meridians not be continuously diverging on a flat Earth? How could they possibly converge and still be straight? Right? You see the problem?
You just rinse and repeated the question.
All right. Well, think about it. But someday deal with it, because this is the question that people are going to be asking. This is really bad for flat Earth, and avoiding it is just going to put the problem off. Thank you.
You didn't hear the response to it?
What's that?
Did you hear the response, or are you saying that Shane didn't give you a response?
He did not address the actual topic. He agreed that the prime meridian, if I drew a white line along the prime meridian on the real Earth, it would be straight. But then he refused to answer the question as to whether if the white line would be straight if I drew it along the 10 degrees east meridian. He refused to answer that question because he knows that if I drew an actual physical line, white line on the surface of the Earth along the 10 degrees east meridian, that would be straight too on the real flat Earth. And he would know that those would continuously diverge and they would not converge south of the equator. So
you're saying that Shane only answered half of the question. That's what you're saying.
He didn't even answer that. Well, okay, he answered the first question. He didn't answer the second.
How about this? Put your mic on mute and allow Shane to clarify what you said. Because I think everybody in this room would say that Shane did respond to your question.
Did anybody hear him answer?
Put words in his mouth. So
you don't
want me to put words in his mouth. So I'm gonna just allow Shane to reiterate his response to those questions that you responded with. Right.
Jesse, matter of fact, Jesse, he actually ended it with saying you are calculating things in the sky based on a spherical model in the sky. So he's saying it's disingenuous if you're going to be taking these calculations of a ready presupposed measurement and you're like, yep, it lines up. He already said that's disingenuous. But yeah, Shane, go ahead and tell him again. Maybe he didn't catch that part because he was too busy thinking about the rebut instead of just listening to what you're saying. So go ahead, Shane.
Dave, I would need to see your diagram, Jesse, because I'm not sure I understand what you're describing. But yeah, if you were to draw straight lines, and I trust you to draw a straight line, then it would also be straight, I presume. But the problem of diverging longitude lines isn't actually a geographic one, right? It's a conceptual one because longitude, as I pointed out, isn't real. So longitude as a model, which is the backbone actually of all map projections, right? Longitude, latitude is the infrastructure grid that gets projected. So coordinate systems are the only thing that the maps actually project. When you get projections, they're not projections of the globe, they're projections of this geographic coordinate system. And it happens to be on a geographic projection of the azimuthal equidistant, which is, the one that they say is flat. It's not, it's just the celestial sphere flattened out. So when you're saying describing a longitudinal lines that have to diverge in reality, it's nonsensical, right? Because those aren't real. That's not describing the Earth. It's describing merely the coordinate system based on angles to the stars and describing the longitude, latitude. So longitude, latitude is spherical any which way you project it. And that's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Because again, if I can calculate it from my couch, no one's measured anything. It's just math and calculations.
But don't you agree that when it's solar noon at a given longitude at the equator, it's solar noon for everybody along that entire longitude?
distances based on angular velocity of the sun is what was the backbone of the globe model, and that of course will comport to the distances that the globe model, preaches today, because that's what it was built on: observations of the sun and then misinterpretations of those observations.
But you didn't answer my question. Do we agree that when it's solar noon at, say, the prime meridian at the equator, that it's solar noon for everybody along the prime meridian?
Do we agree
Do
that
you agree?
solar noon is a thing?
That's not the question I asked. Does anybody else understand the question I asked? Maybe that's too deep. Well, do you agree?
All right.
Do you agree that a longitude consistently and reliably describes a physical location? In other words, if I says, "Hey, I'm at longitude 10 degrees east on the equator," could you use that to find the location that I was at? And then the next year, is 10 degrees east going to be the same spot on the equator?
Coordinate system that's based on the sky is continuously corroborated.
So we can measure the distance.
You can calculate.
Well, no, we can measure the distance between points of longitude, right?
You mean you can refer to like Google Maps and get a distance?
No, we can push a rolling counting wheel. You know those wheels that they push that counts the meters?
The meters. Oh, the ratio of a terrestrial meridian. The old school meter.
Well, no, just like British meters. Do you know what I mean by that?
Oh my God, that was worse than Alan.
I know.
Dude, English inches, right? So when you're talking about meters, you're talking about a ratio of a distance of a terrestrial meridian. So what's terrestrial meridian, Jesse?
You mean a longitudinal meridian?
Yeah, so like when you have a terrestrial meridian, that means a meridian's when you have a bisecting meridian, you have a spherical coordinate system. So literally, it's like a land sphere when you have a terrestrial meridian. So a meter was literally decided and decreed to be a 1/110 millionth of a ratio from the North Pole to the equator on a land sphere. So when you have ratios in terrestrial meridians, it's a little bit also disingenuous to compare distances in geodesic to geographic, which are all based in this proportions of a terrestrial meridian. And of course, they say they changed it, right? 39.37 inches ratioed against a terrestrial meridian is what it came out to. And then later they just historically they contextualized what it was. They were like, oh, now it's ratioed against the speed of light after a host of other things that they ratioed it against. But turns out that 1/299,792,458 or whatever meters, it's one over that turns out to be the same exact 39.37 inches, and then they recontextualize it again, but the value remained 39.37 inches. So the meter really would just be a increment of a terrestrial meridian whole and whole. So in distances measured in that would be fine.
It wouldn't matter. Yeah. So the long story short is a meter stick has a defined length. That's a physical structure that has a beginning and an end extending in free space. So regardless of how it's derived, it exists as a measure that you can apply against a tangible object. So for example, you could put a meter stick against your table and tell somebody else how many meters your table is, right?
You definitely could. Yep.
Right.
But like if it's ratioed against a nautical mile, and then everything becomes if a meter has a tie into a physical tie to a nautical mile, and a nautical mile is a ratio of a circle or a portion of a sky, then you have a physical Earth measurement that comports with a celestial measurement in the sky.
But yeah, the derivation of how you arrived at the physical size of the meter stick doesn't mean that the story of how you derived it is true. It just means that you have a stick that you can measure something against. So for example, I could say the meter stick was derived from the length of Gorgon's penis in Alpha Centauri. Therefore, if you use meter sticks, Alpha Centauri's Gorgon penis length is true, right? Obviously, that's false.
I'm not even saying I believe the historical contextualization of how it was derived. I'm just saying that's what the story is.
Okay, so that being said, Jesse, what is the length that you measured?
I measured, let's see here. 1,247 meters in 1.0035 arc minutes of longitude at 48 degrees north. 48 point something degrees north.
How'd you validate you're at the same longitude the entire time?
GPS.
Cool story. How'd you validate GPS?
Well, regardless of how GPS works, it matches the celestial. It's made to match the celestial mapping. So, if you want to argue that...
Yeah, cool story. How'd you validate that that's the case?
Well, that's what they made it do so that it made...
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool claim. I mean, I get you that that's what they said they did. How did you validate that that's what they did?
I didn't.
Yeah. So then how would you know if what you did was within or without the margins of error?
What margins of error?
Yeah, dude, you don't know whether there is or isn't margins of error, so you can't tell me whether it is or is within and without. So you're just telling us that all things are perfect in what you did based on the assumptions baked into the assertion. You see the problem?
No, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, we know you don't. That's the problem, dude.
What is your argument? Do you have an argument, or do you just throw mud?
No, I'm asking you to validate the premises that they're required to carry your conclusion to a necessity, and you can't. That's all. I don't need to go any further than that. You can reiterate the claim, but reiterating the claim and just having a retroactive chain of claims based upon claims based upon claims doesn't validate the claims, right?
Yeah, he's just saying, Jesse, how did you validate it? That's all. Not getting it from GPS.
With sunrise times.
Sunrise times? Where'd you get the sunrise times?
From flat.
It seems more appropriate. Yeah, it seems more appropriate that you should be getting angles from your position to the sun, right? Not just the times that it rises or sets. That doesn't seem appropriate.
Sure, it does.
Okay. Really? How does a sunrise time tell you whether you are or aren't on a line of longitude on a giant ball? Go ahead.
Well, because the sunrise moves along the surface of the Earth from the east to the west at 15 degrees of longitude per hour, because it takes 24 hours to go all the way around, right?
Oh, then why do we have different daylight times?
Because it takes 24 hours to go all the way around.
Okay, so if the sun moves 15 degrees per hour across the Earth, right? Then you're then claiming that all lines of longitude have the exact same amount of daylight. How'd you validate that?
So anyway, as I was saying,
yeah. No, answer the question. How'd you validate that?
Okay.
Yeah. All lines of longitude have the exact same amount of daylight at all times. How'd you validate that?
You're strawmanning me. I didn't say that.
That's necessary, but based on your claim. If a line of longitude you could determine because the sun travels in 15 degrees per hour, right, then it's going to be precluded by the interruption of the object at the exact same time every day. How could there possibly be a difference in the time? Hey, come back to me when you have your line of assumptions and specious logic actually grounded in something that's validated from which you begin and then go out with your line of reasoning rather than just stacking assumption upon assumption. How about that? Would that be cool?
I think that goes back to when Shane said they're using a system derived from a system, and it's almost like you're getting to double check your own work, but no one was able to validate your work to begin with. So if you say it's right, then it's right because you're judging it compared to what you've already created, which is what was in contention to begin with. like we're saying, you took what you saw and you made it into a sphere, and then now you're saying I'm going to validate the sphere by using the same thing that I used to get there, but it still didn't. Oh man, this is funny. I don't know. Maybe they can't see it the way we see it. I don't know.
Hey, look, it's not an unreasonable request. For example, he could have 37 locations that are allegedly on the same longitude, and then they all see the sun set at the exact same time. But then you'd be defining longitude by the time that somebody sees the sunset, which would kind of be circular. Because we need to define longitude as an actual structure that if was separated from the Earth would actually be a tangible arc. Right? Like you imagine a piece of metal bent in the shape of an arc. Like that would be a cross-section of that portion of the surface. And every physical location would be mapped directly to that cross-section. Not just simply, oh, I saw the sun while I'm standing here. Those are two different claims.
Right.
Yeah, that's what makes it circular to begin with. Because if P is true, therefore, if P is true, I would see Q. If I see Q, therefore P. That's just a fallacy within itself. That's just affirming the consequence somewhat, or just turn into a circular argument. That's why validation is important.
So when every single person along that line allegedly logs in, pulls up, and says, "This is my sunset time," they're all going to match. I mean, that seems to be the necessity of the conclusion of his claim, right? When every single person along that line, regardless of what country they're in, regardless if they're in the middle of the ocean, whatever, their sunset time is going to be identical, right? Is that the claim, or is that not the claim?
First of all, the sun is not setting. That's just
yeah. Nobody cares, dude.
Thing.
Yep.
Yeah, but okay.
Listen, pay attention, dude. The description of what the sun does has been called setting. So the sun is setting. Period.
Okay,
Thanks for playing.
You can call it, but there's a wrong saying.
Yeah, cool story, dude. What does it mean? Oh yeah, cool story. Okay, go ahead, Smarty Pants, and tell me what it means when something is setting. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, if it is setting and it's going down, it's changing.
It is the sun, dude. Hey, pay attention now. Everybody witnesses in their field of view the sun recedes downwards. Oh, really?
It is okay.
Cool story.
Elevation.
Cool. Hey, dude, you know. Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what, dude? Guess what? The term sunset is literally the description of what you're seeing, for goodness sakes. That's the term we defined it by. So therefore, to say the sun isn't setting, it's just to say you don't appreciate people's language conventions. So you prove to me that the term setting cannot apply to the phenomenon we see with the sun. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, but that is give you a wrong understanding of what's happening, and that's also wrong.
Oh yeah, cool story. Yeah, so tell me what it is then, dude.
Because you think you're on a globe, and the globe is going around the sun.
Holy fuck, dude! Hey, listen, Dubes. Hey, listen, Doobie. When someone says I see the sunset, 9 times out of 10, they're not trying to tell you I see myself falling backwards around a rotating axis as the object in front of me recedes in Euclidean free space, and an object precludes it by interrupting the line of sight between me and it. That's not what people mean, for goodness sakes, dude.
Oh, well, I will say something that it isn't, because they don't understand what they're saying. It's just because it's talking.
Hey, dude, everybody knows what they mean. Hey, listen, dude. You have no argument, okay? The sun sets, period, end of story.
Because I will give you the argument now, and it will be clear for everybody listening to it. Because
go ahead.
In the north, you have 24. Listen. I have 24 hours sunlight, and I can see the sun go around me above my head.
Where?
I know Alejandro is not talking. Oh, so you think you speakers are
yo, hold on, dude.
Listen,
Hold on,
you
dude.
fucking shit. Listen.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
speakers are the
Time's up,
sunstone and a big.
Yeah, you're dumb as fuck. Thanks. Okay, Johnny. We were actually having a detailed discussion trying to get the brass tacks details. You came in here with an argument about definitions that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay? And then you're belligerent and won't even take scrutiny. So thanks for distracting everybody from the actual discussion like an asshat. Good job.
Right. We're not talking about that right now, Johnny.
You know, something that Jesse said before he talked about longitude. He asked Shane about the measurement of things attracting horizontally. I did want to throw in there, where do you see in nature things attracting to each other horizontally? But I never got to. But I don't know. Maybe is he still here? Maybe Shane could answer that. I don't know.
Meaning is mass attracting mass observed? Of course not. It's based on, Newton taking Kepler's empirical observations, inserting mass with algebra, pretending that it was dynamic cause of everything, and then people for hundreds of years trying to figure out, is that the cause of everything and moving in the sky? And then behold the Cavendish, which, they forced and then control all the reproductions so that they get a very specific margin of error, and when they don't, they throw it out. So it is what it is.
Yeah,
I hope that answers Jesse's question.
Well, I tried Cavendish and a modified version, and it sure looked to me like the mass was attracting mass. So I don't know.
Do I hear a ghost?
Oh my goodness.
Crypto?
Crypto? It's crypto, man.
He's encrypted.
The encryption is not going through.
That's weird because it shows him muted, but his mic is still going through. That's weird.
I just lag.
Oh, wait a minute. Did somebody mute Jesse from being able to respond when he was asked a direct question? Hope not.
No. It was open mic all the time.
Okay, because he says he wasn't allowed to answer, so I don't understand his point. But I just want to draw attention to... Yeah, he distracted, but we kind of ended up anyway because the guy didn't answer. So, in the chat there, I posted the definition of sunset. Let me read it. The time in the evening when the sun disappears or daylight fades. Okay, so that is what a sunset is. Anybody disagree?
Nope. Sounds about right. That's how we learned it in grade school, wasn't it?
So if somebody tells you the sun doesn't set, okay, they're not talking about sunset. They're talking about that the object never reduces in altitude or something along those lines, right? But in this definition here, it's not saying that the sun reduces in altitude or even that the sun is a relationship between you rotating backwards on a sphere and the tangent intersection point of your eye line causes a dead zone which precludes you from being able to see the light coming from the sun. Like, that's not what's written here. I don't think anybody would disagree that the sun appears to be high in the sky around midday, and then, from your perception, lowers and lowers in your field of view, right? Until it disappears, right? Then you can't see it anymore, and then shortly thereafter, the light of the day disappears, and then it's dark, right? For example, if you look up your sunset times, it's actually still daylight out when it's already past sunset time, right? Usually.
I've had this like old thought experiment
And it'd be cool, like, if everybody in every country, just for, like, let's say even just a month straight, just every night, if you can, of course, because obviously there's clouds sometimes, just go out and just take the photo, like, of the sky. Just point your camera straight up, take a photo, and if everybody did it, and then, like, let a computer, like, or like some software put that all together to see the map of the sky from from a planar position, and then do the math, then see if, like, how things equal up or come out. That obviously, that'd be a lot of photos compiling into like the software, but I don't know. I think that'd be pretty cool to get everyone's view from where they live. See if the math comports, and you could get an image of how the firmament is, if you will. You want to call it that or whatever. Just the sky, the heavens, whatever.
I don't think so, man. That's what Stellarium is built on, right? Independent, individual altitude or azimuth observations that they then stitch together to form a ball, right? They just take the non-existent bottom hemispherical view that you never see and isn't there, and they create it with math, and they use the same circumference as it would take to go across the earth and come back as it would appear if it was, beneath your feet, and no one's the wiser.
Right. Well, wouldn't it be cool if there was, like, a Stellarium, but does it have that function where you could just be like just a flat sky, like, above you?
Oh, no. Yeah, but what I meant to say was that, like, it only maps the apparent position, and that's all anyone ever sees. And that what they've done is create what they think is the actual position with the celestial sphere, right? So that's dangerous. Start trying to predict where you think it is, and honestly, I don't think anything's up there at all.
Yeah, fair, but they don't even see in there. If you imagine you're on a, if you imagine the ground is effectively within your purview, let's just say 180 degree line, right? And you imagine a protractor above that 180 degree line. So you could just literally imagine this image as a protractor, a flat base, and the 180 degree line above, right? And then you imagine that you can look at every one of those degrees and validate the position of a celestial object relative to your position. That's not true. You can only even begin to do that when you start to look above the ground. So it might even be at 40 degrees. I can't even remember. But it's nowhere near you're looking at 1 degree above that and telling that's where that star is. And then somebody else somewhere else is looking 1 degree above them and saying that's where that star is, and they're attempting to intersect that. No, they're only using a small angle portion of that 180 degrees.
All right.
So you have to move somewhere else on the Earth to even begin to open up the objects that are allegedly within those degrees to be able to validate where they are, even in their model.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, it'd be cool, like, if certain time, like, let's say West Coast in California, Oregon, Washington, and then, like, there's people all along, like, right at 9 o'clock, everybody take a photo of the sky. Obviously, not everyone's going to have a clear sky because of clouds, but doing it over a month, maybe you could let kind of put it together like pieces of a puzzle. And like you're saying, then you can see, like, the way they see it in San Diego is going to be different in Los Angeles, going to be different, in Bakersfield, all the way up to, all the way up, down along California, even all the way up to Washington, even Alaska, maybe. But if a computer can put together a sky, taking all the images, and then see, like, how it is off, because the way we're looking at it in the sky.
Yeah, bro, I don't know if you're new to this discussion or whatever, but never underestimate a globe's ability to shout refraction endlessly. Explain away any obstacle. No, I'm kind of half joking, but I'm also half serious. It's crazy. And when you say to them, like, well, is there an observation I can present to you that you're not just going to say refraction to? They generally say no. So then, okay, cool. There's no point trying to convince them or use model. It's just understand what they're doing, like Shane is saying. Just understand what they're doing with the maths and just move on. Because there's no point convincing these people. They can't be convinced.
All right. Well said. There he is. There's Crypto. Needed the voice of reason.
I was just trying to shout you out earlier, and then I went from a good kind of zone to a dead zone instantly, and I just heard you guys saying, "Is that the voice of crypto?" before I cut.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I came in and this dude was just aggressively making shit up about stuff that I had just gone over and like prepared slides on. So I was like, oh well, I can answer that for sure.
What specifically? Because I only just got it myself.
Dude, it was like little g is based on big G, gravity, physics, Newtonian, like all sorts of shit. And I was like, false, height and time. That's all. Like that's all it is. Kinematic observation. And he was like, no, it's not. He's wrong. It's just pretty funny.
Dude, the actual truth is that the entire interpretation of anything that has to do with gravity in the cosmos is all about angular size. It has nothing to do with anything else. That is the ultimate arbiter, because they assume things about the Earth and they impute those assumptions out into the alleged masses of things. Because if you just change the scale of the angular size, you'd have to update your equations. But since it's a scalar, you just update them all with the ratios. So it's really just all ratios. But in order to input the knowledge of the ratio, you need a known variable, right? So where'd the known variable come from?
Well, gravity. They just call it that, and then.
In a way, yeah. So the variable would be the supposed acceleration, right? 9.8 meters per second, right?
Yeah.
You just saw but dude, it's all based on an angle of torsion for real, and then an indirect like an inference and two assumptions. That's what it is. It's like, well, based on we're going to infer the density based on the angle of torsion, and then we're going to guess at the mass. And like, look, behold, we've measured mass. And you're like, well, not exactly. It's not exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Well, they had to preserve the angle to Venus, right? Because Venus is the assumption of Earth and Venus in the orbital period and their sizes, right, is what all the other things are based on, right? The distances and all that.
So
if you alter that, you get a different R in the gravity equation.
Yep.
So you basically are just building an entire structure of interpretation based on an assumption.
Yeah, and it's amazing because a lot of them will say, "Oh, well, we know it's true because we sent a probe to Mars or whatever, right?" So that'll be their justification for it. But of course, they don't know that either. So they'll take a piece of information that they don't know to be true to back up an entire worldview that's based on, as you guys said, just essentially some sort of kinematics that are based on very little other than the assumption of what they see in the sky. It's actually very flimsy when you think about it.
Man, it's actually crazy because one of the we did a thing on the fundamental constants of physics and how they need them to guesstimate shit, and really what they're based on is really just assumptions about torsion and stuff. But like the AU is particularly interesting because you can guesstimate it with angular size, and all the people who have guesstimated the sun's distance have really just changed the diameter, and with the 0.53 degrees they can just guesstimate the distance, and that's how that evolved. But when you're looking at how they say to have calculated the AU, the distance between the Earth and Sun, 93 million miles. It's ridiculous. It's based on solar parallax angles comported to ratios, just like AI just said, ratioed back using Kepler's law to get the major axis of the density. And then
you're being too gracious. How did they arrive at solar parallax angles?
Oh, dude, it's such a tiny, tiny measurement in the first place to even get this angle, but according to the lore, this is how they claim to have derived this distance, and it's based on this tiny, 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 tiny angle of this observation of the sky, and then based on a ratio observed from empirical observations of Kepler, use that, and then the final point, the radius, need the radius to get...
You forgot a part. I'm trying to help you out, but you keep forgetting the same part.
What do you got?
The measurement is not taken simultaneously. It's taken 6 months apart. And then the assumption of the differentiation between the distance between the Earth and the Sun 6 months later is added into part of the equation to derive the angle.
Yep. Yeah, but that's after they get the radius. They have to use the radius in that calculation to guesstimate that as well. That's exactly what they do. And then lo and behold, they have 1 AU, and then they covariantly scale the entire solar system based on that distance. Behold, that's the whole model.
Right, and distances
fake or something.
Well, you guys have fun later. Yeah, have a good one.
So, so the distances, right, assume the orbitals and the range between the two, which you then use the gravity equation, right, to try to infer the mass based on the assumption of the mass of the Earth, because you have to impute some base standard. So we actually had over on 24/7 a can't remember his title. It was either astrophysics or something like that. But his job was to look at footage of things supposedly very far away in an attempt to identify exoplanets.
Hot tier.
Right. So what?
Professor Parks.
Yeah. No, not I tier.
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry.
this is an older man. So what he presented with us was a blob of pixels in which the blob of pixels was alternating between white and gray. Okay, so gray pixel here, then 3 seconds later, the gray pixel's over there. So what he did was he assumed that the bright white part was a star center and that the variations in gray were motional bodies around the white star center, and then imputed a circle onto them with some kind of graphics program, and then traced that circle around what he assumed was the center based on some kind of, Photoshop filter distribution of the pixels, made those two circles, and then said, okay, this little gray spot that keeps flickering is a planet of this mass. I'm like, dude, you got all that from those stupid pixels? He's like, oh, yeah.
You talked to Professor Parks about his exoplanet detection method, didn't you?
I don't know, it might have been him. But the point of the story is that we said, well, how do you know that apparent circle relationship informs you about the mass of something? Like what base premise or knowledge or number do you have that you're imputing into this equation? Like, where does it come from? And he didn't know.
Oh.
And basically it comes from the cosmic distance ladder, right? And the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder is the assumption of the size of Venus, right?
Yep.
He didn't know any of that.
No, they don't need to, right? It's all known by other smarter people, and it's comforting that way.
Yeah, basically that's what he said. He's like, well, I don't think that's relevant to my my pursuits. And I'm like, dude, this is literally the quote unquote fact that you're basing all your stupid little, I saw a bunch of pixels and drew circles, therefore this is an actual planet we could travel to at some point in the future. Nonsense.
Well, dude, the only way they guess at masses, the only way they're allowed to do that is with an algebraic trick similar to deriving Newton's form of Kepler's third law. It's like p squared equals a cubed over m1 and m2, and which is impossible without that kinematic trick. And then from that, they can express masses in units of solar masses based on the AU before all derived from that basic thing. So, like, to even guess at masses is based on this algebraic trick, and it's all just math.
Hey, you know what, dude? The AU is the symbol for gold, if I'm not mistaken. And when you go down these pursuits, you can actually get a bunch of government grants, which is remuneration in the form of money, which used to be called gold. So it makes perfect sense.
There you go. Yeah, I have a published page on kinematics and dynamics when I was pulling all those memes and stuff from. Pretty good. It's a pretty good concept, especially because, like, what they used to say it all the time, is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence, meaning everything is based on geocentric observations. The heliocentric model is only a coordinate system transformed away from everyday observations, and they pretend that's reality. And because of Einstein, who like mathematically inverted the world around you to pretend that it moved, people think that heliocentric is like more genuine, more valid, more anything than geocentric, and it absolutely has never been. In fact, all the top will tell you that it's kinematically equivalent. They'll say it's equivalent. Oh, which is moving? We can't tell. That's the whole point of relativity, right? So it's silly when they're like, oh, our position is superior, and it's like, you don't know anything, I see. Not even the basics. Okay, let's start at the beginning. Kinematics and dynamics. Man, Newton come along and like guessing and taking Kepler's observations and inserting mass is the only way they have a dynamic cause of anything. That's the whole heliocentric backbone. They're like, behold, gravity, right? The stitch pile, they put on top of everything, the Band-Aid, mathematics fix everything, but like it only came about because of the supposed mass attracting mass, even though they threw that out, right, with Michelson, Morley, and and all of it.
Brother, check out this chat right now. Check out this chat. You see that there that I just posted?
Yeah.
So that's a chick that likes to do spacey news. And so her video begins pointing to this little blob of pixels, and she says, "This is a photo." And then she goes on to say that what you're looking at is a object that actually possesses one of, if not the tallest mountains in the universe. Now I want to say to you, look at the right-hand picture there. That's what the information they have. They have those gray pixels. Now, can you please point to me on those gray pixels the tallest mountain in the universe, please?
I can't tell if it's a smudge on my screen or in the lower right-hand quadrant, but I see no, it's just coffee.
It's just a coffee stain.
Yeah,
dude, I can't stand that woman, dude. I can't stand her.
Dude, this
she
is
millions of views. I can't stand her.
Yeah, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's just be liberal and say, let's say a 6x6 pixel image, and from the 6x6 pixel image, they're going to tell you that this object possesses the tallest mountain in the universe.
Is it the big square or is it
the amount of faith that you need to be in this cult? What do you guys think? Like, you just have to believe that, and when you believe it, you love it, and you tell everyone else about it. Like, guys, look at this new discovery.
But I mean, you guys are going to have to get working because unfortunately, 98% of Earth believes it's round.
That's not true. That's not true.
And that's not true at all. Well, when we talked to Professor Parks, who is the PhD astronomer, I think that we talked to, and that's my basis is. He was like, we detect exoplanets by looking at the stars, and we gauge luminosity, and we judge a pattern. So we get data from NASA. We look at the same data. We go, yep, that little blurb right there where it was blinking, that confirms the existence of this exoplanet. He sends it back to NASA. That's his whole job, and he was proud of it. So, like, this doesn't take much, man.
So there were recent people posting, and it came out that over the past 5 years, when surveys were done of simply asking the question, do you believe the Earth is a globe? Or are you sure the Earth is a globe? Or any of these types of things, that between 30 and 40% answered no of certain demographics. Okay. Yeah. And not only that, but these were being reviewed by people who were troubled by these statistics. So in other words, hostile witnesses, in no way, shape, or form are they trying to skew the results to favor the idea that many, many people don't believe in the standard heliocentric cosmology or that the Earth is a globe. In other words, they were saying this is an uptick in the social trend where people no longer have faith in the proposition the Earth is a globe or the standard heliocentric model as given in mainstream science. Right. So it's simply not the case that you could just make this broad brush claim that 98% of people believe in the globe, as if that matters at all. Like, what does that even say? Like, who cares if the majority of people believe in a proposition? What does that say about the veracity of the proposition? Actually, nothing.
I didn't say anything. I just said you need to convince more people that the Earth is flat.
Well, now that you know that there is more people, right?
I mean, you did surprise me. Only 2/3 of American millennials believe the Earth is round. That's pretty alarming.
Yes, but it's more nuanced than that, right? Because sometimes it's not simply that they. Well, see, that's the idea. The idea is that they want to present it that America's getting stupider, and that's why they're no longer believing in the heliocentric state religion.
You know, sometimes I feel like the girl that you posted, and people like her, these influencers, I feel like she's getting paid in prop because she has over, like, collectively across her platforms, she has over like 3 million followers and she gets millions of views. And all she does is like, oh my gosh, we found this. Oh my God, scientists discovered this. And it's just complete, like, Narnia. You can't prove it. You can't even, like, crazy. I can't.
Well, listen, dude. Listen, dude. Prayer books, Catholic prayer books, are actually a hot selling item. Lots of people buy them. And when you have a religion, you need these positive behavior supports that reinforce your religious worldview. So, you know, people who are part of the heliocentric state religion, they need people like her to reaffirm to them that their religion is true, right? So it's just like a feedback loop of religious support.
The Earth was flat, though, so you're more likely to believe the Earth is flat if you believe in the Bible.
Not necessarily.
But then, like, for example, Islam is more globe Earth.
Yeah, but I would submit to you that I think it's rational to say that the majority of people, even though things have changed of late, accept the majority of mainstream scientific claims, even in contradiction to their own scriptures. I think that's pretty safe to say that we've all experienced that throughout our lives.
Really? Because, like, for example, nothing has ever proved the Ark of Noah, but people believe in that.
Well, that's a different story, right?
Like the Ark. Do you think the Ark of Noah is real?
No. You're missing the logic. There's nothing that precludes in the mainstream narrative the Ark of Noah being real. You see, they're not in conflict, so there's no reason to reconcile that conflict.
But the Ark of Noah has physics problems, so.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it? What are one of the physics problems? Go ahead.
So, like, you really can't have a flood that lasts that long. No, there's no.
Why not?
There's no evidence on Earth a flood lasts.
Why?
You know how much water that is?
Doesn't matter. You said how long it lasted, not how much water it is.
Yeah, but, like, does water not evaporate?
Evaporate? You think water can only leave by evaporating?
Well, you can make, like, curvatures and stuff.
Hey, you know what, dude? I went to my lake, and it's still there. Didn't evaporate since I've been gone.
Lots of it evaporate.
What's that?
Are you saying the lake stays the same size 365 days a year?
Doesn't matter, dude. Let me tell you this. The bottom of the lake is covered in water 365 days a year, dude.
Yeah, but you're kind of having a broad term of the word bottom.
Yeah, you're right. So if all the structures within the lake that are attached to the bottom remain underwater 365 days a year because of evaporation, then what? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm having trouble understanding. Are you trying to say that the flood water would have evaporated? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying parts of the Earth would have.
I'm trying to get to what the heck does evaporation have to do with a giant flood that covers the Earth?
I honestly think you just misspoke, and
I mean, the other one who believes Ark is real, so I don't know.
What, dude? You brought up evaporation as if it has any salient point to do with this conversation. So, for the love of God, please let us know what it is.
Well, like it rained for like what 30 days in Noah's Ark, right? So where did that
40 days, 40 nights.
Could be fucking 50 for all I care, right? There was a giant flood on Earth.
Yep.
And it rained over and over again. Where's this water?
Yep, sure thing.
You know.
Yep, cool thing. So let me ask you this question: did you read the source material?
Yeah, this is from the Bible.
Yep. So there's 3 locations to which the water came. What are they?
Water's literally everywhere. Depends on
Yeah. So in the source material, the story that you're critiquing, water came from 3 places. Where'd it come from?
I don't know. Well, you tell me.
Okay. The fountains of the great deep, the sky, and then the doors of the sky. Those are 3 different locations that are cited in the source material, right?
I mean, that could be fucking anything the way you want to interpret it.
Right. So what if? Check this out, friend. And I'm actually leading somewhere into a trap. Just so you're warned that it's a trap. Because I'm very fair, and I like to tell people, danger, my house is a minefield in front of it. Please don't knock on my door, Jehovah's Witness. Thank you. So, what if there's a giant body of water underneath the surface of the earth, which holds the oceans, that is actually bigger than the oceans? What if that were true? Would that be an interesting source of an extra volume of water that we don't have access to measure? So, for example, we kind of can measure the oceans and we have an idea of how many gallons are in the ocean. But what if there's an ocean underneath the surface that's bigger than the ocean we have to measure? Would that be an interesting source of extra water? Yes or no?
That would be, but you'd have to prove the water's there first.
Oh, really? So it just so happens that there's been many scientific publications, and you could go Google this right now, that allegedly there's an ocean bigger than the ocean underneath the surface of the earth.
Boom. Wrecked.
Really?
And,
bro.
There's scientific reports that the scientists say that they have claimed that there's water pouring out of the stars, of which they've calculated and observed at like 13 million like Amazon forest worth of size of water coming out. I forgot the number, but it's like some crazy per second. Imagine like 13 million Amazon forest of water per second pouring out of the star. Like, dude, like even in your paradigm, you guys believe that there's water above all around. Like even in your paradigm.
Yeah, let me wrap up that last trap. So if I'm not mistaken, and I could be because I don't remember it verbatim, that the Bible describes that the waters on the surface receded back into the earth. So if there's an ocean bigger than the ocean underneath the surface of the earth, and the Bible says that there was enough water to cover the earth, and then the extra water receded into the surface or back under the surface, then that would corroborate the fact that there's an ocean underneath the ocean. I mean, good grief, dude.
Yeah, and matter of fact, like if you look into the story, it's I believe 221 days. That's what they calculated. That's how long it took the water to then go back to where it came from into the ground or subsided. It's like 150 days of floodwaters, and then it took 221 days of it going back down, which was 371 days, of which they say that's how long the entire flood lasted from beginning to end. So I don't know, dude. Hey, it's just a story. I wasn't there, but there is some scientific evidence that even backs it up, even in your paradigm. So I don't know.
Yeah, so I remember this began with there's a physics problem with the story, so I'm waiting to hear what that physics problem is. You know where there's a physics problem with the story? You guys want to hear a story with a physics problem? You ready for this one?
Let's hear it.
Oh, the Big Bang. Violating the laws of entropy, the laws of motion, etc., the laws of logic, etc., etc. Yeah, I wonder.
Right?
Something that's not moving, which has no external force, gives rise to motion without external force, then creates everything out of nothing, order from disorder, sentience from non-sentience, life from non-life, etc., etc. The list goes on with exact contradictions of physics that require a leap of faith, supernatural claim to, oh, it just happened this way because there's an infinite amount of universes we can't prove. Yeah. So who's got the physics problem again?
Right. Sounds like it's harder to believe in that than it is to just a god.
I mean, if we can go definitely God, but we're on the wrong channel. But if you're picking gods, like how do you pick gods?
No. It's not about picking gods. It's about picking sufficient causes. Okay, there is no sufficient cause. There is no. Just check this out, dude. There's.
Let's say you're correct, right? The Big Bang is not real. What's the source of it?
Hey, no one. No. Sorry. Nobody said that the Big Bang isn't real. They said the story about the Big Bang isn't a violation of laws of physics, dude. So, check this out. I can solve this problem very easily by simply having an extra physical cause that has a greater sum total of energy than the universe, making it a sufficient effect from the cause, not violating any cause and effect, not violating a first cause fallacy of motion. So all as I need is an extrinsic cause that's greater than the universe, which means it's greater than time, greater than space, greater than matter, greater than energy. So in other words, eternal, omnipresent, wait a minute, hold on. I'm starting to name the qualities of a being that's in all of history.
Sounds like you're talking about a god there.
Yeah, that's but which one though?
It doesn't matter. I don't have to prove.
Because
no, not really.
Well, it don't matter. He's just talking about.
I could just go. I think Allah created Earth, and then we've got problems.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's talking about a necessary antecedent that doesn't violate the law.
Because you kind of have to give the God a label, right? You can't just be like that's like
Yeah, the creator, dude. The creator. There's the label.
Which creator? Which creator? What's his name?
That doesn't matter though.
That's fair. That is fair that you ask that, but it doesn't matter to the sufficiency argument that I gave. So you have to first concede that such an entity is necessary. Then the idea.
I want all parts, right? Like if Allah.
Okay, you're dumb, dude. You're dumb.
We're
you're
not
dumb.
talking about
dude,
Allah.
We're not going to entertain. No.
Allah's the creator of Earth.
Hey, dummy, dude. We're not going to entertain your retardation here. Okay. You cannot say, unless I have every detail, I'm not going to believe details that are self-evident. That's stupid.
Why not?
Because dude, that's like saying that. Oh my god, dude, that is how science.
Falsify things, right? We need.
No, dude, you don't need.
And if it's.
Oh my god, dude.
What?
Dude, you're too stupid. You're too stupid to be here, dude. You're too dumb to be here. So, okay, I'm going to say this very simply, dude. And then you can reply after I unmute you. There is no way in which science works by having an operant idea of how every single detail of every proposition functions ad infinitum in a complete totality before they can even determine whether water boils or not, for goodness sakes. So you can determine whether water boils without understanding the fundamental metaphysics of the universe, for goodness sakes. Now, if you don't recognize this point, you're going to elucidate to everyone in here that you're not intelligent enough for this discussion. So we're going to unmute you and see how you take it. Go ahead.
Well, that was a whole lot of words, but like if I wanted to see if water boiled at 100 degrees, I'm not like.
Yeah, he don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, he's too stupid.
Thermometer? Do I not get a thermometer?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Right, so a thermometer is sufficient, right? You don't need to know every single law of the universe and how every single thing plays out to just have a metric of thermometer, put it in water, and say it boils when it reaches this temperature, right?
Yeah, right. But we haven't discussed the paradigms of the creator, right? So maybe your creator is a being and my creator is a fucking animal.
What is you talking about? This guy's
yeah, you're missing the point, TDA. The point, it's weird, like how AI is speaking very, clearly, accurately. Like he's very precise with his words. He lines it up to where like we all get what he's saying. Here's my question: how are you not getting this?
Well, let's okay, check it out. So he says, your creator, yada yada. What if it's an animal? Okay, so is an animal as such comprised of matter, energy, and temporal states? Yes or no?
It is.
Correct. So an animal exists in the material, energetic, temporal dimensions. Now, I critiqued the beginning of reality based on the assumption of the Big Bang by saying that the material, energetic, and temporal dimensions came into existence. That means that an animal, which is comprised of those dimensions, came into existence and therefore can't be the creator.
Boom.
Right, because you basically saying that animal somehow created itself.
Then your categories remove all our current gods as creators of the universe.
Are you listening? Are you even listening to what he's saying?
No. He just made a claim that all claims about all gods that exist put every god that has ever been postulated in the history of literature, fiction, or human stories into the category of being itself similar to an animal created. That's not true.
No, I didn't say that.
You did.
I need to speak before you interrupt me. Like, for example, every time like Muslims and Islams refer to their god, they refer to it as a he, right? But he is a category we've created, right? But because you've just excluded categories we've created, then obviously Islam's God can't be a creator, and it's the same for every other religion that.
Wait a minute, dude. This is so bad. So you're saying that if you use, I just want to explain this. Hopefully, I won't be interrupted because it's very salient to people so they can understand language. Okay. There are in the human culture languages which have gendered speech. For example, in French, doors are female and chairs are male. Okay? But I've never seen a chair bang a female door and produce a chair-door hybrid, for goodness sakes. So just because you use gendered language or pronouns to describe an entity or object doesn't mean that it's trying to intrinsically grasp the innate qualities of that gender from a human and impute it upon an object, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, and you kind of red herring away from the point that he's basically making. The main premise that he's basically making is that anything that you observe in the physical world, if it has a beginning, something greater than that physical dimension or anything that you observe in the physical world, outside of it, the Big Bang and all of that, has to be created by something that super, right? Or something that is greater than it.
But wouldn't that?
Wait a minute. We're not at the point of looking into Muslims or looking into the Bible or looking into Allah or looking into animals. We're not at that point yet. We're at the point right now of whether or not there's a being that is greater than the physical creation, the creator that created the physical creation. Is that the necessary antecedent? If you're going to move on from that point and say, well, they say it's Allah, and they say that it could be an animal, and they say that it could be this, you are conceding to that the necessary antecedent of the physical creation has to be something that is greater than the physical creation. So are you or are you not conceding to the fact that the necessary antecedent for a physical creation is something that super or greater than the physical creation has to create it, which would be a creator, without
I am
going
not
into the
conceding
Bible.
that. I am not conceding that.
Right. So we could stick to that point then. Why do you not concede that?
Because we don't have information before the beginning of the Big Bang, and we don't hypothesize things we don't know about.
But you have information which would be not matter nor energy.
So we have a theory because we derive the backwards of the beginning of time. We don't know what happens before the beginning of time.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do.
By saying time began, right? That means that the instantiation of time is existent upon something greater than time.
Time,
right?
Time is just a measurement. It's not a physical thing.
Okay, cool story.
Right. A measurement of what?
We use time as a reference point. We don't have time as a
Yes. So it's commonly said that space, time, matter, and energy came into existence. Correct or incorrect?
They come into existence, but they're different times.
Simultaneously, mind you.
Sure.
And it's also been said that they require each other in order for the other to they can't be severable, right? Like they all simultaneously exist and must simultaneously exist in order for the physical natural world we have to exist, right? Like we can't have space. Yeah, go ahead.
We use them differently. Like we use time as a point of reference.
A cool story. Reference of what?
What do you mean, cool story?
Reference of what?
References where the sun's at in the sky.
You realize, only ourselves exist in our own present, right? So whenever messages or information is across, it's from the past.
Okay.
Unless you think information happens simultaneously.
Just answered your own question, dude. All information.
When I talk to you, I'm not talking to you literally as I'm speaking. I'm speaking to the person who replied to me 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, and I'm asking you the same question that he's asking you. You know we're making the same point, right? I mean, you're making a point that directly for us whenever you try to say that time is referencing anything that within the same physical creation. And since that physical creation is basically proven to not be able to create itself using the natural laws, then something that has to be greater than that physical creation must be responsible for creating it. You keep on saying that, oh, well, no, it's not, and you're not giving us any reasons of why it's not, except that, oh, well, I haven't seen this being do it.
Yeah, I haven't gone back in time and stuck my head through the Big Bang to see what's on the other side. That's what he's basically saying.
No, that's like saying because I don't talk to you in the present, I don't know you exist.
That's what you're saying.
Might not exist, but
yes, but that is what you. But you understand that is what you are saying. That's not what we're saying.
No.
Yes. When you make a statement saying that, oh, therefore I have not seen it, we don't have information about this being that exists. We haven't have any theories. We only have theories about it. You're saying, oh, well, because
that's fine. That's fine. Let's throw time out of it. Let's throw time out of it by equivalating time to the ability to measure differentiations in physical states, which can only be measured by motion. It's the only way. So now we have, ad infinitum into the past, a chain causation of precedent motion. So we get back to the instantiation of the first motion, which occurred at the Big Bang, right? So, what caused the first motion? Go ahead, please.
What do you mean, what caused the first motion?
Yeah. What caused the first motion?
We don't know.
Yeah, we do know. Something that itself is not moving, which has the ability to cause something to move. Because that's the state.
That's what you claim, though.
Okay, so please tell me a law of physics. Okay, go ahead. Keep in mind, it's your claim, right? That the laws of physics are at question here. So, in the laws of motion, can you please show me, right, where you get the first motion? Go ahead.
So all we know is the Big Bang. From what most theories.
No. All you've been told is the Big Bang.
Isn't that what you wanted? You asked for the
Yeah. We want you to show him that the specific law in physics, where something basically motionless will cause the first motion.
Nothing caused the first motion. It was just there.
Right. Show that in the law of physics, then.
Yep. We don't.
What is things that we can observe in nature that could just be there?
What do you mean, be there?
Basically, without a cause. According to you, the Big Bang was just there.
There was
no first motion.
So we don't claim it's without a cause. We claim we don't know what the cause is.
Right. You don't know what the cause is.
Yeah. So
you're claiming to know what the effect is, which implies a cause.
Yeah. So it's like if there's some food on the table, I don't know who put it there, but I know it's there. Right?
Yep, sure thing. Yeah, sure thing. So let me ask this question. According to the laws of physics as such, you're looking at an object that's not moving, all of a sudden it starts to move. According to the laws of physics, what has occurred?
Something has put energy into it. That's all we know. So
an object at rest. Yeah, so an object at rest stays at rest until acted upon by an outside force, right? So the implication of seeing the motion is that there's an outside force imparting the motion upon the object, right?
But we don't claim what we know what the outside force is.
Okay, so you're claiming that there is the necessity of a precedent outside force before the first motion, right?
That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, but why does it have to be a creator?
So there is a necessity. There is an antecedent of outside force.
Yep. Right? Let me tell you why. I'll tell you why, friend. It's very simple, and I'll explain it. There's only one thing known to man that can instantiate action without a precedent chain causation. What is it?
I don't know.
Okay, let's do an experiment to elucidate what it is. So everyone can engage in this experiment. It's not restricted to anyone. So pick up any object. Just pick up any object. Just pick it up. Choose which object you want to pick up. Pick it up. Okay, now that you've done that, what was the cause of picking that up?
A force.
Some may say my fingers. Right? Some may say my arm. Some may say the force of my muscles. Right? But if you carry that chain back, it will end at a terminus, which is your will. Your present will, and your sentient ability to exercise is the actual cause of why that moved. Otherwise, you need an infinite chain regression, right? Which you can't achieve based on the laws of physics.
There's like definitely theories of that of like a negative universe. You know, maybe we're just from another or a black hole. You know.
Oh, we're from another. So your answer to precedent motion is just add infinitum regression. Add in. Hold on a second. Add infinitum regression into other universes. So we got our motion from the other universe, which needed motion. So it got it from the universe. 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 Add infinitum into the past. When I just demonstrated to you a terminus of the instantiation of action that originates with will.
Why do you need a terminus?
Holy frick, dude. You never heard of the first cause fallacy or an infinite chain regression fallacy before? Okay, you said it yourself, that the object can't move unless it's acted upon by an outside force. And the force requires, the force, right, itself is expressed as motion.
So you have to have something that's not moving impart a force upon something to cause it to move. That doesn't exist in the material, physical, energetic, temporal states because those came into being at an instantiated point. So it must be greater than those. The only thing we know that's in that category is will. So it's very rational. Now you could say not certain, but I would say certain, but I would at least parse it out graciously and say rational, that is a rational choice to believe. That a sentient agent that exists in a supernatural state above the physical natural world is the cause of it, because it would be greater than and sufficient to the task and able to solve all these logical and physical problems. But keep in mind, you brought this up with the arc having physics problems, and you were demonstrated that you had no claim about any physics problems whatsoever.
From observation of creation, we see that everything has a origin. Therefore, you can conclude easily that there is a prime origin.
Yeah. Funnily enough, Clay, people who believe in the Big Bang as such, who believe in evolutionary cosmogony, cosmology, and biology, so-called scientists, including evolutionary psychologists, etc., when studying the data from modern experiments, which these experiments allegedly are searching into the fabric of reality itself to find ever decreasingly small matter, energy, and temporal states. In other words, they're trying to find the smallest particle, they're trying to find the smallest moment, they're trying to find the smallest amount of energy that can do work. And as they search for these things, it seems that many different fields have coalesced to the idea that as they study these things about reality, that it's actually the case, and this is from their own words, not mine, that the fundamental unit of reality itself is the sentient agent, and that the sentient agent must be eternal in order for the subsequent states to exist. So even secular, ball-loving, big bang stroking scientists believe that the sentient agent is the eternal cause.
Yeah. No, exactly. And what I love about the scripture is that it's always true and on point, that it never gets old, because it's always on point with what it says. And the scripture says he takes the wise in their own craftiness and makes them to nothing, basically.
I'm glad you said that, Clay, because I want to wrap this up leading off what you just said, which is this, because people are wondering, how does this apply to whether the Earth is flat or not? Well, obviously, if Big Bang heliocentric cosmogony is false and cosmology is false, then the idea of things evolving into planets is probably false as well. However, the scientists that I just mentioned also believe in the globe, like I said, but they also believe in the multiverse as an infinite regression excuse, like I said. But there's consequences to that, which is this, and this is from a lecture from a physicist dude, right? An official dude employed by official organizations. So all you globe lovers, better believe what he says, because he's a professor of your religion. He said that once you appeal to the infinite permutation of the multiverse, you end up with an expression of physics where all permutations are realized in the infinite set of possibilities. That means that there exists an infinite number of universes in which every permutation of universe exists. That being said, there exists at least one universe in which the Earth is flat. What that means is that if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
That's a pretty far-fetched conclusion.
No, you don't get it, right? Because globes only work on a flat, motionless table. You put a globe on a flat, motionless table. So the globe requires a flat, motionless, round table to be able to work in the first place. So AI is 100% correct.
Yeah, if you want to practically utilize the Earth that you live on, however you want to describe it, you will always come to the conclusion that it will be navigated and used as a topographical stationary plane. You will never have a toy globe with a flat map wrapped around it in order to get real life useful utilization out of it. This doesn't exist in reality. That is something people make up in their mind, unfortunately.
I really just want him to understand that everything that you presented to us at this point is based upon theory, and anything that we ask you to validate to be true, you basically have said, well, we don't have enough information about it, and we don't know about this, and we don't know about that. But yet, you're providing explanations as if it's true, as if you know it for certain.
Well, that's the dangerous territory where you gotta be careful when it comes to your own assumptions and, unfortunately, beliefs in the context of heliocentrism, because it is, originated from a Jesuit / Catholic doctrine, and it is in its core just a belief system. Obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be here. So self-reflection is very important when it comes to so-called scientism in the fields of heliocentrism. Because otherwise you just sound like a religious zealot most of the time if you just say, yep, science.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's where it's going to every time in these discussions. It seems like, oh, well, can you validate it? And then you just say, well, we know this. Like, well, how do we know this? And then when we ask, well, how did you validate it? Since you said we, that includes you. And then you say, well, this person says this and this person says that. Right? That's
obviously.
We don't validate things in science, we falsify them.
Well, obviously, the collective hive mind of the heliocentric religion is easily exposed when being challenged. You see the spiral that happens most of the time. That is what happens to someone that is deeply religious, unwillingly or unaware or not, doesn't matter. He will answer and act in the same way as a religious person does.
You say you falsify things in science using what?
Yeah, so you're saying we find out if things are true through validation. No, in science, we find out if things are true through falsification.
And when you falsify something, what are you doing?
You're trying to point out if there are things that don't make it true.
Right. So when you falsify something, what are you doing?
You realize the process is like they draw to the same conclusion, but the process.
Say testing it. Right? Say testing it. That's how you do it.
Exactly. He's trying to get away from that. When you falsify
testing it, that's how you check it. You test it.
Is it like you don't know? It seems like you don't know what science.
You've been in here for 6 hours now, and you're still on the same shit.
Yeah. If the proposition is this thing does or doesn't do this other thing, and you falsify that it does one of those things, you validated that it does or doesn't do the other. So the process in itself validates a proposition, okay? By the way, when somebody asks you to validate your claim, they're not necessarily asking you to provide a scientific experiment, for goodness sakes. Scientific experimentation is not the only way to validate a claim. For example, Professor Johnston, served at Boston University from 1954 to 1965. Can you please provide me the scientific experiment to validate that?
He is on that keyboard like crazy. He must be in DMs with somebody trying to come up with things.
He's trying to figure it out.
He's not. That's not a
sorry,
Google
my
search.
bad.
That's DM
I'm
typing.
playing a video game while at the same time arguing with you guys. So
so turn your mic off so we don't have to hear you clickety click the whole time.
I apologize. My bad. Chill out.
Yeah, your mechanical keyboard is very loud.
I've heard that before. Okay, no worries.
Well, I suggest to get a different location for your mic or get some different keys for the keyboard.
All right, so I guess the moral of that story is he was trying to critique certain positions based on problematic physics. And then what he learned is that his position is the position with problematic physics.
Guys. I got a song. Can I sing my song to you?
What? Hold on, what's your name?
Name's Frank. Big up Skibidi Toilet United. Anyway, here's the song.
Okay, let's hear it, buddy.
Oh, dude, I can't hear nothing. It sounds like your song is silent.
Maybe he didn't want to sing it.
Silence. Yeah, the sound of silence. That's what he's singing to you.
Oh, dude, I get it now.
He's singing the silence for sure. For sure. Yeah. So,
yeah, obviously we muted him because we're not trusting some random dude to sing a song.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, especially if you look at his information box.
Yeah. So, what are you guys, what are your hot takes about flat Earth? Guys?
Hot take is that it's flatter than a griddle cake.
What's a griddle cake?
A griddle cake is a pancake, also known as a hot cake.
Your wife has some pretty big cakes. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, this is another phenomena that is common when you are a religious zealot. You're just going to introduce things that are absolutely non sequitur of the conversation itself because you have no arguments to bring to the table. Therefore, you're just going to fill the air with nonsense. Because, deep inwardly, your religion is fragile. That's why you don't want to challenge yourself. Otherwise, you would be a topographical stationary planar earther. Right? Or in other words, flat earther. You would understand the true reality of what the Earth represents itself to be. But yeah, I know it's hard. Changing your mind is a hard thing. It sometimes hurts. But it can greatly help to sometimes rethink certain things.
I got the link for Kansas is flatter than a pancake. This isn't the original website, but this is the original words. All right, let's see. In the words of the research team, that degree of flatness might be described mathematically as damn flat. So you can see for yourself.
Yeah. What they did is they measured a pancake's relief over the extent of its surface and the variance. Put that variance between two horizontal planes, and then measured the flatness tolerance against Kansas, and they found out that Kansas was flatter than a pancake.
It was so flat that they got a perfect flatness, and they had to recalibrate the machine because it was just too perfect. So what they ended up measuring was 0.9997. So like a perfect one would have been perfect flatness.
Okay, interesting. So the actual entirety of the surface of the Earth, I just did the math the other day, and I think it came out 0.0005. So what did you just say you had?
Well, this
Point
is
you had right, but
997. So perfect one would have been perfectly flat.
right, but take that in the opposite. So what would that be? Would it be like 0.0003?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Kansas if Kansas is flatter than a pancake at 0.0003, and the Earth overall is 0.0005, then it's only what is that, 10,000ths?
10,000ths, yeah.
So it's only 2/10,000ths differential of a percent of flatness as being flatter than a pancake.
And that's what Rolling My Boulder was using as evidence against the Earth being flat.
You guys just sound like a bunch of dumb fucking rednecks. I'm not gonna lie.
You might
they
Really?
thought they think pancakes are flat, which they're not.
Dude, you must have never watched Deliverance, bro.
Deliverance. That's funny.
He might.
Yeah, your sample size of what rednecks sound like is pretty shallow there, buddy.
Hey, didn't they say that Florida was flatter than Kansas?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, fun fact, guys. The actual redneck community, which exists of essentially, people that don't live in densely populated areas, actually have more children and per capita more sexual encounters throughout their life than the average suburbanite virgin keyboard warrior.
Not surprised.
Celibacy is what Jesus preached. Celibacy is what Jesus preached, my friend.
No, it isn't. That's what Paul preached. You're ignorant.
No, it's not. Well, he told that to the church in his letters, but Jesus, he said, even looking at a woman with lust is adultery.
That doesn't mean you can't have a wife.
Right, but celibacy until marriage.
That's not like pure celibacy, though.
Not sexing before you get married is what I mean. It's what Jesus preached. So it's not something to look down upon, I would say. I think.
Oh, I've been with the same woman for 20 years, so.
Well, amen, brother.
No one was looking down upon it.
I know.
For example,
a lot of people say virgins are bad, but it's not bad.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it that way. What I meant is that many rednecks have, from their own perspective, more fulfilled and meaningful lives by focusing on nature and their family than they do about worrying about what some keyboard warrior thinks of them as using them as an insult against others.
Why don't you just own your insult rather than refining it so it sounds more palatable?
See, we're talking about the Earth, and you guys are talking about people. That's what girls do, right? Men are interested in things.
I mean,
but women are
considering
interested
every
in
one
people.
of us is on a fucking keyboard in a Discord room, pretty ironic.
Somebody's angry. Use your words, big fella. Use your words.
No, I don't care.
Surely you got a wider vocabulary than
I love it when people insult other people, but they failed to find the irony that they've insulted themselves.
Yeah, you're right. Men like to talk about things. Women like to talk about other people. So we know where this is going with these guys.
Oh, no worries, man.
But yeah, I was just pointing out that he was insulting himself by essentially using people who aggregately by percentage actually have more fulfilled lives than him as an insult towards somebody else.
Are you going to tell me you're on a phone now, are you?
What? Is TDA still in here?
Still from this morning.
Actually, he's here from like 3 days ago. He hasn't
I've asked for a flat Earth map, but nobody's given it to me.
A flat Earth map.
I don't understand how you guys
TDA,
so
every
hard.
map,
It's
every
just a
map
simple
of the
request.
Earth.
I want a flat Earth.
Quiet. Silence. Every map of the Earth is flat.
I gave him like 101 maps to pick from, and he wouldn't do it before.
Yeah, every map of the Earth is flat. Pretty simple, dude.
Hey, does this guy know that you need to have a flat map in order to wrap it around a toy globe? Like, have you ever seen how they make these maps for the toy globes that you believe in?
Yeah.
They use a flat map.
We'll let him answer, Clay. We'll let him answer. TDA, do you understand that every map of the Earth is flat?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, necessarily.
You realize maps have certain distortions depending on what type of map you use, right?
All
And
right.
all those
So
distortions...
show me a map that's not of a flat Earth. Show me one.
I could literally Google all of them, and they're
Google
all
it.
round Earth maps.
Go ahead. Do it.
Even NASA tells you that they have to wrap the flat map around the globe.
Yeah.
NASA tells you that.
Do it, TDA. I want you to do it right now. Prove me wrong. Find me the curved map. Go on. Well, you stop playing Minecraft and go look for it? Yeah, go for it.
I just posted in side chat. Do you have fucking eyes or are you blind?
Well, you didn't tell me you did that. I'm not looking at side chat, and I'm not.
Listen, blind people have eyes. Listen, that question that you asked, blind people have eyes. So yeah, that's it.
All right, so that map that you're showing right there, is that a globe?
What do you mean? Is that a globe?
Well, that's what you said, right? You're gonna show that curved map.
Do you see those lines? Do you see?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the lines.
Do you see those lines?
Is that a globe?
Is that a globe?
No, do you see those lines on the picture?
Answer the question, TD.
Answer the question. Is that a globe that you're showing us?
You answer the question. Are those lines on the picture?
Are they globe?
That a globe?
We don't have a key for that map, so we couldn't tell you what it is.
That's a square.
He's saying that the lines on the picture is the globe. The lines on the picture is the globe.
Yeah. TDA, are you going to answer or what? Or are we going to answer for you?
I said it's a square.
It's a square. So is a square the same thing as a globe?
No.
Well, then show me a map of the globe. Go on. This is your task now. You think you're smart and you can just search it up. Look it up then.
It's on a globe. There you go.
Look up the map for the globe. That's what I'm asking for. Now
He did.
He did. That wasn't a globe, was it? Where's the curvature on that? Go ahead, Carter. Where's the curvature on that?
It's right there. The second picture he posted. The second picture.
Picture. Yeah, that's a globe, but that's not a map.
What do you expect him to post?
A map of the globe.
What does that look like?
That looks like a map.
That's a globe. You use the globe.
Does it not look like the first thing you posted?
No.
So you're claiming you use the globe as a map?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking for. It's a paradox. You can't have one or the other. The map is wrapped around a globe. You idiot. So you can only have one or the other. You can either have a globe or you can have a map. Which one are you using?
Post some maps, so you can pick one of those, I guess. A whole bunch, and they all work.
So what map is of the globe?
I guess there is none.
Wow. You're a smart guy.
Sure.
I posted
so he was basically accusing us, flat earthers, to not have maps, and now we find out the globe is the ones that don't have maps.
Exactly.
Oh, that seems pretty, fair of an assumption to say that our model isn't true because we don't have maps. All maps is flat, but come to find out, globes don't have maps. Oh,
pretty strange.
Yeah, neither you guys don't have maps and we don't have maps, so whatever. Practically speaking, we can still use a ton of different maps to navigate.
The maps we have work, though.
The maps we have works, though. No, it doesn't.
How does it not work?
The not globe maps work. The not globe maps work for the globe.
How does a not globe map work?
You freaking idiots! We keep
How does
telling
it
you
not
that
map?
Is a map a globe? Answer the question.
Doesn't matter.
It does, because you idiots think it is. Is a map a globe? Go on, smart guys. Is a map a globe? Let's see if we can separate the distinction. Tell me what a map is and tell me what a globe is.
Well, a map you will use it for practical purposes. If you want to travel your town, you will have a map of your town, and you're gonna be able to depict landmarks and roads and hills on that map, and probably use it as a reference to be able to position yourself and reach another position, utilizing that map practically. The globe, you'll use it for decoration purposes. You put it on a flat, motionless table and you put it there, and it's for people to just play with it like a toy.
Sure.
I posted the video.
That's fair, actually.
Is it true that the Haversine formula only works on spherical surfaces?
Let's see, Path of Light. We ruined your theodolite crap.
Oh no, we didn't.
Yeah, we did long time ago. You want me to tell the new audience
refraction, refraction over that distance. They only work up to 3 miles. I looked up the specs on them, so you can try doing it again.
You didn't look up the specs on mine.
All right. Yeah, you numbnuts.
Peter gave it to us.
You posted all the specs of your theodolite up, didn't you?
Yeah, I post the model numbers regularly.
So yeah, then people can actually look them up, can't they?
They can, but you didn't find any limitation on the distance of measuring a zenith angle on my equipment.
Zenith angle. You're using them for distances way out of their working parameters. We keep telling you this every day, Jesse. You're not getting away from this.
That's your opinion, but unfortunately the manufacturers don't back you up.
Check this out. Your shit example of using a theodolite for the specific distances that you're using them for. You're shooting for distances way out of their working parameters. Nobody that's a professional will ever, and plus you're not. You're just some type of amateur. You're never going to be able to do anything that's worth in its salt, like as far as like using these tools for their specific use case. You're doing something that they're not meant for. They're not infinite distance tools. Didn't AI already tell you this the other day? If that was the case, you could use your common variety, theodolite, the one that you got, and you could use that for the more high-end professional, distances, like the actual people do, the ones that work in that field. Why do they have different ranges of theodolites, Jesse? Why? If one is good for all, then why can't they just use the cheapest one? You don't answer that question, do you? You stay silent. I like that. Somebody muted his ass.
Question.
Right, I'm gonna post a debunk for you guys. This is why you can't see more than 3 miles and make angle measurements. And then he's gonna cry. So
anyway, if any of you actually
you need to answer the question. Why can't somebody just buy that cheap ass theodolite that you have and use it for high-end professional shooting? Why can't they just use the one you're using? Answer.
They do use it.
Yeah, but no, they do use it. Is not the. I need you to show us that it doesn't matter what theodolite somebody uses, whether it's the cheap version that you have or a very expensive high-end version. What's the difference between the two?
Very expensive high-end versions.
Yeah, what's the difference between the two? You need to keep looking at your mic. Sometimes it's red, and you're not speaking when it's red. So, asking you the question, what answer do you have to provide? That the two distinct differences between that garden variety theodolite that you're using versus a very high-end theodolite that someone has. What's the difference between the two?
Alpha, at 28 minutes after the hour, if you look at that refraction, if you just look at the trees in the background, how they're just going up and down slightly, that's enough to throw your theodolite angle measurement off. So you're done, Jesse, Path of Light.
Yeah, this is kind of like the thing that we've been telling him, AI, me, everybody who talks to him, he thinks he has an argument using his theodolite. He has it as an avatar on his image, but he doesn't answer the question what the difference between that cheap theodolite that he bought off of eBay versus one that the professionals use for structures that are going to take massive buildings that they're going to have to use. What's the difference between the two, Jesse? Why is he silent? Now is the time to say something.
He's gonna say, anyways, let's talk about something else.
Yeah. This is the most important question you need to ask or answer, sorry. So if you're able to, go ahead. If not, then I can see why you just want to stick to your little gimmick. Jesse sounds like...
I'm almost starting to think that Jesse is really just... Huh? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to answer, but he's just radio silence right now. I don't know why. He's usually chatty Cathy if you engage him on his little spreadsheet that he has.
Yeah, he's in a chat.
I was just gonna say, like, it almost sounds like Scott threw a fucking a voice changer or something. Same argument, same reasoning.
Yeah, it's not Scott though.
They all go to the same place and they try to come up with new ideas to come in here with. So they all talk like a pre-game before they send people in here. So that's why they all sound the same.
You see, Jesse,
yeah, I figured as much.
Mick, Jesse loses
No one does
because
that.
he doesn't. See, Carter and all the other cheerleaders that follow after Jesse and Scott and all them, once they're actually pressed to give an answer for a very specific question and they don't, it shows that no one else speaks up for them. Like Carter being a cheerleader, he doesn't say anything like to help Jesse because no one has the answer except these clowns. This is their champion right here, and he's supposed to be able to answer this question that I just gave him. What is the difference between his cheap ass eBay theodolite and another one that can be bought by companies that use them for things in the professional industry? Like, why are they different?
Somebody posted destroying the flat Earth without using science. Can you guys make an argument and then cite your source?
Professor Dave, yeah, it's totally not about science.
Carter, are we not going to get an answer from Jesse? Is this all we're going to get?
I don't know. I don't even know Jesse. Y'all think we're just collaborating together to prove globe Earth. We're not.
You are.
No, we're not. Everyone's independent.
We all watch the same anti-flat Earth videos and come in here.
Nope, I've never even watched an anti-flat Earth video.
All of them that you've watched are anti-flat Earth.
All right, so Jesse's going to say radio silent, and then later on he'll reset and do the same shtick again. Just continue to do the same shtick.
He's gonna respawn, bro. Like nothing ever happened.
All right, we got Stormers. Stormers is in the room. Hold on, Stormers. We got Stormers in the room, and he's going to present some evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead, Stormers.
Yes.
Please do so.
So there's a Styx concert, and there's evidence everywhere in that concert. And I'm telling you, it's behind every single stone in that concert. If you look behind every stone, you're gonna find something.
Here we go.
What did he say? Concert? Corner?
Yeah, I think he's done.
I don't even know what he's. The guy.
I don't even know what he's on about.
These guys. It's rough for these guys, and they come in here, they just spiral out of control.
The guy can't even speak.
It's under every stone.
Wait, address what TDA said.
Address
in the
what
chat.
TDA. What if TDA is not saying anything?
What do you put in chat? Address it right now.
He's saying that Earth. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Go ahead.
Look in chat. You're screwed.
How are we gonna address something when they're not in the voice? We're talking to people on the voice call. We're not addressing.
You can't look in chat. You're going to dodge this because.
So listen real quick. TDA saying that airplane. How do an airplane go from point A to point B and whatever, right? But have you realized? Because he's asking.
I mean, so basically, we're responding to Dave McKeegan because that's what he's basically.
Yeah. So the airplane is built, designed in the first place, and built for a non-rotating horizontal frame of reference, not a globe. The airplane, for be able to be utilized, practically safe, used in reality, it has to be designed and built for a non-rotating, right? It says non-rotating Earth.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do, Jesse. Since you like to stay silent, you can exit this wonderful forum that you fought so hard to get back in. We're gonna fucking kick you right back out. You have a choice to make. You're gonna either answer questions because you're an anti-flat earther. You don't have any quarter. The new guys do. The new globers that come in here, you don't.
No flat earther has ever seen the edge of the flat earth.
Shut up.
Period.
I'm not talking to you. Jesse, you're gonna answer the question. If not, we'll see you when we see you. So it's your choice. You're making it right now. Answer the question that I gave you. I've already said it many times. There is no quarter for you. You need to answer the question if you want to remain in this forum. I'm going to take your silence as not an answer. So you got like maybe 5 seconds left. And it's going to be because you don't want to answer. All right. That's a concession.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Not a concession. He just doesn't know how to address your silly question.
Yeah, he does. I gave
really?
him a picture of refraction, and he needs to address how his angles are correct.
It's simple. All he has to do is answer the question, and he's just being obtuse. He don't want to answer it. So all right, we got New Dawn in here. New Dawn, do you think the Earth's a globe?
No flat earther has ever seen the flat Earth.
New Dawn, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Adam.
Stop over talking me.
No, you don't have a say in this forum. You answer questions just like everybody else. Do you think that the Earth is a globe? Answer that question.
No flat earther has ever seen the flat.
Okay, so he's just triggered.
He's done. He's triggered. They must be listening on YouTube and coming in here because it's been just a crazy day. From every time I come in, I've been going in and out of the house all day. And every time I pop in, it is just, it's like, you gotta mute. These people got nothing. One's talking about concerts. The other one's talking about people. Everybody wants to talk about flat earthers.
Well, I spoke to TDA earlier, and he didn't know shit.
Oh, you got to interact with him? I didn't think he was going to come in.
Absolutely clueless. Didn't know the radius. Didn't know who's measured curve. Heard of Eratosthenes for the first time when he Googled it. Couldn't explain what he did. Tried to draw a diagram where he did divergent light rays from the sun to try and prove Eratosthenes. I mean, he was all over the place.
Is there a pilot in this room?
Yes. So Crazy Die Pro, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Positive.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Man, why you gotta scare him away?
Crazy Die Pro, do you think the Earth's a globe?
I just told you, yeah.
Okay. Do you have evidence for that, please?
He asks a question.
Did he leave?
This is so basic. Don't need evidence.
No, it's basic. It's basic, is it? Oh, that's great.
You don't need evidence.
That's wonderful.
We have evidence that it's flat.
You don't need evidence.
I need you to answer my. Why do you not answer a question? What is wrong with people? My God, answer the question. How is it a globe, sir?
They just need their imagination and the TV.
Evidence. What do you have? What is the evidence?
You see, when things go far, right? They disappear in the horizon. You can't.
When things go far, they disappear
In the horizon. So
in the horizon. Okay, so go ahead and show us how that details that the Earth is a geometric shape, like a sphere. Go ahead and tell us. We're waiting for the connection between what you see, what you're saying, and how the Earth's a geometric shape. Make the connection.
Yeah, make the connection how I can't see the ants that are at the end of my driveway crawling around on the near the street there.
It must be curvature.
Yeah, must be curvature, right?
It has to be.
So, well, we haven't gotten to the point where he's going to be able to say that, but it feels like that's what he's going to say. Crazy Die Pro, have you just lost the will to continue?
yeah, very much.
Excellent.
I'm just here to listen.
Yeah, well, that's great. You can listen, but we're waiting for somebody who has evidence of the Earth being a globe, and you being, honest that you're just here to listen. That's fine.
So that when you say you're here to listen, that means when another one comes in, a glober, and then you decide to jump on their train, then we're just mute you because you didn't have anything to say.
Yeah, excellent. Because we gave you the time, but you didn't want to, which that's okay. You can do that.
Yeah, you can mute me.
No, you can mute yourself. We don't have to baby you. You're fucking sound like an adult.
Isn't it weird though that none of you guys?
I was responding to that said you can jump on the train.
How come none of you guys have evidence for Earth being a globe, though? What's up with that?
Because it's hard. Y'all don't accept any evidence.
It's not accepting evidence. You have to produce the evidence that shows that the Earth is a geometric shape, Carter. It's not hard if you have it. Should be easy.
What can I do?
If it is.
What can I do? If it's easy.
There should be from
it's your burden to prove that. Why we gotta tell you what to do?
No, I know the burden of proof's on me. I'm telling you how can.
All right, yeah, but you just keep talking, and I'm going to tell you. From point A to point B, there should be a drop over a distance. That's all we need to see that conforms to the Earth being a globe of a radius of 3959. Show us that drop over distance between point A to point B, and all is well. Can you do that, Carter?
Yes.
Okay. Show us how. The method, please.
Okay. Here's what you do. You get 2 poles. You go to a salt flat.
No, we don't need 2 poles and go to a salt flat. We need you to tell us how the distance is dropping away from us according to the Earth being a globe. I need you to show us how that drop over the distance is measured, not how we're looking at poles and lights and things like that.
Yeah, I was going to explain it. You don't have to mute me. Come on.
This is not Eratosthenes.
Don't explain it. Post it in the chat. Whoever did it.
This isn't Eratosthenes. All right, don't talk about that test. That's not how you know something is curving on its surface. Because you can do it on a flat surface, you can do it on a curved surface, and it's inconclusive. It's not going to show you that the Earth is a specific geometric shape. You have to assume that it's one. And
I understand. Yep.
Well, now you do.
If you go to a salt flat,
I already knew.
How are you gonna prove a curve?
You don't even know what I was gonna say. Okay.
It's a salt flat.
Yes, I would go to a salt flat, and I would create a. Yeah, it might not even be flat, but we're gonna use water on the salt flat. Okay.
That's worse.
We're going to make a canal. We're going to make a canal. We're going to fill it with water, just because it's easier to work with, right? If we're on the ocean, it'd be harder. Then we'll take 2 poles and a fishing line.
And no,
he wants to fucking stretch his string across the water again.
No,
you're not doing that, dude.
Well, why don't we just ask him who has done it? Who did that you're talking about? Or you just made this up in your head?
No, yeah, it's theoretical. But I think it could work.
So
I think it could work.
In reality, so we're not talking about theoretical. Who in reality has measured curvature?
You have to have done it.
So you don't even want me to bring up a hypothetical?
No, somebody has to have done it.
Who actually did it? Are you saying no one's actually done it?
No one's done it.
All right.
Okay, so no one's done it. No one's observed it. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to the Flat Earth, Carter.
Do you see how that's just kind of...
Yeah, we see how you didn't have evidence. We see that. Yeah, yes, we do. We heard you admitting that no one's ever done it. We've heard that. We're all good over here.
And you were welcome. Then you were welcome to Flat Earth again for like the 400th time.
Yeah.
How does it confuse you guys? You observe the Flat Earth. You know no one's measured a curve, and yet you're surprised when we say there's no curve.
It's the same experiment. It's not an experiment. It's not an experiment. Can you please stop saying it's one?
Why is it not an experiment? Please stop muting me, dude.
No, please stop muting me. Well, you don't know what you're saying, first of all, because it's not an experiment, is it?
You don't even know what I said.
What variable are you going to move around to do your experiment?
The variable? No, I'm simply making an observation.
Oh, it's not an experiment.
Okay, wait. It is.
No, now
it is an experiment. Which is it? An experiment or not an experiment?
You just said it was an observation. No,
it's an observational experiment that no one's ever done and can't be done, apparently.
Yeah, observational experiment, yeah. Why can't anybody do it?
Yeah, that
you tell me. Why has no one ever done it? Why has no one ever done it?
Because they think their assumptions are valuable enough, but not to you guys.
What?
What are you talking about, bro?
Your assumptions are valuable.
No one's ever measured the curve. No one's ever measured the curve because their assumption's already correct that there's a curve. That's retarded.
Yeah, they're valuable, Cyclone. I mean, obviously you're not taking them valuable.
So who the first person to assume it was a globe, you never measured it, you just assumed it because it was a valid assumption. Is that your claim?
No, I'm claiming that people who think it's a globe don't think they need to definitively conclude it through a rigorous experiment. I'm trying to make that experiment a reality.
Why haven't they done it yet? Why does it fall on you, random Discord glober, to do in 2024? Surely this was done hundreds of years ago.
Because they think it's silly. They think it's just obvious.
So they've never actually measured any curvature, but they think it's silly to suggest that there isn't curvature.
It's silly to assume everybody's lying, and science is ridiculously fallacious. Yeah.
Someone must have measured it to then be telling all the school kids that this is definitely.
No, they went to outer space.
They just went to outer space. They would have needed to measure
They saw
it before going to outer space. They would have needed to know the size of the ball to go to space. And you're saying no one's ever measured it. So how would they have done that?
I already told you they made assumptions. Eratosthenes made assumptions about light rays, and therefore, with those assumptions, he made the measurement. So it's been done already.
I want the measurement.
What?
What measurement? Of curvature?
Eratosthenes, he measured the radius by assuming light rays behaved a certain way.
Oh, he measured radius. I thought he measured shadows.
He did measure shadows, but he measured them based on the assumption that light rays are parallel. And if they're parallel,
and he proved that the moon landing was fake. Then, if you're going to go with that.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Yeah. Light rays are supposed to be parallel. How come they're pointing to the sun and the moon?
I don't know what you're saying.
You're convinced by that? You're convinced by this little story that you've got in your head that it was assumed by a Greek guy thousands of years ago and no one ever verified his assumption? Instead, they just threw it into space just to get.
No, yeah. Yeah, they went into space to confirm it.
That's what you think? That's what you think? That's what you think?
Yeah.
They were standing around building rockets going, well, let's just hope Eratosthenes was right.
Well, they had other reasons to go into space or go up, see how high they can go. They're curious.
Yeah, they had no reason to assume a curved surface of Earth, did they?
Yeah, they did. There was already a heliocentric model, right?
Based on what? No measurement, no observation.
Yeah, so they went into space to confirm it.
To confirm what? No observation and no measurement.
Their heliocentric model. That doesn't really matter. Like they can assume anything as long as they confirm it, right?
You're a fool, bro. You're desperate to fool yourself. That's what's happening.
Why does it matter?
Realize how ridiculous it is. Well, it doesn't matter. You can fool yourself all you want, but you're only fooling yourself. You're not fooling any of us. We're just kind of standing here bewildered that you guys willingly dupe yourself like this. It's actually sad. You already realize there's no observation or measurement, and yet you're still trying to fool yourself.
Well, that's why I'm working on trying to figure out a definitive observation that we can all do. But you guys are totally against that for some reason.
No, that's
we've already done observations. We do observations all the time.
Oh yeah, just looking at the horizon. If it's straight, everything's flat. Yeah, that's totally adequate.
No, that's not it at all. I mean, well, yeah, when you see a horizontal horizon, it's not an indication of curve, is it?
Yeah, but it's also not an adequate indication of a totally flat surface.
Well, it's indication of a horizontal.
You know, locally
line.
that it's flat.
What does that imply? Oh, locally it's flat. Yeah, so for every person locally, it's flat. So 7 billion locally flat observations equals what? A spinning ball. Wake up.
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, wake up.
How could it not?
I explained to YouTube listeners earlier that Globers have given up on calling it a ball. They now call it flat. It's locally flat, so wherever you're at, it's always flat, except for somewhere else. Then it starts curving. That's their new shtick.
Yeah, it's flat everywhere, which equals a ball in globe.
Do you know how small people are in proportion to the Earth?
Well, then why were they lying?
No, how small? How big is Earth? You haven't told us any of these details yet. We can't tell you how small people are.
Well, what's the radius? Like 3,600 meters?
No, you don't know. You don't have a radius.
Kilometers.
Flat ball. You can't have a flat ball with a radius also. So you got to give up something.
No, you can. You can have an infinitesimally small point, and it'll be flat. Or an arc.
What are you talking about, bro? This is desperate shit. You have to come with more than your imagination.
What is it called when you have
thousands of years ago?
What's the surface on the sphere called when you have like a circle on it? I forget. But if that's infinitesimally small, the radius of that surface, then the surface appears flat.
Nonsense. Stop talking shit.
Sorry, man. It's just reality.
No, you don't understand. You don't. Why are you talking about
Basically saying reality is that the only thing that you could observe is flat, and then you have to assume that it's still a sphere. But no, without observing a sphere. So we have to apologize for the Earth radius because we only experience it flat. We got
I can understand. I can understand why you guys might think it's flat. I mean, that's why I'm giving you guys the experiment.
You
No, you said it's flat everywhere. You already said it's flat for everybody, no matter where you're at, but it's a ball. You said
because we're really small, so it appears flat.
Sounds like Earth so biggie is flat, pretty much.
You're asking for an explanation. I'm giving you one. Radius is really big, but it appears that it's flat.
We are not asking you for an explanation. We're not asking you for that.
And what are you asking me for?
We're asking you for your proof of your globe. That's it. You're saying, oh, but I don't have the actual proof. You're saying, oh, well, no, I don't have proof for the globe, but I can prove that we do these flat Earth measurements, and we do only observe the Earth to being flat, and we do only use the flat Earth for practical use. And yeah, I don't have, but I can apologize to give you an explanation of why it's a globe, even though I cannot validate it with any natural observations whatsoever, because all the natural observations is actually the measurements of the Earth as being flat. Oh,
sure. I conceded to that.
The flat Earth is there, and we do observe the Earth being flat, but I have to apologize to you.
Sure. I conceded to that. That's why I gave you the experiment, because that's the results of that observation will be adequate enough evidence for you guys, I think, if you're genuinely flat earthers.
Go and do it then. Go and do it then. Go and do it, and then come back, yeah? Until then,
well, I first want to validate this experiment with you guys to see if it's something you would conclude is good proof.
It's not an experiment. And then you already conceded the
observational experiment.
You cannot pull a string perfectly flat.
Yes, you can. You can do it well enough.
All right, go and do it then, and then come back. Until then, we don't care.
Why not? Don't you want to know the truth?
So he's pretty much telling us that.
Yeah, you saying,
don't you care?
I imagine this. Why don't you care about my imagination? Because your imagination is worthless.
Wait, Carter, the weird thing is, your explanation is, or your cope, which I would call it, is, even though I experience the Earth as a topographical stationary plane, I insert that must be a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from ever-expanding world of darkness because I'm small and Earth is big.
Nope, I already conceded. I don't have any evidence.
Oh, you have no evidence. Exactly. So why would you go? Okay. If you don't have evidence, why would you go as far to think in your mind that the Earth is anything but a topographical plane, anything but what it represents itself to be? Why would you introduce something that is literally the opposite of observation?
Well, that's
no one's giving. No flat earther is given adequate evidence, in my opinion, for a totally flat surface. No one has given anything.
The answer is because you are prescribed to the one world religion.
No one's given. No flat earther is given evidence, just like no globe earther is given evidence.
I'm going to believe the opposite. Yes.
So you already concluded what the Earth is, and you equally observe it as we do. So why would we? Excuse me. Why would we need to give you any evidence as long as the standpoint, the foundational standpoint is that we equally observe the Earth as a topographical stationary plane? You conceded to this. You said you have no further evidence that goes against what is observed equally. Therefore, why do you do this absurd move of still asking for something that you equally observe as we do? That makes no sense.
Because the observation is not conclusive. The observation doesn't conclude about what the total surface geometry is. It doesn't talk about that.
Then prove it. Prove that
that's exactly what I was going to do.
Prove that you're spinning, wobbling, tilted space will fly from the ever-expanding world of darkness, which is the complete opposite of reality. Actually reality.
What he wants to do, he wants to go past the fact of the natural observation that we all observing that the Earth is being measured and being navigated flat. He want to whistle past the graveyard and go past that fact and come up with his globe projection that's in his imaginations. And we should believe the globe projection that is in his imagination instead of the natural observation that we actually see. So ignore reality of dealing with that thing that you are physically observing in reality, which will be the flat earth measurements that you want to whistle past. And we need to concentrate on the imagination of yours, of your globe projection. No, we don't have to concentrate on the imagination. What? I'm not done yet. No, we don't have to basically listen to the explanation of your imagination, the things that you talk about, because that would be a religion. No, we're not religious. We only talk about reality here. This is the 24/7 the flat earth room. We only talking about natural science and natural observations here, things that we could prove and validate in reality.
Well, we got
physics, things, the studies of the physical natural world.
We got to talk about their religion. Hold on. We got to talk about their religion all the time, because the Jesuit priest Nicholas Copernicus came up with, the Earth is a ball moving through space, and then you got the Big Bang guy, the Jesuit priest George Lamontre. We're talking about their religion all the time.
I think it's really analogous to the allegory of the cave, Plato's allegory of the cave. You guys are in the cave, and people came in and they said, well, there's all this outside and no one's ever been there, but I'm assuming it's true. I'm assuming what they're saying is true, and now I'm presenting you guys with an experiment, an observation that you can do that would conclude what they're saying is true. But even though I don't have evidence.
Those stories, you've got no evidence. These stories you've been given, the videos of space, that's the shadows on the wall. You're sitting there staring at the shadows on the wall saying that's reality. We're telling you to go outside, and you say, well, I've been outside and it looks flat and motionless, but the shadows on the wall tell me it's a globe. So
no, it's not the same. Again, it's like if somebody was.
It is that. What do you mean?
It's like if someone was in a room and the room is going a constant velocity, but they don't know they're moving, and then someone walks into the room.
What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh! Moving. Please, just think abstractly, please. Any space.
Stop thinking in abstract.
We want us to go into his imagination again.
This is your problem.
You can't think abstractly, really?
Hold on.
He doesn't know the Earth is moving.
Guys, 2 seconds. This is the problem. You're saying you need to think abstractly. You're trying to get us to think in your wishy-washy, illogical, fallacious manner, which we're not doing. We're trying to think empirically about what we observe, what we detect, what we measure, what we test. You're saying, just imagine, bro.
Well, the same thing with the allegory of the cave. It was imagination.
Yeah. So the globe part is the imagination bit that you're engaging.
Look, exactly to the Wolf's point, Cyclone's point. Carter literally just began with a hypothetical that he explicitly said they don't know that they're moving.
Yeah,
it's a self-defeating example.
Yeah, Carter,
they don't know they're moving, so they assume that they're not, but they haven't seen that they're moving.
So why do you when
you
you
have
don't
a self-defeating example? Like, stop saying it. If you say it again, it'll defeat your position.
But you don't experience motion.
I mean, he literally don't get it.
You are moving. You're assuming that you are moving, even though you detect nothing.
Okay, how about this? What if someone's in a car and all the windows are just like covered up, they can't see outside, and they're going at a constant velocity and they can't tell that they're moving? And then someone after they stop, they realize, oh wait, I was actually moving. So they come to that realization later on.
So is that your evidence for the Earth?
I mean, if you walk without rhythm, then you don't attract the worm.
Hold on.
That is untrue philosophy, by the way.
May I get in here for a second?
No, we need to hammer out that your imagination, like being in a car and not being able to detect that you're moving, is not evidence that the Earth is moving. You understand that?
Yeah, I'm pointing out that saying that you're not moving in the car is not evidence that you're not moving.
Right. Okay. So what is the evidence that the Earth is moving?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah, what you said is not
answer his question.
We're all in the car right now. And people have seen outside the car. People have been outside the car and they reported back that
we're all inside the car and the air pressure is 14.7 psi. How are we moving inside this bubble? What are we moving through in this bubble that's being held with air inside of it?
But y'all not hearing what he's saying. He's saying the people that is outside the car. So we have to listen to these people outside of the car and believe them because they have their imagination.
They've seen the whole picture, yeah.
No, that's just your belief. You don't know that.
So let's just debunk that now.
So it's just an appeal to authority. That's all.
Let's debunk that now.
I'm just saying what could be the case. You can't say conclusively it's not because you haven't been outside the car.
Well, it's not honest.
Look, we've done this before. Let's debunk that now since you're appealing to it.
Yeah, check this out, Carter. At the very least, what ought to be the case right now is, like you were saying before, right? We don't have the evidence one way or the other, supposedly, right? Yet you claim to cling to one side for some particular reason, right? You have your own ideas, what you were taught. Okay, so that's a revelation of your lack of intellectual honesty in the matter. Because what ought to be the case right now is you say, oh shit, there's both sides are quote unquote equally unsure, supposedly. So you ought to remain on the fence at the very least. But but that's not the case right now. So you're presenting yourself as dishonest.
It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. There's no parity in the positions because his is the only position that carries a positive burden of proof. He's the only one claiming that there's motion contrary to all our experience. So it's on him to prove. And if he says, I don't have the evidence for that, it's not equal. His is dismissed. And we're left with experience, which is no motion.
Yeah, it's certainly not equal with what we know, right? But just from his standpoint, with what I've understood him to say, you understand, they seem equal.
Right? We know there's no motion of the earth. We're just watching you spaz out as you figure it out. We already know.
So Carter, you're appealing to artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum again. And so what you need is the actual scientist cosmology in the first place. And that scientist cosmology requires that ad hoc rescuing device of so-called gravitation, either MAM, mass attracting mass, or TGR, theory of general relativity. So which one would you like me to address first?
Mass attracting mass. We can do this again.
Right. Notice how you said again. So notice how I've already refuted. You've already heard me thoroughly refute the ad hoc rescuing device.
I don't think we should be going
scientist cosmology, and you're still here. So either it's inability for you to comprehend in spite of your best effort, or in spite of you being competent to comprehend and acknowledge the truth, you refuse to do so, which is willful ignorance and or invincible ignorance. So let's go again, very quickly. I won't delay. You see the first citation, right? Right?
Yes.
All right. So there I got a highlight the main proposition in there, the key proposition in there. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction, which is to say, the existence of the matter is the cause within the causation hypothesis. So, if you phrase it in the causation hypothesis, if matter exists, or if matter persists in materiality, then matter pulls of the matter. Okay? Scroll down to the refutation. If materiality is the property of being matter, then it isn't a force that can cause motion. Materiality is the property of being matter. Therefore, it isn't a force that can cause motion. I'll leave that to you to digest and or refute.
You just melted his face again.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, part do you not understand?
If you've not got curvature or motion, I mean, there's no sense in you really arguing for gravity anyway, to be honest, because that's assuming a ball that you don't have any curvature or motion for.
Fair enough. So let's complete this. So what part do you not understand, Carter?
Okay, wait. So if material is a property of being matter, then there isn't a force that can cause motion. What does that mean?
Then it isn't a force.
Oh, wait. Then it isn't a force that can cause motion. Well, how did you come to that How did you come to that premise?
So it's trivially true, really. This is how simple and rudimentary this idea is, and rudimentarily erroneous this doctrine is. So appreciate this. You're Isaac Newton. You now have this idea that quote unquote mass attracts mass, matter attracts matter. You have this idea that the earth is a ball. There's an obvious glaring discrepancy in your cosmology. How the fuck does everything stick to the ball that's not attached to the ball? Well, simple. Because the earth exists. The existence of the earth causes the things not attached to the earth to stay to the earth. Now, with anything else ever in our lives, we know from the world that simply existing is not at all a cause of motion. In order for me to pull the door closed, I have to actually grab the door and pull the door, not just sit there or stand there. But according to Isaac Newton, the earth can just exist, and it'll just pull things that are not attached to the earth. And so it's ridiculous this doctrine is. So now people like us have to come along and say, oh, hello, just being matter is not a cause for motion of any type. Materiality is not an instance of moving something. So materiality, the property of matter, is not a force. It's a very simple ontological distinction.
Can I give you an example where that is the case?
You're going to give me an example where materiality can cause motion?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Supposedly. So if you have two magnets and you just let go of them, like next to each other with some space in between, there seems to be a force that brings them together.
That's literally confirming the point. That's not an instance of materiality causing anything.
Well, what would cause that force? What is magnetism?
Well, that's beside the point. Whatever is causing that force, it isn't materiality, in contrast to the causation hypothesis. Because materiality is not a force.
Isn't that circular?
You need a force to cause motion, not a non-force.
Isn't that circular?
Never gonna be quick going through this with this guy. He's not gonna get that.
Cyclone is anticipating an irritating, redundant circle with you, which is understandable. But let's see if you can track. Materiality, the property that is materiality, is categorically distinct from non-materiality, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so a force is not materiality, correct? Force is not materiality, correct?
No, it's not.
Correct.
But we're talking about a cause.
Materiality.
Materiality can cause a force. Is that fair?
It's an action or a reaction or an attribute.
That's also erroneous. It's category error. The cause is the entity that possesses energy to exert the force. The force isn't the effect. The force is what the object is doing to cause the effect.
An action or a reaction.
So you're saying materiality can't cause a force, right?
Correct.
Or are you saying, okay,
it is
how are
not
you saying
a force,
that?
nor does it cause a force, nor does it exert force.
I understand how materiality isn't a force, but how can you say it's not causing a force when that's what we apparently see with magnets?
Materiality is not matter that exists in space to do anything.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand. I don't know.
You'll get there eventually. But this is the problem with scientists. I've had these debates for a long time now, and these people are ontologically inept. It is so ridiculous. In everyday life, they would not talk like this. But for some reason, they have been deceived into talking in such asinine ways like this, where you just say, oh, the sheer existence of the matter causes things to be pulled, rather than saying, oh, yeah, obviously the matter doesn't have to just exist, it has to fucking move in order to pull or push anything. So this causation hypothesis is asinine on its face. Just existing or just possessing the property of materiality and not cause any motion.
On top of the fact that they moved away from mass attracting mass over 100 years ago, it's not even part of their belief
I talked
anymore.
about this because we heard him select which one he wanted to talk about. So,
Yeah, no.
is there any more questions you have, Carter, or do you want me to move on?
No, yeah, you can move on.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about TGR now?
No, you can talk to somebody else. I'm done.
Okay. So let's just conclude, because that's not the conclusion. The conclusion is, now that ma'am, wink, wink, is refuted, then there is no ad hoc rescuing device for scientist cosmology. And if that's the case, and it is, then that necessarily entails that every piece of matter whatsoever would be completely disintegrated from one another into oblivion. Therefore, you couldn't have possibly had a human build a machine, go up away from the Earth, turn around, take a snapshot, come back and show and tell the world. So any supposed photographic evidence is necessarily a fabrication. Next.
Can you please explain why he can't get back?
Can I explain what? Say again?
Why a human cannot get back after taking the photo?
I think you misunderstood. If there is no ad hoc rescuing device of gravitation, no mechanism to maintain the uniformity of anything, the nature, the structure of anything, right? Gravity holds things together, but you don't have any gravity, so you don't have anything that holds everything together, holds matter together. So then everything would become disintegrated from one another. Every material body would completely deconstruct down to the most fundamental, irreducibly complex particles. So you would just have a cosmic vacuum full of indivisible material particles, which are so small you can't even see them. And of course, we wouldn't exist. So there would just be a world of indivisible material particles swirling around or not swirling around in a cosmic vacuum, which is not a world where there are humans to build artificial machines to go away from the Earth to take a snapshot and come back.
Ah, I see your.
Okay. So what now? I didn't shut the channel down, did I?
child of what TV does to people. All of your evidence comes from media created by the governing system and all the propaganda that came from the TV. Textbooks, NASA, CBS, you're exactly who they want.
This evidence of a globe, yet no one has applied for the large rewards of hundreds of thousands of dollars for proof of the globe.
I actually love it when they start to bleat and moan and cry and chat skank in the text. I ask you a simple yes or no question so we can continue a conversation. You can't do it. So keep crying for me in the text.
I have to wonder why they're so emotionally attached to the globe.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like a teddy bear, I think.
How did
you take the teddy bear away? Yeah. Where did the flat earth hurt you? Why is the globe such a teddy bear? Do you have a big stuffed globe that you cuddle at night? Are you a NASA fanboy? Are you a big fan of Elon Musk?
Yeah, no one can explain to me why the builders of the Concorde spent the equivalent of $39 million to make sure that the Concorde flew flat and level to save fuel.
The Concorde was a really cool aircraft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for 1960s technology, sure.
It's a beautiful looking thing, it's like a fucking swan or something.
Yeah.
I saw a thing on the windows had to be very small and curved because of the pressure. So we would have seen it would have made the horizon look curved for sure. And they're really small.
Yeah, because if you make larger windows, then you have to put more superstructure into the plane, and that makes it heavier. Making it heavier means more fuel. And they had to be very careful about their fuel burn.
Yeah, so the windows were very small, very thick, and very curved.
What's happening, guys? Where's the globies at? I must have posted a banned meme here or something. Got myself into trouble.
then.
Certainly, yeah. I think it's very valuable in figuring out where your own personal worldview falls short and where it can't cover certain things. But I also find that depending on where you kind of start from, I suppose, really defines where you end up, if that makes sense. Like depending on what you take to be true as an assumption to begin with, really constrains what it is you can end up with, you know what I mean?
That's part of it, but also what direction you head from there.
Also true. Definitely.
Can we say fallacies are wrong assumptions?
True.
Yeah, I'm learning English because I think fallacy and I know what it means, but it's kind of like, to me, like somebody who assumes something that is legitimately kind of wrong, like 1 and 1 is 11. Just because there's 2 1s, it does not mean it's 11, but a kid would say it's 11. It's a fallacy, but also wrong assumption.
Eddie, good catch, bro. Because I was thinking, he's just like being just generic about, just like, I just came here to kind of, I'm curious about what people think, but I
think Eddie was saying that
maybe I'm wrong.
Fallacies are that he's learning what logical fallacies are. Like an easier way of putting it would be false reasoning.
I was talking about the Australian dude, though. What he said.
I was responding to Eddie.
My bad. Go ahead. My fuck.
But you were saying basically you're talking about fallacious reasoning, and an easier way of putting it, I guess, would be false reasoning. Like you come to a conclusion falsely, and though there's a logical path to it, it's a false logic.
Yeah,
that's what a logical fallacy is false logic. It ends up leading down the wrong path. Even though you're using logic to try and get there, it ends up going in the wrong way.
Yeah. Okay. I see. I get it. Okay.
Are you sitting in like a forest glen or something with birds chirping, or is that like a
forest glen?
What is going on? You're in like paradise over there.
Well, I'm sitting in a camper and the door's open and there's birds sitting in the trees and they're singing stuff. Yeah, it kind of
sounds great.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous?
Very much so. It's nighttime where I am. I haven't got any gorgeous soundscapes like that.
Yeah.
All right, so Dick,
my microphone happens to be good enough to pick up things from all the way across the yard.
It does that. I like that.
Voice check.
Hey, Dick. So you were talking about. Damn, I freaking forgot what I was talking. You were talking about.
Oh, I see. So we've got birds and guinea pigs. So you're hearing a combination of the two. So there's birds singing in the background and guinea pigs are squeaking, waiting for my daughter to come out and bring their food. They'll squeak a lot louder when she shows up.
Got the whole barnyard happening. Nice. What were you saying, sorry, Helio?
Hey, go ahead, Helio. Sorry.
Interested in how other people get into it and stuff like that. But I try to keep it as diplomatic as possible and civil. I don't come in here calling people idiots or anything.
No, sure, and we don't either. We're actually more civilized than a lot of the other servers. When it comes to.
Yeah. Sometimes I say some things, and then it kind of a few people like get offended, I suppose you would say, and then kind of start derailing it, which doesn't end up always going so well. But you've been very, very receptive.
Isn't it weird?
Morning, y'all.
Something that. Hey, Elijah, how's it going, man?
Good, bro.
As a matter of fact, I actually wish I hadn't looked at your rolls. Because I wanted to say something earlier.
Get the surprise.
I was just like, but anyway. We have a lot of Aussies here. Is that Elijah?
Elijah, you're not coming in too clear, so it's difficult for them to hear what you're saying.
Well, it'll be impossible. Yeah. If I could just get a fucking can you guys? Well, I know my Hold on 1 second. But you were going to say...
It sounds like you're a long way away from your microphone. It's like really, really quiet.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. But you can go ahead. I was telling the other guy to go.
A voice check.
Cool, Elijah, man. You get your mic sorted, man. You're good.
I was telling the other guy to finish his thought.
Oh, that sounds so much better. What the fuck? How did you do that?
Julio, every fucking day, you understand that what happens. I do this when y'all cry that y'all can't hear, and I don't want to do this, but it is what it is. So the other guy can finish his statement.
You sound mad, bro.
Do you know me?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what concern is how I'm feeling to you?
Oh, I don't want you to get unnecessarily stressed out.
No, I mean, you don't know me and Helio's relationship, so it's kind of
not at all.
Something you can say. Right.
You anyway. Mad at me? You mad at me, Eli? Man, I ain't trying.
The other guy, I mean, does anybody like repeating themselves?
It can get.
This is the third time I'm going to say that the other guy can finish his thought, that I wasn't talking to you, sir, or Helio. The other guy that I was saying good morning to, he was going to say something when I said good morning. So I was just saying, continue your thought.
I don't know if they know who they are. Do you remember whose name it was?
It was Ethagris? No. No, I'm bugging out.
I was just trying to transition you into the conversation, bro.
Oh yeah, you were gonna say something and then I said good morning.
I forgot. Everybody said too much now, and I'm trying to keep track with what y'all were saying. I threw my thoughts away. But anyway.
Alright, so Deck.
Yo.
You said you came here to understand why people think what they think?
Yeah, I'm interested in how people kind of end up at the conclusions that they've come to.
Okay, so what do pick a person, any person, any individual, because I don't like generalities like that when it comes to these conversations, because
I'm not trying to actually make a conversation.
The fastest way to be rude is to cut someone off in the middle of their sentence. You don't think I'm upset for saying that to you, right?
No. I'm just letting you finish if you want to.
Yeah, so pick a person, any person, and then tell me what they think and why they think it.
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. I mean more.
Are you new?
I like to. Yeah, pretty new.
Okay, so what can I do for you?
Yeah, what's up, bro? I mean more like I just like to come here and ask people questions. You can start if you like. How did you come to like Flat Earth Discords and stuff? What led you to this Discord server?
Someone shared a link. I was a part of Nathan Oakley's panel.
Nathan Oakley, I'm not familiar with. Is he a prominent Flat Earth dude?
Yeah. He has a show.
Gotcha.
Where people get on the show and communicate. Oh, it's went through a lot of transformations over the years. So, but basically like this book, basically.
Gotcha. I do have a question I was wondering, and this is kind of to anyone who wants to join in, but I understand that a lot of you guys are Christians, I assume, some kind of denomination of Christianity, and that kind of ties into the Flat Earth stuff. But is there any like
of America is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, true. But a lot of it isn't, right. And I assume a lot of the Discord population probably is leaning towards atheism as well. I was just wondering if there were any atheist flat earthers in here as well, like, and how those views differ.
Before we answer, because I'd like you to define atheism and what example justifies the definition. But thing is, is an object something that we can talk psychology about, or is it something more objective?
Is an object? Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Is an object like a chair, or a ball, or a table, something that we can speak psychology about, or can we talk dimensions? Are measurements and dimensions something definitive and objective?
Both can be talked about. They're relevant to different contexts, I suppose, but you could talk about it psychologically or dimensionally if you wanted to.
All right, so I'm looking at a chair right now. Give me an example of how we can speak about that psychologically.
I guess if you're seeing a chair, then your mind has given you the impression that you're looking at a chair, but obviously maybe you're hallucinating it. You know, I don't know your mental state, but that's maybe how you could tie it in, I suppose.
Unless you can touch it and sit in it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And measure it. So at that point,
you probably need someone else to check, like, against your own, because maybe you might have biases or something like that. But yeah,
somebody sitting in a chair. I know for a fact that in 33 years of living, I've never had to question if someone was sitting in a chair. If I was staring at them sitting in a chair. I don't really know anybody that's had that experience either, that they were hallucinating a chair or someone sitting in it.
Right. I mean, there are
measure, and we can say know things about the chair, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So I think since the Earth is an object, and since there's the claim on the table, no pun intended, about it being a sphere, that's a definitive object. We have definitive dimensions for this object. So I don't think we need to talk about psychology or how people feel. We just need to talk about why people don't believe that it's not the shape or dimensions that are already presented.
Isn't that a kind of psychological issue? Why people don't believe something?
Well, it's not a psychological issue if people don't believe something because there's no direct evidence. It's just a lack of evidence.
Sure, but like when we're talking about it in that way, we're kind of talking in psychological terms. Like someone hasn't got enough evidence to start believing it. Like that, those are kind of psychological concepts.
Right. So the first thing to do would discuss that, because if there is evidence and then someone denies it, that would be psychologically interesting. But
definitely,
so far in this conversation, you nor I have denied anything. I'm just trying to prompt you to talk about definitive things, not just hypothetical, how someone would feel based on some lack of evidence or potential evidence or whatever. We can just discuss the evidence first and focus on the psychology later, right?
Yeah, we can, if that's what you want to do.
I mean, that's the only thing I can do for you, because I don't really, in order to understand where I'm coming from, you have to go over the information that I've gone over.
Yeah, right? Definitely. So if you want to go over that information that led you to that conclusion, yeah, for sure, go for it. That'd be very interesting to me.
So do you know that because of the set dimensions, there are consequences to that? The main consequence being the horizon being geometric.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. No one has a problem. Do you understand the claim?
What exact claim are we talking about here? The claim that the Earth is a sphere.
Fundamental claim of the globe. Yeah.
I thought that's not what you believe, though.
So what? But you need to you're wondering why I don't believe it, and I need to show you what about the information or lack thereof that led me from believing in it to falsifying it and knowing it doesn't exist. But I think that's a little hard for someone to understand me just saying it like that. But what I can do is show you why I don't believe it.
Gotcha. So when you stopped believing the round Earth thing, did you substitute that for a different belief? Like, would you say that you believe the Earth is flat now, or would you not go that far? Would you just say, let's
go back to let's move out of belief systems and go back to the examples we were talking about before, like objects, that being a chair. If I have a chair one day, or if I thought I had a chair, and then I go into the living room for my favorite chair and it's not there. Now, granted, I had it, so I know I had a chair, and it's not there, then the simple answer is, well, it's not there. Now, what if I was someone that claimed to have had something, and then someone would have to come and experience me having it in order for them to say, yeah, I know they have it. Okay? So they can choose to say, I believe they have it, or I don't believe they have it because of the lack of information. But if they attempt to try to confirm that I have a chair and I don't give them the evidence that I have a chair, then it's reasonable to, it's at least acceptable to believe that they don't have the thing since they're not providing evidence. Now, I don't replace that with something else. I just move on with my life, right?
I'll be honest, I kind of got lost in the middle of that analogy.
So I wouldn't replace my belief in something someone else said. If there's lack of evidence, I wouldn't replace that with something else. That doesn't make any sense.
As in, like say you were sitting on something for a long time.
No.
And you didn't know if it was.
No.
What do you mean no?
That's not what I mean. What I mean is,
finished. What
well, you're putting me into the example, and no, that won't work. You're beginning with the wrong premise.
I'm just trying to understand more, and once I finish my sentence, if you let me finish, then maybe you can tell me where I'm going wrong with it.
Well, you're beginning with me, and okay, go ahead.
It's a hypothetical. So say say I am sitting on a chair or some object. I don't know what the object is. Could be a chair, could be a couch, could be this, could be whatever. But for whatever reason, I'm told it's a chair. And then when I look and find some information that says, it doesn't have 4 legs, right? Then I can think, okay, well, chairs have 4 legs. If this doesn't have 4 legs, then obviously I'm not on a chair. But then at that point, I'd probably go, well, I know it's not a chair. So I would assume maybe then I'm on a couch or something else. Or do I just stop wondering altogether? Like, obviously, I'm going to assume I'm sitting on something, obviously, right?
Sure, but why would you have to assume? Like, if we're going to take this example to, like, any real logical reasoning, it's like, you're sitting on a chair if you're sitting on a chair. So that's why I don't understand. Now I understand you trying to say I don't know it's a chair, but if somebody points out to you, well, or if you confirm that there's not 3 legs, then you kind of already know what it is. You're looking at it. Why would you then assume it's something else? It makes no sense. Well, that's why I was trying to give you a better example that.
Right. So what you're kind of saying is, like, I've been told it's a chair the whole time, but then once I look for myself and see that it's not a chair, now it's no longer an assumption. Now I know that it's something else.
Exactly.
Kind of. Right. So what is this? So and what you're saying is that the thing that made you know that it's not a chair or a globe, if we want to go back to what the actual conversation is, that this spherical horizon thing that you were talking about.
Geometric horizon, yeah.
Gotcha.
Based on the spherical assumption.
Sure. So from your perspective, that doesn't line up in your observations.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. And so, are these observations like using telescope or like eyesight, or what kind of?
Just use a camera. You can use anything you want. I use a hostile witness. It's Nat Geo. They put CFI investigators on their channel, and they did a segment with flat earthers. So I typically use that.
Gotcha.
Oh, 0.6. Sorry. So I typically use that. I can use anything. I can go to a beach and show my loved ones what I'm talking about. I can, show videos. I can do it either way. But the bottom line is, if they don't understand what the consequence of living on a sphere is, of set dimensions, then they're not going to understand how that can be falsified. And if it can't be falsified, then again, it remains a belief, because if you can't falsify information someone's giving you, that means you can't verify it either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So a different question then, Eli. So you've decided this isn't a sphere, that we're living on the Earth. Do you have any opinions about, like, say, other planets, like, say, Mars or Jupiter or things?
No.
Like, are they?
No
opinions?
No. I have Celestron binoculars that are meant for sky viewing. I see them. They're lovely. That's it.
Okay.
I got an eyeglass piece, just like every other astronomer does.
An eyeglass piece.
Yeah, that's what they are, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Like, what do you mean though? Like, as in,
when you look through a pair of binoculars or a camera or a telescope, what does it typically have at the end?
A lens to focus the image, of course.
So what didn't you understand there?
Oh, I don't know. You just said it. I didn't know if you were going somewhere with it. You just kind of said,
No, that was it. That's what we have. We all have the same thing. We have optical devices with different refractive properties that allow us to see better, or that allow us to see better.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. So when you have looked at planets and you've seen that they're looking spherical in nature, I suppose. Would you say that or no?
Well, I would have to have some other frame of reference than my fixed one to tell that something is a sphere for definite.
Yeah, that's true.
I can look at it and see it's round. It'd be retarded to say it's not. Looks round. Great.
Definitely. So you under the assumption that the other planets are round?
I'm not under any assumptions. I'm pretty sure I see what you see.
Okay. So you know that the other planets are round.
Do they look like squares to you?
No, they don't. I think they're round. I'm just trying to ask if
look to me like what they look like.
Planet.
So I don't know. I just said say yes, but sure. So yes, you believe
the word you said circle, and I said they look round. Obviously, Hold on, sir. Don't worry about that. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So when you said spherical, I explained the problem with assuming that, but I can most definitely say it's circular. Obviously.
Right. So with obviously you can observe that planet for a while and notice that it's like the surface changes and it looks as if it's spinning, and it represents what looks like a sphere that has a set surface on it that is or like rotating, I suppose.
Well, that's you still making an assumption and trying to, based off of just observation from this reference frame, that it's spinning sphere. And again, I explained to you why from this vantage point. You're basically telling me it's an assumption based on, well, we can see that the surface changes. Yeah, sure. That's cyclical too. It'll come around and you'll see the same pattern. I'm saying all of these things without the assumption. You're saying it with the assumption. There's nothing wrong with how it looks. I can say that just fine. But if I were to tell you it was spherical, there's no way for you to validate that any more than I. And I know that sounds, like a bit of semantics and games, but actually that's the honest truth.
Is that you wouldn't be able to tell me that it's spherical. You can only say it looks spherical.
Well, you know the difference between knowing something and assuming something based off of,
evidence.
Not evidence,
or observation.
Yeah, just looking at something, because we can just look at things and get that wrong.
Right. Yeah, of course, through illusion or some other kind of thing. Yeah, for sure.
Or just having one perspective of something doesn't necessarily give you
the whole picture.
Properties or whatever else it is.
Definitely.
So that's all I'm saying. But what's all of this have to do with whether the Earth's a globe or not?
Well, it's just like
that's the only thing that I'm really concerned with. I have no problems with the sky and what the sky looks like. What else do you like? If the Earth is not a sphere, then does that change anything for you as far as what you see in the sky?
Yeah, I think definitely. Because like when I look in the sky and see planets and moons and things like that, I come from the perspective of, okay, well, these are spherical objects in the sky that are kind of held together by gravity, and that they are similar to the Earth in the sense of like the same forces are acting on them, and that's why they look similar and stuff like that. I'm just curious how one can look at like round objects in the sky and see that they have round natures, and you can see shadows reflect on them. They appear spherical. I think that's an okay thing to say. And yet the Earth is flat, seemingly in opposition to those things. Like, why would the Earth be different if these other objects appear spherical?
Well, going back to the examples we were talking about earlier, the object that we live on, if it has certain dimensions, then there would be certain consequences. So I wouldn't have to look at something else and then reason, well, why wouldn't the Earth be that? That's ridiculous.
Okay,
Second of all,
okay. Sorry, I'll let you continue.
Oh. Second of all, I just lost my train of thought. Go ahead now.
Okay, well, if I can, jump on that first point. Like, I feel like it's not unfair to like think, if I'm what's that? You remembered?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I mean, so we would just conclude that the Earth is a sphere if we can conclude that based on the direct evidence on the sphere because of the consequences of the geometry given. Like, I wouldn't need to do anything else. So when I asked you if the Earth was flat, would that change your idea of what the sky was? You said, yeah. So the question really is, well, can we validate that it's a sphere? First thing I told you was, no, it's falsified. But you didn't want to look into that. You want to suppose that what we see in the sky is spherical. Fine, that's fine. But then you ask, well, what would make me deny that the Earth is the same thing? But I already told you why. You just didn't want to get deeper into that. We just changed topics.
Right.
Right. So where do we go from here? Do you want to go back to validating whether it's a sphere or not directly, or because I mean, we got to go with empirical things in this case because the Earth is an object and they do claim dimensions to it. That's the only thing we need to validate because it's the prerequisite to all other things that you might believe about the sky, like the distances to other things or, orbits and things like that. I did also want to mention that, by the way, you do know that according to academia, gravity is not a force, right? But you thought of it as a force when you were explaining how things are held together.
Sure, yeah, there is no kind of quantum particle that mediates the gravity force, and that there's no like graviton. I don't think they've found one.
I know about a graviton, but I just mean mass attracting mass. That idea itself is not the currently held rhetoric in academia. Not since
I don't think that's. I think it is that trick.
I mean, might want to look it up.
I certainly will, because I was under. Does mass
I mean, you don't have to look it up. I could give you citations and help you out.
Yeah, please. Yeah. If you've got a citation for that, I'd love to look into
George Musa from Scientific American. He's a publisher there. Gravity is not a force. And this quote was derived from somebody called Craig, I think, Fight the Flat Earth. He has a channel. Shout out to him, I guess. But the bottom line is they were arguing about whether or not gravity was a force, and so everybody understood the context and what was meant by gravity being a force. And George Musa straight up in that book. Well, after that, Craig got George Musa to have a conversation with him to debunk any flat Earth notions that gravity is not a force. So he straight up, point blank, asked him, "Is gravity a force?" And he's like, "No, it's not. But you can think of it as a force." That's kind of a problem for me. Something's not something, but I can think of it as something. I can think of myself as married. That doesn't make me married.
Yeah, definitely. But you can say like you can think of water as being sorry, I'm trying to think of an example, but like as in you can treat certain things as if they are other things without them actually being like that. But their properties are similar enough that you can get away with treating them as if they were, if that makes sense.
Property? Do you think gravity has properties?
Certainly, yeah, for sure.
Well, in order to know that, you'd have to be able to manipulate it, right?
No, we can just observe its effects on things.
No. That would be begging the question.
How would observations be begging a question?
Well, not just looking at stuff, but inferring that the thing that you're trying to prove is the reason that the effect of what you're seeing is what it is definitely begging the question.
Okay. Maybe I'm not really following what you're saying. But
not only that, what I'm basically saying is there is no scientific evidence for gravity. And Einstein's theory of gravity is just math, so that's not scientific evidence either.
Well, Globus they use gravity to describe the effects, but they never talk about the actual cause of those effects. And so
that's fair.
Well,
so gravity is just the name for a phenomenon that we can observe, but we don't necessarily know what it's made of or anything like that.
No, gravity is supposedly an effect now. It's not a cause anymore. That's the problem. Like, that's why everybody's confused about what it is, what it isn't. First of all, either way you slice it, there's no scientific evidence for it. Because you would need to, if gravity had properties, it'd be something like, things have properties, right? Well, if gravity was a thing, a substance, a something, then we would be able to interact with its properties directly and tell you what it is. The problem with that is you can look up, is there anyone who's manipulated gravity? And the answer will be not yet.
We haven't manipulated gravity in that sense, sure, but we can measure the effects of gravity, such as like going to different places on Earth's surface will have different gravitational measurements, right? Because of different densities and such.
What is gravity?
I would be begging the question. That's the problem. But the bottom line is, if I tell you that there's no scientific evidence for something that should have scientific evidence, I would expect you to kind of anchor there, because you would have to challenge me.
I'm disagreeing. I'm saying I think there is scientific evidence for gravity. We have lots of observations and measurements that would lead to the idea that there is some kind of phenomenon that we call gravity.
What's the hypothesis? Do you know what a hypothesis is in the scientific method?
Yes, I do know.
Okay, so just for everyone's for time's sake, what you do is you observe a natural phenomena. So you have to observe something happening in nature already. Okay. And then you have to assume or presume what it is. Well, assume what it is. And what's causing it. Right. So that basically is your hypothesis. If this, then that statement. And then you have a experimental setup that confirms your this is that. And then the conclusion would be the end of. And then if you validate
the results don't falsify the hypothesis. Yeah.
And then if you have multiple hypotheses, you then have a theory. Not first, but after the validation of multiple hypotheses. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe not necessarily validation, but like the attempt at falsification, kind of, if that makes sense. Like you try to see if your hypothesis holds up, and if it doesn't, then you can throw it out, right? But you can't really prove that it's true, just that it is still accurate in certain things, if that makes sense.
Well, no. You have a natural phenomena and you assume what's causing it. Then in the experimental setup, you use the independent variable to create the effect. In that scenario, you've then empirically proven that it is the case, what you said. Now, if it's not the case, then you've empirically proven it's not the case. Only specifically your assumption about it. Your statement about said thing is either correct or incorrect. There's no in the middle.
Yeah. Well, so when we're talking about scientific theories, the point is that they're able to predict natural phenomena that you can observe, right? So if you can apply your scientific theory to something, yeah, that's how it works. So if you observe something, then you're.
Well, why don't you go ahead and drop a citation for that? Because I don't see where prediction's
very important. So it's like your theory doesn't mean anything if when you go into the real world and go, okay, well, according to my theory, I predict this will happen if this happens, right? This, if this, then that. So I predict if this, then that. That's a prediction. And if that prediction doesn't come true, then your theory is wrong, right?
Well, it's not a theory. I just told you that a theory is something that is based on validated premises. You don't just have a theory.
But then that theory that is comprised of various premises, if that theory doesn't hold up, then you have to chuck out that theory along with all of its premises, right?
Well, it's not about chucking it out. It's not about chucking it out. Once you validate it, no, you don't revise a premise that has been proven true. You know what a premise is?
Yeah, but proven true in very limited circumstances. But then if you find circumstances in which it is no longer holding up, is no longer working, then you have to revise your premise.
It doesn't invalidate the previous premise, no.
Because no, it doesn't.
Because if heat causes water to boil, there's no other instance given the same variables and controls that won't be the case. So if you build on that, you may discover new things and you may build on a new premise that you can therefore validate. Then you would have two. But that second premise to be built on the first one, the second one would never invalidate the first premise. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I got you. Fair enough. Yeah.
Great.
Definitely.
So that being said, what is the scientific evidence for gravity?
So the evidence, right, is the premise that when things increase in mass, which is a measurable quantity, that they will increase in the attraction of other objects with mass. What's that?
Is that a natural phenomenon observed?
Certainly, yeah. So when we use telescopes to look at, say, celestial bodies that orbit around things with higher mass, or when we observe in like a scientific lab, when we take objects and measure the amount of attraction and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, I have an issue.
Observation.
I have an issue already because when you talk about mass, you're talking about dimensions again, and that assumption, at least for the masses you're talking about, I can only at least go with it if the Earth is measured to be what it is. So seeing as that premise hasn't been satisfied, we can't just go ahead and use that for explanatory power here in this conversation, because we haven't validated the premise that your argument is based on. So when you talk about masses doing this and masses doing that, first thing I said was there's no scientific evidence for mass attracting mass. So we can't just assume it. That would be begging the question.
Yeah, well, like, so I'll read the definition of a hypothesis again. So a proposition made as a basis for reasoning without any assumption of its truth, right? So you're not actually assuming it's true, or if it's not, you're just...
No, we just went over it, and that was... If you're making a prediction in the context that you gave it, we both agreed that you're looking at a phenomenon, a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you're predicting what's causing that, because you said if this, then that. And I said, okay.
No. We're not predicting what's causing it. We're predicting using like equations and stuff, whether we can predict what's going to happen next. Right?
It's not. That's a problem.
Why is that?
What does that have to do with everything we just spoke about?
So when we're constructing scientific theories, we take prepositions and we test them.
Not constructing. Something becomes a scientific theory after multiple premises have been validated via the scientific method and experimentation.
Definitely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So my question is,
after those things have been validated.
So my question was, what was the scientific evidence for gravity? So what is gravity?
So gravity as a phenomenon is the attractive force that causes masses to go towards each other, that cause them to attract.
How do we validate that premise?
So we can make scientific observations of massive objects with mass, and see how they react to each other and what movements they make according to other things with mass. And then using our propositions that we construct to predict what's going to happen next, we test them and see if our predictions are correct or not. And after hundreds of years of fine-tuning our equations and stuff like this, we came up with, I think it was Newtonian ones, but like the Newtonian theories of gravitation with like mass over mass divided by the radius squared, etc., blah, 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 these kind of things. Oh, that's not correct, but those kind of things. And those equations predict very, very accurately the path of these massive objects. So in using the scientific method, we can say, okay, well, these things are the closest way we can get to predicting the phenomenon we observe. And thus we take that as the best explanation we have so far, right?
There are massive flaws with that. You know how the pen you're holding or the particles are held together, but compared to another object, there is no attraction whatsoever.
Say that again, sorry. So the pen I'm holding...
No, but before we go do all that, a hypothesis has to be something that you can test as the researcher. So when I say test as the researcher, you need to manipulate your independent variable. You're not doing that looking at stuff. You're just looking at stuff. No, you can't manipulate something by looking at it. That's a definite fact.
You can manipulate the time at which you look at it.
What you're describing is not what I describe. So when I say the scientific method is what we just went through, and you did agree. Maybe you disagree now. I don't know. But initially, when I went through it, you said agreed. And for more context, I added that, well, the hypothesis has premises that have to be therefore proven by way of an experimental setup where you take the presumed cause and manipulate it to cause the effect of the phenomena you saw. You can't do that if you're just looking at something.
I don't think you need to you don't need to manipulate the cause necessarily. You can manipulate other variables to observe the cause in different circumstances, right?
No, that would be just another logical fallacy. To go ahead, because you can't just look at something and then form a conclusion. Well, you could.
No, you can't. You've got to do tests. Yeah, that would be illogical to do so. Yeah.
But when you say test, you're just talking about more observation. You're not talking about doing anything else. You're talking about...
Well, let's say a test where we're actually genuinely changing the amount of gravity in the situation, right? So when we went to the moon, I don't know if you believe we did or whatever, but...
No.
Okay,
I'm not gonna... But, I mean, if we're gonna validate gravity, we can't obviously use a story to validate it, because I'm not going to gravity and I mean, I'm not going to the moon and then experiencing something different than what I'm experiencing on the Earth. So instead,
how do you know that? You haven't been there.
That's my point. Neither have you. So we can't.
But some people have.
You don't know that because you don't know that the Earth is a sphere yet.
But so you're saying that we can't make any assumptions.
You could believe it. You could
I currently believe that I do.
Validate. That's what I'm saying. But I'm trying to drag it from just believing premises to, well, when is the first prerequisite ever proven, which is the DNA.
Oh, you're kind of cutting out a little bit. Okay, well, while you're fixing it, I'll just say, if we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously. 30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller. And thus, that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously, if you don't believe we've gone to the moon, that
really wouldn't be what I mean, because what I mean is just what everyone means in academia when they're talking about the scientific method versus pseudoscientists that are also in academia, which we all know. If you have any, like the Scientific American, for example, they argue why, because they don't definitively. So a scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Colostate.edu. Now, the independent variable being the force of gravity, in this sense, you as the researcher would have to manipulate the force of gravity, because that's what the premise is.
Within your experiment, yes. And you can do that by changing the place in which you conduct the experiment, and thus the gravity changes as well.
No.
Yes.
No, you can't say gravity is here this gravity is this at this place, and then
of course you can. In the same way you can say that the sunlight intensity is this at this place, the water density is this at this place, the etc. It's just the same as any other kind of property, right?
Well, but at that point, what are we talking about? Are we talking about gravity, or are we talking about weight?
We're talking about a natural. They're different
things.
Think
so synonymous. Okay, great.
They're not.
So
yeah.
So something weighs something different in another area. That doesn't mean anything.
Well, it does, because you've changed a variable.
Yeah, but again, you'd have to manipulate gravity going somewhere else and assuming that weight, I mean, because you just said weight and gravity is not synonymous, right?
It's not. Yeah. So they're they're related, but they're not the same thing. Yeah.
Well, how do you know it's related?
Because we know that your weight is different depending on changes in gravity.
That is begging the question.
You keep throwing out begging the question, but the whole point of the scientific theory is it holds up within itself in test propositions.
We can define the fallacy if you like. I'm only calling it out as you use it. You can't be mad at me for that. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not mad at you. So the fallacy begging the question occurs.
You're mad. I'm just saying you can't really. But you can't push back on the conclusion. You can't push back on something that is true. You're saying the words in form. It is a begging the question. Why is there a pushback to that?
Because I don't believe I am begging the question. So you need to explain to me exactly how it is begging the question.
But I did. Okay, I'll do it again. So you're saying that the weight change is due to gravity. That's what we're trying to prove. That gravity causes weight.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's begging the question. You have to prove the premise first.
Well, it's a separate premise, right?
No, it's not. Well, prove the premise first then. So prove that gravity is a thing so that you can move on and build on the second premise. That's what I'm talking about. You can't just leapfrog like this.
Right. So you're taking issue with the fact that I'm saying when we drop things in different areas, we are assuming that gravity exists in order to justify the fact that the weight is different. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you don't have to justify that the weight is different. You're trying to justify that it's because gravity affects things differently for whatever reason.
Well, it's a measurable phenomenon that weights change depending on where you are, right?
I don't know.
Change. Well, it is. Sure. So okay, when you have an accurate enough weighing device and you put something on it, they change very, very small amounts, but it is measurable depending on where you go, right? And depending if you put an object that's say 10 kilos and then you've got 20 kilos, those objects are going to change by the same factor depending on where you are. So there's it's the same thing that's affecting all these different things, right? And so from that, you can assume that there is some kind of force that is acting on all objects, but changes depending on your location.
No, you can't.
Of course you can. Yeah, you can.
No, you can, but that would be a logical fallacy. I mean, you could, but it would be a logical fallacy. You can't just... So what does... Even... Okay, let's say I weighed... Let's make it a ridiculous example. Let's say I weighed 200 pounds in New York City and I weighed
199.997, sure, somewhere else.
No, I said ridiculous. We can put any number we want because it's a hypothetical, right? But if you wanted to,
this is not hypothetical. This is a measurable thing. You can test this if you have an accurate enough set of scales. You can go somewhere else and measure. You'll be different.
But what is how is me going somewhere else and getting a different measurement on a scale proving that mass attracts mass? That from the center of mass, something else also at the center of mass is attracted to that thing and vice versa.
So it's not proving that. I'm not saying it's proving that. I'm saying it's a premise that holds up when you use the theory of gravity. It applies, right? So if you
I'm just saying it's not a theory. It's time out. It's not a theory. We went through that until the premises are proven. You just now stated that it's not proving mass attracts mass, but that is exactly what the premise for gravity is. That mass attracts mass.
That's the premise of gravity, but that's not the premise of our experiment that we're conducting. We're talking about a very specific experiment. Can we chill out with the fucking don't?
Look.
So we're talking about a premise.
Chill out with the not specific things, bro.
It's kind of getting, a little spicy. So, to kind of back off of that, just give it a little bit. I'll let you guys, whatever. I'm just saying, we began this conversation with if it's a scientific hypothesis, then there's going to be a premise that is proven or disproven.
Yes.
So gravity being mass attracts mass, that has to be proven before you can say, well, weight is doing this because we know No, you can't do that.
Let me give you a series of premises that you can verify, right? So we can say, I'm going to measure an object that I know I'm not changing. Its mass is staying the same. And I'm going to measure it here. And its weight says this. And I'm going to go somewhere different. And I'm going to measure its weight here.
Define mass. Define mass.
Define mass. Mass is the amount of, mass is a property of particles, and then certain atoms have different densities and are made up by different things. But
matter of fact, can you drop a citation
of what?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning.
Can you drop a citation of the definition of mass so that we can all
agree? I can find one somewhere. Let me try.
And then read that out and go with it.
Is Wikipedia good enough or no?
Well, what's the source?
Great question. Let me check.
So we're discussing Newtonian gravity this morning?
No, we're discussing, scientific evidence or lack thereof.
He's fucking going crazy on the record scratches. It's just irrelevant.
Yeah, Newton's gravity is quite irrelevant in 2023. You're correct.
Yes. Good one, dude.
It is, but
So I'll say Britannica.com.
This with you.
So mass in physics is a quantitative measure of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter. It is in effect the resistance. So inertia is the resistance that a body of matter offers to a change in its speed or position upon the application of force. So like if I push something with a higher mass than another thing, the thing with smaller mass is going to move more than the thing with bigger mass. Therefore, the thing with bigger mass has more inertia. It tends to stay in its position more. So it requires more force to be able to move it from that position, if that makes sense. Right?
1 second.
Were you able to
so inertia in physics, a property of matter, by which it continues its existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless that state is changed by an external force. Doesn't sound like... Okay, so read that definition for mass again.
So mass in physics is a quantitative measure of inertia, which is a fundamental property of all matter.
A quantitative measure of inertia.
Correct. Is that satisfactory? Mm-hmm. Oh my god, another one. Why not?
A quantitative measure of, because we're talking about mass being matter, right? Like, so it's an object, it's a thing.
Mass isn't matter. Matter has a property, and one of those properties is mass. It's inertia, yeah. Where's the issue? Talk to me.
Are you able to post whatever your...
I didn't catch that, what you said. Is there an issue here? Can we accept that as a definition, or is...
Are you able to post this so others can follow along?
Oh, sure, of course. I'm just going off of Britannica.com.
My issue is that we're discussing Newtonian gravity, which has been replaced by Einsteinian gravity, and so Newtonian gravity is way out of date. But if you want to continue to explain it, I'm not going to get in your way. I'm just a little bit confused.
Yeah, the only reason we're talking about it is because I didn't really care which he picked. I'm just trying to illustrate that there's no scientific evidence regardless. So he's trying to say, well, we can all agree that, their weight changes even though they're minute. So my response was, well, how does that prove that mass attracts mass? He said, it doesn't. I said, well, the premise behind Newtonian physics is that mass attracts mass. So that's what we're supposed to be proving. And now we're here. So
yeah, so that's the hypothesis.
It's not being proven yet so far. Do you think Newton had a hypothesis that he tested?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so how did he... hold on. I'm out. Hold on.
Holding.
Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravity, but so far they have been unsuccessful.
Very true.
How the hell does he have an independent variable that he can't control or test, really?
So,
furthermore, where in his paper even is the proposed hypothesis? Do you know?
I do not know. I don't.
It doesn't. It's not there. I can tell you that. I can share.
No, there's nothing wrong with not knowing. That's fine.
No, I'm saying it's not there. I can tell you that. And then I said, if you want me to share that with you, I can. That's a problem because we're talking about the scientific method and validation, and this being an empirical result. But Newton didn't give any empirical result. He didn't even have a hypothesis.
Maybe. I haven't read Principia Mathematica and his integrals or his studies on gravity. I haven't read the initial manuscripts or anything like that, so I won't pretend I have.
No, I'm informing you. I'm telling you I can share it with you, but it seems like you know where to look. So that being said,
maybe.
So that being said, it was replaced by 4D math.
Yeah, space-time and such that Einstein thought up. Let's thinker, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all he did was thought experiments. We know for sure that those aren't testable hypotheses either.
That's not true. We can measure
we can
particles.
Think about but the thing is, back to mass attracting mass, which is like really the glue to all of this, right? No pun intended.
Sure.
There's no proof of that.
Well, there's
the very first thing I can look to is gases, because gases on the table of elements have weight, do they not?
They have mass. They don't have weight, but yeah. They're two different things. So weight is gravity's effect on something's mass, but something has mass regardless of whatever gravity happens to be.
That's what was wrong with that definition. I mean, it's not really defined. You just included like 2-3 premises in one, and I'm trying to unpack it slowly.
Okay, well, when you say things on the periodic table have weight, they don't. They have mass. That's what that number means. Their atomic mass. Yeah.
Okay, so they're affected by gravity, right?
Yes.
Okay,
presumably.
great. So
within our theory,
so my problem with that is no, we know that gases aren't attracted to each other. Much less to the Earth.
Well, they are attracted to each other depending on if they have different electrical charges and things like that.
No, the gas is not attracted. to other particles of gas. Same
No,
gas, different
because
gas.
the masses involved in individual atoms of gas is too small. It's immeasurable.
No, but you have the center of the Earth, the center of mass of the Earth pulling on everything
all the
else.
gas in our atmosphere, for sure, yeah.
Forget about all the gas. I don't see any gas attracted to the Earth. Gas just goes in random directions.
What do you think you're breathing right now?
Yeah, the gas that goes in random directions.
Yeah, but it's staying. If it went in random directions, after enough time, all the gas would eventually just go away from the Earth, right? We'd run out of it, right?
If it was an open system, we most definitely would.
If there was no gravity, is what I'm saying. But there is gravity.
Well, you would have to definitely prove that mass attracts mass. That's the whole problem here. That's begging the question. Well, we talk about that.
Sure.
Unless you don't think that begging the question in logic is a problem, because I definitely think it is.
Yeah, it is. I just don't think that I am. I mean, obviously, I understand that I'm using concepts.
The formulation of the words that are fallacy, like fallacy in form, called begging the question.
Right.
Like I can quote you. I'm not just saying it to be disrespectful. I can quote you and form your. I don't have to form them. You formed them yourself. Is by definition begging the question.
So okay. I don't know how you want me to
go into that, Deck, because you're saying.
Yeah, we can.
Maybe we should go into that directly because you're saying you don't think you're using the fallacies. Maybe we should go into it very specifically and show you how you are.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So when we say we in an open system, gas should leave the Earth, right? Is that where I started begging the question? At which point did I beg the question?
Gravity holds
if
gas.
There's a high pressure. If a high pressure is next to a low pressure, then the high pressure is going to move into the lower pressure. That's what wind and storms are. So in the same way, if this higher pressure was adjacent to the expanding, infinitely less pressure vacuum of space, of course we all think that the air would go there. Now you're saying, well, it doesn't because of gravity, a premise you've yet to prove. Mass attraction.
Sure. So that's begging the question. Totally, of course. Yeah, I'm just restating my. Yeah. That's all good. You don't fucking Ricky wrong.
Dude, you have full control. If you don't like it, you can change the volume. You can mute it. If you don't like it, you're in control of that. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. I don't
have to complain about it. We are running a live show here. So.
Gotcha. It feels like. Nah, don't worry. I understand. That's what I'm getting into.
It's just fun, dude. Don't feel personally attacked by a soundboard. It's like
I'm not feeling personally attacked.
You're getting bothered, so don't let it bother you.
Sure.
This is for education and entertainment purposes. Okay, so we have to educate and entertain. This is not just going to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah. Absolutely, man. Don't be offended by the soundboard. And let me ask you, since I have the moment, which gravity do you subscribe to, Newtonian or Einsteinian, or do you make up your own gravity? Which one do you subscribe to?
I tend to subscribe to the latest scientific understanding of it. I believe Einstein is the latest, but also on the very fringes of science. It's kind of getting proven that it doesn't hold up, like in the center of black holes and stuff like that. So.
Since it doesn't hold up, you want to go back to Newtonian? Is that how it works?
It doesn't hold up in the center of black holes. I'm not in the center of black hole. It holds up everywhere else, right? So it holds up in the rest of the Earth.
No, it doesn't hold up everywhere else. No, it does not.
No, gravity is supposedly the uniform law here on Earth, according to Newton. It can't be different somewhere else in the same existence. But
Newton didn't have that full picture. He did.
That's why they. But anyway, the bottom line is the claim that you're suggesting that the gravity is holding by force air air here. In essence, it's a container because gas pressure defined is the particles exerted on the walls of the container. So what you're asserting is we have gas pressure, however, the container is gravity, and that has to be a force. And that force is explained as mass attracting mass, a premise you have yet to validate, my friend.
So Einsteinian gravity. If we want to go Einsteinian gravity, then in that case,
you can only use one or two masses with that. How are you going to do anything with that?
Sorry, we can what?
You can only use one or two masses with that, or is it one? What are you going to do with that?
Well, we only need two masses. We need the Earth's mass and then the particle of gas we're talking about. Its mass, right?
How do you know what the Earth's mass is?
Great question, buddy. And that's quite an estimation we have to make. But fair enough. I understand.
That's an assumption that I'm not willing to make unless I can prove it. That's why I'm asking you if you know it's proven or if we have to make that assumption to therefore, you know.
We have a very, very good scientific understanding of the mass of the Earth.
We have a very, very, very good understanding of assumptions about gravity based on the assumption of the Earth, which is why I said all roads lead back to the prerequisite.
They do.
The Earth and the dimensions therein. So that's how this conversation started. What?
Can I say one sentence?
Go for it, man.
There is no such thing like scientific understanding. You're using that second time.
There's no such thing. Right, so I should be more specific. You
need to use like scientific
consensus. Is that okay?
No.
Consensus?
Scientific experiment will be much better.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Experiment being an independent variable that you can manipulate and get an empirical result from, which we could not. Because if we could, since we were already talking about that would have happened by now, right?
Yeah, it's obviously very, very difficult or impossible to do.
So then, my friend, you already agreed that there is no scientific proof of what you're trying to explain right now by your agreement. You do understand that, right?
There is no scientific proof. Yes, it depends on what level of scientific proof you want to call it, but if you don't subscribe to scientific theory, then yeah, sure.
Sorry, guys, very quickly. Sorry. Something that follows a scientific method where you have very manipulated your presumed cause to see if it has an effect. Something that we can then falsify. Something physical that follows a scientific method. Because if it doesn't follow the scientific method, guess what it's called? That would be pseudoscience, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
Something that doesn't. Yeah, exactly. So we would want a scientific experiment that demonstrates your claim. Something where you vary and manipulate gravity. Something where you have an observed phenomena. And with gas pressure and gravity acting on it, you don't even have an observed phenomena because gravity is down and gas moves randomly and freely in all directions. So you most definitely can't start the science here because you don't have an observed phenomena, something happening. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but I think you're making it feel something. Like, do you count the fact that like the higher you go in the atmosphere, the less dense it becomes? Is that an observed phenomena?
That would be a gas pressure gradient, and you can only have a gas pressure gradient within a container, and then you add energy into the system. But that's delta X, gas pressure gradient. We're asking, how do you have gas pressure in the first place? Because you're going to need to have gas pressure in the first place to achieve a gas pressure gradient. And the only way to do that is to have the gas contained within a defined volume. If the gas isn't contained within a defined volume, there's no way to achieve gas pressure in the first place, and the gas will fuck off.
That's not necessarily true. Like if you had, say, a bunch of...
Then you'd have to demonstrate it to not be true.
So let me explain the experiment. You could have a bunch of charged gas particles, right? You could strip the electrons off of them so that they each have a positive charge. And then if you held an electromagnet on one side of an open container, and it was strong enough, those gas particles would move to the side that has the electromagnet, and they wouldn't come out the open end, right? Because there'd be enough force to contain them.
That wouldn't be gravity. Also, that would be
it would not be gravity.
excuse me, and it will also be an induced situation that's not natural. And we had the entire conversation about the first step being observing a natural phenomena and then manipulating the independent variable, which would be the assumption of what's causing the phenomena you observe, somewhere in a lab, somewhere where you could actually control other variables so that they don't affect the thing that you're trying to prove is causing the effect. We already went down that road. So we can't say, well, if you supercharge gases unnaturally, then we would see certain effects, because that would be completely not equivalent to the scientific method.
Gases being charged is a completely natural phenomenon that happens all the time. That's fine. But I merely bring it up as an example of gas particles that can exist in an open container.
Time out. Usually, like when particles are imparted energy, like with the sun, you know what happens? Storms happen. I just told you high pressure moves to low pressure. But you're saying that it can hold gas in place. That's not something that you can validate.
So what I'm saying is that what we observe, the natural phenomena of a lower density, like a pressure gradient, as you say, that exists here on Earth, we can measure that pressure gradient. We could explain that using there's a closed container. We could say that. Or you could hypothesize, right, without saying it's true or whether it's false, but it could be true, right, that there is a force acting on all the particles sufficiently that stops them from escaping or exiting the container of the Earth, right? That's causing this pressure.
Stop the cow. Hold on. So you said we could hypothesize. You then started to say a load of other things. But ultimately, in a hypothesis, you're going to have to observe something happening. Not assume that it is. Not assume that it is. So gas moves randomly and freely in all directions, and according to entropy, will disperse into lower pressure environments. You're saying, well, if we've got a force that stops that happening, where do you observe this in the physical natural world? Like I said earlier, you don't even have a phenomena to start the science with.
I'm talking about the phenomenon. I'm talking about the pressure differential. That's the one I'm talking about.
No, that's a gas pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Which you can
sorry, I misspoke. Not differential.
Yeah, it's not in contention, though.
I've already spoken about this. A gas pressure gradient. I've already spoken about this, and I've already told
so that's why I'm speaking about it, because we're all agreeing that it exists.
So you can't. It's not evidence.
Hold on, CB. I've already explained to you that the only way that you can achieve a gas pressure gradient is first to achieve gas pressure, that will be within the container, and then impart energy, let's call it heat, into the system. We can also chuck some other gases in there as well, and guess what? They'll have a relationship to each other, and you'll have a gas pressure gradient. Brilliant. We're asking you how you stop gas from following natural law and dispersing into a much, 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 much lower pressure environment whilst still achieving gas pressure.
And that's what I'm explaining, is that if you hypothetically, within our hypothesis...
Don't need an explanation. Want a demonstration. A demonstration. Point to me in the physical and natural world of phenomena happening.
Of what exactly? Of gas not escaping into a low pressure zone?
Gas not dispersing into lower pressure environments. Gas violating the second law of thermodynamics. Gas
it doesn't do that.
Hold on, I'm finished. Gas just going down like you say gravity does when you drop a ball, not randomly and freely in all directions. Which gas obviously does, because that's how gas is described, moving randomly and freely in all directions, not down as per your gravity. So how the hell have you got an observation of a phenomena? You don't.
Tell me what happens when you get oxygen and you get carbon dioxide and you leave them in a sealed container.
That's awesome. What you got is a difference between two different gases. One might be denser than the other one. And because of their relationship
How
to
do you
each other,
define
you'll have
density?
Why are you jumping around the subject?
Well, you're saying density. What does that mean to you? Because I
haven't said density yet. You did.
You just said they have different densities.
In your argument that was beside the point, which is a red herring. So you maybe say it's not what I'm talking about. It's not the argument at hand. I'm asking you how you have gas pressure without a container.
And I'm saying you can have it if there's force acting on the gas. That is how you can have it.
And you show it to us then in the physical and natural world. Not hypothetically in your imagination. Show me in the physical and natural world where we do science in the physical and natural world, where we study the physical and natural world. Show me in the physical and natural world your phenomena.
The atmosphere. That is the phenomena I'm talking about.
Is doing what?
Is an example of gas that exists.
You're begging the question again, right? I'm sorry that I was talking for like an hour and a half, but you do know that that's begging the question again, right? And everything Jedi is telling you, I have already told you. But let's agree that
I'm interested
your evidence your evidence for mass attracting mass is look at the air we breathe. That is most definitely begging the question because you do not know that gravity is a container. You can't just assert, well, look at the air, look at the gradient. Therefore, that's begging the question.
What I'm saying is
that's your claim.
What we observe as our atmosphere,
so it can't also be your evidence.
Could be explained by force, or it could be explained by a container holding it. Those two things could be true. Is that true?
We can demonstrate our claim. You can't demonstrate yours.
I'll make it really simple for you. Which vector is gravity?
The one that points towards the center of the Earth's mass.
It's not a trick question, man. Just say down, right? You pick a rock up, it goes down, yeah?
Well, that's down is a relative term. I was trying to say a non-relative term, but sure.
So pick up a rock, it goes down, yes? That's gravity. Down, yes?
Okay, yeah, we can say down.
Awesome. Uncontained gas, which way does the gas go?
Down.
Oh, really? Apart from the gas that goes up and freely and randomly in all directions.
If you tracked an individual gas molecule, you would notice that it trends downwards at a rate of 9.8 meters per second as
it's going up.
How the hell does it do that when I impart gas into a vacuum chamber and it achieves gas pressure by pressing upwards as equally as it presses downwards? So I'm going to ask you again, which way does gas go?
I'm going to answer it. It goes, if you had a vacuum chamber and you dropped a single gas molecule in it, it would have a force continually acting down.
No, that's the thing, is it will go in the direction that you imparted the force. So straight, and then it'll randomly and freely bounce off.
So what would happen if I release the gas molecule with no velocity?
With no velocity. Can you do that? Can you make a gas not vibrate?
It can vibrate, but it doesn't necessarily need to have velocity, right?
Of course, brilliant. So you're going to drop gas like rocks in vacuum chambers. You honestly think that's how gas acts? How do we have gas pressure? Say I've got it in a ball, football for example. Does the gas press upwards as equally as it presses outwards and downwards? Because the gas is going randomly and freely, or a tire or any container. Any container.
Definitely.
Yeah,
because the pressure inside that container exceeds that of the pressure outside the container, right?
Excellent. So the gas is pressing outwards omnidirectionally. So I'm going to ask you again, which way does gas go? Inside the container, it's going upwards as well as outwards, isn't it?
Well, the millions and trillions of gas particles each have different velocities and are each going a different way.
They all do.
Every single gas particle in there is experiencing a force vector that goes down.
Observation of natural phenomena, please. because you're just saying.
Again, you take a gas particle
down in a football.
Huh?
Let me help you out. Gases don't lose energy unless you're asserting that the force of gravity is going to eventually slow it down, which would be begging the question.
Well, forces slow down gas particles, right?
Gravity hasn't been thought of a force for over 100 years. That's why you've got Einstein's idea. Why the fuck are you talking about a force?
I'm just saying, do forces slow down gases, yes or no?
What, like the force of a gas?
Pardon? You're both speaking at the same time?
Forces such as what?
Let's say, can we say that the gas has a negative charge? Would a positively charged thing somewhere else attract it? Yes or no?
No. No. Gas doesn't lose energy. So once it has a trajectory, that's it. Now, your assertion is something else. How do you prove that?
So, one more time. Sorry. So gas doesn't lose energy, even through friction or anything like that, like physically bouncing.
You mean against other? No, it doesn't.
Why would it not?
Most definitely not.
That's why it has elastic collisions. Do you not know anything about gas?
Maybe not. It was under the impression that gas could slow down.
Yeah, no, it all depends.
And gas, how does steam condense into water if it doesn't lose energy?
Yeah, God, dear, that's something else entirely.
Right, steam is vapor.
Lose energy.
I mean,
when gas is cooled, it loses its energy.
Again, I'm trying to keep this really simple for you. What happens when you pop a ball? Elijah's already done this for you. Entropy, high pressure to low pressure. You keep saying, but if there's a force, we're asking you where, and you're just saying, well, if I drop one gas particle, it's akin to like dropping a rock. We're having to explain to you that gas moves randomly and freely in all directions has elastic collisions with the thing that it collides with. That thing that it collides with is usually fucking physical. If the volume of gas is contained, guess what the consequent of that volume of gas being contained is? Gas pressure. That's all we're talking about. Because if you remove the physical barrier that's giving you the gas pressure, guess what happens? You don't have gas pressure. It's an open system according to the heliocentric model. So how the fuck do we have gas pressure in the first place? Because there's nothing physical to press upon. That's why it's in the word pressure, because it has to press upon something to achieve pressure. If there's nothing to press upon and out there's a vacuum and much, much, much lower pressure environment, well, guess what's going to happen? The gas is going to go away.
And it does, some of it.
Some of it. So in a slightly, we're just going to call it a bit open system. Do you know how fast entropy acts? When you pop a balloon, that's instantaneously. You understand that you're going to have a huge problem with even achieving gas pressure without the container. You can't.
Right. Yeah.
So according to natural law, the vacuum of space can't be real. Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, without the ball around it in a vacuum, is fucking stupid.
Without the ball around it. So like you're saying there's some container around Jupiter that's keeping the gas.
Well, no, let's put it like this. Think about the football that I told you about. And the only reason why the gas in there has achieved gas pressure is because it's pressing against the insides of the wall of the container, the football. So we understand how that system works. But when we look at Jupiter, it's a giant ball of gas that's achieved gas pressure without the fucking football around it.
Yes, exactly. So we need to figure out why it's doing that, right?
Well, we
it's
have
not
to
doing
understand
that. That's the point.
That's probably not a vacuum it's in. Because if it was gas and that was a vacuum, that shouldn't happen. We're breathing gas pressure uncontained from a vacuum and declared to be open system. That shouldn't happen.
Right. But yet it does. Or we're saying that it doesn't.
No, you're just claiming it does.
That right there is the most disrespectful begging the question. Because it was so hard and fast. It was like I just got. That was.
But as in like can we not look at Jupiter?
Get out the way, right? Check it out. Check it out.
You guys don't get that.
No. We're gonna slow down. We're gonna slow down again. No, you're not gonna beg the question and then say this suffices. No, you're not gonna say that it's a vacuum of space, which is expanding, by the way, which means the pressure should be getting lower at the speed of light, no less. But the bottom line is all of this, what gravity is doing, how much it's affecting things, is related to the prerequisite that the Earth is the sphere with the dimensions and mass that you think it is. So we've sat here and spoken for hours and hours about stuff in the sky and mass attracting mass, which there's no scientific evidence for. And it's like, at some point, you're going to have to leave. And you still don't know why we're here because you haven't been interested in that, even though you said you are.
Sorry? What do you mean I'm going to have to leave? Or I'm going to have to...
At some point, you're going to be busy. That's usually around the time when we show people that there's no curvature, there's no geometric horizon, there's no proof of any of these
I've
claims.
seen all that. Yeah.
So
been
what do you
down that
mean
road before.
What do you mean you've seen all that? So
As
then
in,
why
I've been here before and we've done that.
So why are we talking about gravity and why you think you already know? So did you lie to me when you said you were new?
I said I've been here a few times. I've had conversations. I said I'm relatively new. I'm not a regular.
So then you already know why.
You just said you knew all that.
You know why we're here. There's no measurable curvature, nor is there any consequence of this geometric shape. That's why we're here. Everything that you're talking about hinges upon that being correct. The thing that you said, yeah, we already spoke about that. So then why are you talking about what you're talking about?
You guys asked me about it. You said, what does it? I'm telling you what I think does it.
No. I didn't ask you anything other than what I can do for you. You said, well, I just want to know why people think what they think or why they believe what they believe. And I was like, well, the only thing I don't believe in, like I used to, is the sphere. Said, do you want to know why? You started talking about looking at stuff in space.
Yeah, I started asking questions about how you see that kind of stuff. Definitely.
Yeah, but it's really about how you see it and how you try to superimpose it onto us by way of logical fallacies that I've justifiably called you on. Which is so actually it's a very cool psychology class for us at this point. Trying to figure out why you think what you think and why you think using logical fallacies to get through your reasoning is justifiable.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not trying to use the logical fallacies to get through my reasoning, and I understand why you see them as logical fallacies, bringing up different science things that haven't been proven in your eyes.
You committed them, so it's not like it's not like the answer is anything other than that. I've called out logical fallacies because you've used them. I'm not saying you've tried to use them, but when you did, I pointed it out. So now we're at this point of you don't have evidence for mass attracting mass. You don't have evidence for, as a matter of fact, you've been shown that there's no evidence for curvature or the geometric nature that they claim for the Earth. So at this point, where are we at?
Great question. I think where we're at is we've established that we're both operating from different beginnings of where we're talking from, right? Like I believe, for better or worse, the scientific consensus up until now, let's say, or the different scientists that have come through and used the scientific method to test other peoples that have come before them, et cetera, and done experiments to prove what's right, what's wrong, what's closest to the truth, what's not, etc.
Another logical fallacy.
Maybe. I don't think there's too much logical fallacy in there.
No, someone said this in the lobby to me the other day. They said, well, I'm not trying to use logical fallacies.
once you've been presented with the evidence that you are, why don't you acknowledge that? Why do you guys always just want to walk away from that and say, yeah, I can see why you say they're logical, but yeah. Why don't you guys just be honest about it when you realize that you've reached a dead end in your own reasoning?
Yeah, because when we were talking to add to that, when we were talking about what you look, first of all, what I think the scientific method is and what you think the scientific method is different. That's not a problem on like, on the surface, but with my method, with
I don't
my
think that's true, but
hold on, time out, stop. You said scientific consensus. I don't think that's anywhere in the scientific method. You said scientific research, whatever. None of that is in the scientific method. We went over the scientific method, which is why we've concluded that there's no scientific evidence for your assumption of mass attracting mass. So obviously, somewhere, and provably so, based on the conversation we just had, what your epistemology and what my epistemology is for scientific validation is different. Now, there's nothing wrong with that on the surface, but when I talk about the scientific method, there's an empirical result. When you talk about it, you talk about, well, again, as you were talking about it, all I did was call out logical fallacies in your reasoning. If you could have called out a logical fallacy on me, I would welcome it because I need and ought not be thinking illogically.
Certainly
but
not.
I didn't commit any logical fallacies. You did. So
that's true because I've been making the positive claims, right?
Well, yeah. But I can
it's very like. Can I just say that it's?
I don't have to make a positive claim, really. Well, do I? Maybe
you don't. You don't if you don't want to. Yeah, but
no, I mean,
it's going to be very difficult
to make a positive claim to still be to have a logic. Use logical fallacy.
It's just like. It seems that when we get into these conversations, you guys like pull me down certain things in which you get me to explain something, and then you point out the logical fallacies when I reference scientific things that haven't.
That's not what exactly didn't happen, though. Right? We're not just looking for explanations, though.
Hold on. If it's a scientific result, man, I don't even know if it's a premise that has been proven to be true, then we have no argument. But you haven't done that here. So every time you said in word that something was scientific, we found, well, actually, it wasn't. You use a logical fallacy to explain it. It's not even your information. This is what you've been taught. It's what we've all been taught. I'm just pointing out, hey, when you say scientific so-and-so, what most assuredly follows is a fallacy. If I were to do a scientific experiment, guess what? There would be no fallacy.
I bet there wouldn't.
Well, you want to, I mean, because there is a difference between scientific method and then pseudoscience. So there's only unless your idea is different. I asked you what the hypothesis for gravity was, and you said, well, I can move from one place to another. I'm assuming you're saying that because that was the result that other people have given you. But I pointed out that you were just begging the question. So at what point did you think you gave us scientific information that was valid?
Listen, I'm not trying to make any claims to truth. I'm just trying to explain what I know to be the scientific understanding. That is what people have used the scientific method for and tested for, and what theories have held up in that scenario.
You're crossing over the pseudoscience science thing again.
No, hold on. But hold on. The bottom line is you were wrong. Like
about science or about truth?
No, you were wrong. What you said was, I came to have a conversation and science and yada yada. 1A? Thank you. Science and yada yada yada. And I'm like, okay, well, and Jedi also clarified this, or is that in order to have validation, all right, the first thing you need most definitely is a natural phenomenon to observe. You didn't even give us that. So when you say that you agree with the epistemology, you really don't. But you're.
I feel like I did give it natural phenomena. And tell me if I'm wrong, but is it not that your weight changes in different locations? Is that a natural phenomenon that you would accept or no?
What does that mean? I didn't have a problem with that, remember? But your premise is mass attracting mass.
I'm talking about gravity, and I'm talking about different premises that lend credence to the theory of gravity, right? So different things.
No. Premises are just empirically proven by way of scientific validation. So you can't do that, fam. And that's what so don't tell me we agree with our epistemology when you don't. Don't tell the room, or don't try to circle back and say something that's inaccurate. No, you don't agree with it because you think that a hypothesis is moving from one place to another and now you've proven something. No.
A hypothesis is that if I move to somewhere else, I believe I'm going to weigh a different amount. Would you agree that's a hypothesis?
That's not...
Would you agree or no?
It's not a valid scientific hypothesis.
No, you know why? Because you're never gonna be able to confirm why that. Okay, you know what? So that's
you don't have to confirm why. You just have to confirm if it's true or not.
Time out. Because I said if I grant you that, then it's true. So what? I said that to you at some point, right? So if you're not gonna tie that back into your assumption of mass attracting mass, then what the hell is the point?
Well, I tried to, and I think you disagree, but I'll try again. The fact that you can move to a different location and have your weight change.
The question, Sam.
I haven't begged the question at all yet. I haven't said anything.
Okay,
I've just said
we know the argument.
If the hypothesis, let me just try it again, and let me see if it's whether it's not.
Before you try again, make clear what the premise trying to be proven is. What is the premise trying to be proven?
The premise is that there is a force that is exerted on objects on Earth that is different depending on location. Can I have that as my premise? Is that okay?
You're going to have to change the force or validate that there is a force. That's begging the question within itself. There is a force. All you did was go from one place to another, and at some point as a human being realize, there's a little weight difference. I wonder what's causing that. You just said you don't have to prove what causes that. So you're going to just assume it? Begging the fucking question, or a little bit of affirming the consequence.
It's my understanding that if I can say that I can go to two different places and take a scientific measurement, an observation, using a weight, and that weight is different, and I know that my weight is calculated by my mass times this number that we call the gravitational constant, and it changes depending on...
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's a begging the question. That's fair enough. So I can't actually use a set of scales, I guess.
I'm gonna give you a chance to start over because you know you can't beg the question.
Yeah. I understand that. So it's going to be difficult for me to use any kind of... sorry.
That's what I mean when I say every time we start talking about validating a premise, you use a logical fallacy. Where was the error in what I said, and why couldn't you just accept it? I mean, because you just proved it again in a shorter version. It's like, why can't you just go, that is a problem? Because you're justifying.
It's a logical fallacy, right? In the sense of I'm using... I'm implying it within the thing. I understand what you're saying. I don't have the entirety of the scientific knowledge that I need to go through every single scientific experiment and then the premise that's built on that all the way up.
But you have to go with the prerequisite. You got to go with the very first assumption and prove that first, which is but you've already hand waved that is insignificant. That's where that's where the problem is.
I'm not saying it's insignificant. I'm saying it's
listen, there's no problem with you still on your journey for understand. We all are. None of us know everything. But the bottom line here is, at some point you're gonna beg the question of Earth being a sphere to prove that it's a sphere. And that's not right, fam.
Right. Understand. So here's my question: is what like it almost seems like you guys within this community, you're almost like starting science again in a way, where you're like starting from scratch and you're still using the scientific method.
Oh no, biologists use this method. No, not biologists. Chemists use this method all the time. There are many fields. Turn left onto East 5th Street. And matter of fact, you know what's crazy? You're talking about astronomy or astrophysics and science, and Michio Kaku, Creation Bear. Go ahead and play him.
Yep, coming right up.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yeah, so who is that? Sorry, that's Michio Kaku. So that's a theoretical physicist, which is what astrophysics basically is. So
definitely.
So I'm saying, well, if you don't use the scientific method, then if you're going to say that phenomena for a fact is X and it hasn't been validated, that's definitely pseudoscience. And that's not me saying it. That's not only this guy saying it, but that's just how it's defined. If you don't know something, then you're going to use circular logic to conclude something, or some other fallacy. So I just don't understand.
Well, listen, I'm not an astrophysicist and I'm not a theoretical physicist, but there are people that exist that have dedicated their entire lives to studying that specific thing.
Yeah,
right.
He just told you though that it has nothing to do with science. So when you say study, all they're doing is looking at stuff, seeing cyclical patterns, and then creating math around it. That's not proving any premises, man. Like what? Like for you to say because of the mass of the Earth, and because of the mass of the sun, or the mass of this, or the mass of that, this is why we're seeing what we're. That's fucking begging the question. You don't know what that stuff is. You don't know what the Earth is.
Right, but you've got to understand that the people who have been looking.
I do understand that this world isn't it's not what meets the eye. Like people's intentions, as a matter of fact, even poor intentions itself is something that's more than meets the eye. We think truths are lies. We think truths are lies and lies are truths. And it's like a two-pronged attack. And so in this situation, you're like, well, there's so many people that have stuck to, building upon this school of thought. So what? We're showing you that there's no validation for it. You as a human being have the ability to figure that out. Who cares how many people have gone wayward? As a matter of fact, at least for 500 years, look. Let me explain something to you. You don't even have 500 years. You got about 100 years. That's when all of this belief in what the sky is, that's where it comes from. Edwin Hubble, Einstein, these are the pioneers for what we think When you tell me about the mass of the earth and what's going on in the universe, everything you're saying is only 100 years old. Now, the only thing older than that's pertinent to mention is the movement of the earth at all. That's only 500 years old. And 400 years
What about
later,
movement of planets
100
like
years ago,
Galileo and stuff? That's a little bit older than 100, I think.
Yo, you saw them moving. We're talking about the earth moving.
What's
like,
that?
why are
Sorry?
we talking? We're talking about the earth moving. That's 500 years old.
As in, like heliocentrism versus geocentrism.
Years old.
Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
The day that listen, don't put a label on it. That's just going to confuse your brain.
It's not.
Yeah, it is, because you're going to start asking a million different questions.
No. I'm just trying to
all that.
get a reference for what you're talking about.
You don't need. You can listen to what I'm saying. You don't need anything other than 500 years ago, there were people that decided that the earth was moving. The end. Fast forward 400 years later, or 100 years ago, when they started mathematically constructing what people believe the universe to be, Edwin Hubble himself, Einstein himself, Hawking's himself.
Yes.
All of these people have admitted that their forefathers never gave any empirical evidence, which is what we're talking about now. No empirical evidence. So yes, as a human race, I'm sad to say that we've spent that long not addressing the problem. I mean, because the Roman Catholic Church is still a fucking problem. I can't go anywhere when the Pope is in town. True. I can't go anywhere when the Pope is in town. Our calendars are based on the words of these men who've hijacked the church, because how are you going to influence people who can't read a text from 500 years ago and tell them that the very first book, Genesis, is different than what that cosmology is? Why would you be a priest, somebody that's very powerful, somebody that controls the land, quite literally? It said that's the government back then, and now, by the way, if you didn't know. And then, also for Rockefellers to put this school system in place that affects literally everyone, and then you wonder why everyone thinks the same and why they've thought the same for so long. That, to me, doesn't make any sense. You not putting those pieces together, because there's nothing that I said that is unfactual. So you're wondering why people
we agree a lot of that.
Same thing. Right. So they're thinking the same thing is because they go to school, they pay a lot of money. You know what money is? Currency. You know what currency is? Energy. Energy that you invest. Who the fuck is going to turn a blind eye? No, not turn. Who the fuck is going to admit? It's a very hard thing. Who the fuck is going to admit that they've invested their currency, what they have now and future earnings, because they go into debt, trying to get through a process just to live a better life, and all you need to do is accept what's being said? What the fuck does that have to do with any empirical method anywhere?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking
who else
Jesus.
would he be talking to?
Okay. Well,
pay attention.
Well, I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying, 100%. Like, there are elites that have all the money, they control the narrative.
Tell me your
100%.
reasoning. If you agree what I'm saying, tell me your reasoning for asking me why the consensus has been what it was for so long, even though I've just proven that everything that you've, from all the years and experience that you have, all you've been able to do when trying to relay this information is give me logical fallacies. Like that should be all you need to know. Should be. So when you say, I just don't understand why But you just told me you understood when you said, yeah, I agree with everything you said, which means you already knew everything that I just said. So I don't understand why you don't understand how an entire nation can be controlled mentally.
I have no disagreements to the fact that a lot of countries are controlled by the government and they're fed propaganda to make them believe certain things, and that there's red versus blue and blah, 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 all this shit, 100%. And that all serves the oligarchs and the people in power that have all the money. They want to keep it that way.
All of these things are very irrelevant to the points that I made, because now you're agreeing with non sequiturs.
Isn't that what you were just talking about?
Even though I agree with you, but you're talking about, politics and, well, I guess I kind of, but you're talking
Wasn't that
about,
what you? Yeah, I'm only bringing up because you did.
I'm talking about, but I kept it very specific to why you think the Earth moves, even though they said there's no evidence for that, and who did it, and what the timeline was. You're talking about, you agree with me, but you then go on to say, yeah, I know governments are doing this and that. What the fuck does that have to do with what we were talking about?
Right. So I'm just letting you know I agree with you, but the reason why
I don't know what you do. That's why I'm asking, because what you're saying you're agreeing to, we didn't even discuss yet. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, well, what I was saying is I agreeing with what you would.
If you agree with me, you could say, yeah, that's true. What our conception of the sky and what's happening and all of that is only 100 years old. Yeah, and it is true that there was no validation for the Earth moving. They did kind of assume it. I guess that would be the begging the question that you were talking about. And, yes, I do know that the Roman Catholic Church is responsible for all the shit that's still happening today. We can see its influence. You did say that you couldn't go shit anywhere, do anything with the Pope in town. You didn't agree to any of that shit. You just started talking about other shit that you agreed to that I didn't say. So do you agree to anything that I just said?
Yes, I agree to that. Yes, I'm trying to tell you that I agree with a lot. Yes. So the Roman Catholic Church, absolutely bad. They control the narrative, bad.
Not bad, not they control the narrative, bad. Specifically, them telling you move around the sun. And the sun being the size it is only a calculation based on the assumption of the size of the Earth. So,
but my question is, why did they change it to begin with? That's
what I mean. That's what I mean. If you have power, because you're a priest, which means you have regions of land that you control, and you have bishops, and you have other parties that are influencing the land, okay? Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, and so that being the case, these people who are the authority of a book that the people that they're supposed to be educating could not read, that book being the Bible in Latin.
Yeah.
Okay? That Bible said one thing, the people didn't know it. They knew something else, and they decided to tell people, yeah, Earth is going around the sun. And then I said 400 years later, his proteges say, yeah, there's no evidence for that. So when you ask me why, I'm wondering the same thing. Why would people be in a church telling people the opposite of what their religion states? That's what I don't get. Are you on the same page with me? Because I don't have that answer for you, but it's a good question.
Yeah. Well, from what I've heard, at least, and I could be wrong here, but I believe the Roman Catholic Church taught for a very, very long time the model of geocentrism, right? That the Earth isn't moving, that the sun rotates around, all the planets rotate around us, the whole universe goes around us. Are we in agreement so far? Like that's what they initially
I don't know about a model. I don't really care. All I know is whatever they did teach, what the fuck does that have to do with what Scripture states? Because all they did was pervert what Scripture. You said why. Well, what is the what before the why? They perverted Scripture to people that they're supposed to be educating about it, but couldn't read it. And they took advantage of them. So the question is, why is that? Not why geocentrism.
Well, I think I think it ties in is that there's like the movement of like the scientific method and like the enlightenment of the Renaissance and like all this kind of stuff.
I just told you like 400 years later, so that would mean that the Renaissance happened, the age of information, all of that happened, but 100 years ago, Edwin Hubble admitted that there's no actual scientific evidence for it. So you're not putting this shit together, and I don't understand why. All of that advancement that they had of the scientific method, and Edwin Hubble basically told you that they've used pseudoscience because there is no empirical evidence. And the only reason,
if you can send me
the only reason you should resonate with that is because you tried to use your understanding to the best of your ability, which quite honestly was my understanding and everybody's understanding. Don't get me fucked up. We all came from there. I wasn't born a flat earther. I believe the same exact shit you believe. I just thought it was disrespectful to have been manipulated for so long, and I just felt so dumb, justifiably so. How could I not see contradictions in my logic? How?
Yeah.
What did they do? What did I concede to? How lazy have I been? How lazy have I been not to look into philosophy and psychology a little bit? That's on me. Yeah. So now I'm sitting here exposing your psychology to you, and then I'm also I'm giving you as much as I can based on what I know, and it's not clicking, fam. And it's actually when I say it's sad, I don't say that from a place of you're sad. It's sad. I literally just stopped myself from crying because I'm like, nigga, what the fuck are you doing? You're not about to cry.
It's frustrating, right?
Yeah. May I ask you a question, Dak, real quick?
Yeah, go for it. If
when that Michio Kaku clip was played, and he said, the Michio Kaku.
Oh yeah, the physicist. Yep.
Yeah, when he said, "Oh, leaps of logic, seat of the pants." Well, if he were here, it wouldn't take him eons to pull it out of him that he was using, seat of the pants reasoning. You even acknowledged it. How can you not, when this guy is on the forefront of the story, how can you not see the connection to what you're doing? You're not, there's no way that you could word it in which you're not letting the heliocentric globe thing down. You're not saying it wrong. You're saying all the things that they say. You see that they're using illogic. How do you not see that you aren't also using the same illogic?
Yeah. I do see it. And I understand the assessment that it's illogical. I get it. I'm not familiar with the term seat of the pants reasoning. I don't know what that means.
Seat of the pants means that you're not in anything.
I genuinely don't. I'm acting in good faith. I don't know what that means.
Well, it means that you have no foundation. Your foundation is the seat of your pants.
Right. You're just talking out your ass kind of thing. Is what
it's in the same vein.
Australia, I think, probably, yeah. Right, so they're just making shit up and seeing.
So you do see it. You do see it's illogical, and I get it. It's a huge thing to realize the whole thing's a lie, but that's where you're at right now. That's where you need to stop and say, "Wow, it is illogical."
Yeah, I understand. I get that it's illogical, and I think at its core, most things are illogical in many ways. Like.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Hold on, time out. Now, see, because now you're trying to justify your you're about to attempt to justify it, and I'm not going to let that fly. So we're going to dig into that. What do you mean? Give me an example, and don't give me an example of something that we also can't verify is 100% true. I don't give a fuck about the sun. I don't give a fuck about the moon. I don't give a fuck about the... We all know it's ridiculous if I were to say this. I'm like, first grade level. I'm a flat earther and you can't prove the sun is, on fire, so go touch it. Like, no. But the honest to God truth is we can't. We don't know what the fuck it is.
Okay, so just to chime in for a second. I just came back in a few moments. I've been listening, and I think he just admitted that it's totally illogical, and previously he admitted that there is no scientific evidence. So I just want to, make that point clear.
I don't know about the scientific evidence part. I haven't seen the clips and that kind of stuff.
You admitted it already. This is on tape. You can go back and play it. You've already admitted that there is no scientific evidence. That's when Jedi jumped in and took the mic over for a few minutes.
Okay, sure.
So now we're at the point where you're like, well, what really does make sense? And I'm going to stop you there. 1 + 1 is 2. It don't make sense when somebody's saying 1 + 1 is 3. That's when shit don't make sense. So you explain to me, give me a propositional statement that doesn't make sense, because you said most things don't.
Well, here's why I say that. So when we're talking about like systems,
not why. Give me an example. Not why. Give me an example. Well, don't sigh at me, because I just spent the last.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to. Yeah, it's just frustrating
I spent the last 60 seconds, 30 seconds, then my brother jumped in, and the last 30 seconds telling you exactly what I'm requiring, and you're like, I'm not going to give you that. I'm going to give you whatever the fuck I want to give you. No, why would you do that? This is what I'm talking about. If you're going to stand on your square, stand on your square, fam. And you said that most things are illogical. Make the statement again, and then let me continue with my question.
So, yeah, what I'm trying to say is that
no, not just make the statement that you made before, so that I can restate my question, please.
I think I said most things are illogical, but I could probably also say all things are illogical, and I could explain what I mean.
Oh, brother! No, you got to give it. No, you got to give an example. I don't want an explanation.
Can I please just give you what my
sure, but I'm
best attempt,
going to dismiss it if it doesn't come with. As long as you know that if it doesn't come with an example, then I can't sink my teeth into it because it's not real.
I get it. And I will try to give an example. It's just I need to explain what my example is going to demonstrate.
First, I won't say a goddamn thing. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, man. So what I'm talking about is that whenever we try to start with a logical system and try to make one, right? You first have to start with your axioms, or the things that you assume to be true. Like you can't start anywhere without first saying, okay, well, we assume that this is true, because the first thing that you begin with is unfalsifiable. That's just how logic works. You have to take a statement and then all things flow from there, right? But the reason I say that all things are kind of illogical is because it is illogical inherently to even take anything as true without evidence for it, right? But the problem is that you have to do that for every single kind of logical framework that you create. For example, if we were to say that the logical framework of science says that there is we assume it to be true that there is a material world that exists and that we can measure it, and that the results will remain the same if we measure it in the same way each time. That's an assumption. That might not be true. Maybe the world is just completely fucking random and blah, blah, blah. But within science, in the logical framework of science, we say, no, there is a physical material world that exists and that doesn't change. And that's kind of at the core of it. And then from there, you work with the rest of your science, right? And that's true for, say, religion. In religion, the initial framework and the initial axiom of logic is there is a God, and God is everything, God is all, God is good. And they have a few different ones, right? And then from there, then you go the Bible, and you say, okay, well, then the God that is infinite and all-powerful did all these things and made the earth. And that works, because within that logical framework, it all lines up, it all makes sense. But the problem is, every single logical framework, whether it's religion, whether it's science, whether it's whatever, begins with a statement that comes from nothing, that doesn't have any evidence before it, that just is taken to be true, and then from there, all things continue. That's what I mean by saying everything is kind of illogical when you begin with, and then once you start that first sentence, then everything can be logical from that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's false.
Okay. You can, if you want, you can tell me why, but You don't have to, I guess.
Because I told you, give me a proposition, and give me an example of the bottom line is when you started, and I wanted to stop you, but I said, okay, well, fuck it, let them go.
Okay, thanks for doing that. I appreciate it.
Something that we don't know. That's not true.
What's not true? Sorry.
And that you said an axiom is something we have to assume. That's not true.
Right.
No,
so
not.
Why is that? Why is that not true?
Okay, you're right. Okay, so you disagree, right? Google axiom.
Okay, axiom definition. A statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
There you go.
Right. So
an axiom is something that is established, something that is a fact. I have a car in my garage. The end. Like,
yes.
If I'm making that statement that I have a car in my garage, that's not an illogical statement. That's an example of a completely logical statement.
It's a statement, though. Yeah, totally. And but point is that if you were to say, I have a car in my garage, and therefore I have keys for that car. If I say, well, if you don't have a car,
that's a formal logical fallacy. So you're saying everything is illogical. No, only logical fallacies are illogical. And everything is not. I didn't use any logical fallacy. Nothing I said was illogical.
What I'm saying is,
unless you can quote me. So what you're saying is, what you said was, your premise was that most things are illogical. In fact, I would probably argue all things are illogical. I'm telling you, no. Only illogical arguments are illogical. Because that's why we have a difference between logical fallacies and just propositional logic that there's no fallacy in. Like, what do...
Right.
I had a good conversation with you. I'm gonna have to let it go because I know other people want to also.
No, it's good.
Thanks for talking with me, man. I really appreciate it.
He's finally at the point where he's, I don't know, painting himself into a corner. Because if everything's illogical, Deck, you telling us that everything's illogical is illogical.
Yeah, that's annoying.
It's nonsensical.
Yeah, it is. I'm probably
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Amen, brother.
Yeah. Can I say something logical?
Yeah, dude.
There is no curvature in reality for the sphere. That's logical.
There is no curvature for the sphere.
Yeah. Because all this story about gravity, it would be nice. Like, for example, if you even make an experiment, that would be great. And then you and me, we will believe because we made that experiment showing gravity. Now, when we do that, we will need to know, is it that working with the air? Now you go to the beach and now you look if that gravity is working the job. That means curving the water. That means that sphere will be curving in reality. I'm saying, and then you check that, and if it's happening, there is a globe there.
Right.
And what do you think about that?
You've checked, it's not there. Yeah. From my observations, I feel like if you take it to be true that the Earth is a sphere, then when you observe things, you can go, oh, okay, that makes sense when it's a sphere. And then if you imagine that it's flat, then you can also look at the exact same things and come up with an explanation for why that works when it's flat, right?
Yeah,
it just depends on...
I don't know if I would agree with the second half of that statement there.
Yeah.
Because we're not imagining something flat and then trying to apply our observations to that. We're just observing the Earth outside. I think that's what a lot of people get it wrong. I met some mathematicians who are like, well, I can think of mathematical models of a flat Earth, and it's like, well, that's not the Earth. So we're dealing with the Earth outside.
So you're saying that any model that you try to create of the Earth is like irrelevant because it's not the Earth.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, I would agree. Actually, I wouldn't say that there's an object in my house or on Earth that I could pick up would be representative of the Earth. I don't see the Earth as an object.
Mm-hmm. What do you see the Earth as? As something like beyond physical things?
Probably the same way you would look at just for, and maybe just to help, maybe the way you would look at outer space as an entirety. Like, would you say that outer space is a place that exists within another place, or it would be the place that, say, the Earth and all the galaxies and black holes exist within?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, so I guess outer space, or maybe you could say the universe is a similar term. Yeah, as in like just the amorphous thing in which all things exist within, right?
So that's how I look at the Earth as well.
Okay.
Not necessarily as a place that you could go outside of and then turn back and take selfies with, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, and I get that you guys are like see me as a kind of like, oh, I'm like a diehard science fucking guy. I get that, but within
science denier, we see you as a science denier.
I would say that's okay because I used to be that person. Elijah used to be that person. A lot of us used to be that guy. I was heavily into all the documentaries, all that stuff. So, I was passionate about it. So that's okay. That's not an issue that you believe it.
The only difference we made research about that, and you didn't, but that's okay, because all of us thought that somebody realized that all that scientific things, but on the end, that was not science, that was pseudoscience. So that's
congratulations. Your application has been accepted at FU, Flat University. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, I mean, and I've had like spiritual experience, I suppose, where like that's kind of pulled the rug out underneath me, so to speak, of like what I've believed to be true and all this kind of stuff. And it's been difficult for me to like, I guess, rectify what I've been taught, as you say, in school and science and blah, 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 all this stuff with what I've experienced and what like my individual conclusions were within these kind of spiritual experiences. And I think it's very, very difficult to combine the two. And I think science as an actual methodology of doing things, it by its nature kind of removes any kind of mystical element or spiritual element or whatever you want from observations and stuff. And like, I think I find it very, very fascinating, the kind of stuff in science about like the observer effect and these kind of things where particles behave differently depending on whether they're being observed by a conscious observer or not, and these kind of things. I find it very fascinating. I just don't think that like where you guys come from, where you're like, well, this bit isn't true, and it seems this way, this might not be true, but it seems like it's like, well, this bit isn't true, therefore none of it's worth anything, and we throw it all out, right? Which obviously I'm saying probably not true. It's obviously an exaggeration.
Let me just say that actually, because that is important to highlight, because there are those people that exist. I would say a lot of people outside of this community see everyone in here as seeing like that. I understand that a lot of you do not think that way, and that's a problem for you guys. But yeah, that is a good point. That's fair. So it's like I would look at the dichotomy as you have the camp of the auto believers, right? And then the opposite of that would be the what some would call the auto hoaxers, or what you just described as it's all wrong until proven, correct. So we actually fought. I think we've kind of found ourselves.
Oh, you're cutting out a little bit, bro.
Sorry, my computer died there. You guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so we kind of find ourselves in the middle, whereas like we take things one at a time. So if something gets slapped on our desk, we'll read it. I think Elijah is a good example of that, where we'll go through the paper, we'll go through whatever the experiment is saying one at a time. We try not to just discard everything. Like, nope, it's just all wrong. So
Yeah, we're in the middle.
If I may, real quick, you said the word science several times, but at the beginning, to start this whole thing, it's a question of geometry, not science. So once you realize that curvature that needs to be there if the Earth were the 3959 spheroid, all it does is gives you the lens to see that all these stories aren't science; they're pseudoscience. So it has nothing to do with science at all. They claim it's a spheroid of a certain size.
Right.
So as the outer space rug gets pulled out from under you, well, you're there. You're not gonna. The Earth is still there. Everything's still there. The stars are still there. The stories are still there. The stories are just identified to be seat of the pants, marvelous BS. Things people make careers of, and these people at this stage of their career, what are they going to do? I mean, all these people who we know of that we quote in jest, they could all retire tomorrow. They are retired. I mean, do they even work? I mean, they make, you know what I'm saying? My point is, they can't change course. None of these people in academia can change course if they want to keep their job.
Yeah. So it's in their best interest to keep the wheel rolling, even though they realize that it's...
There's the sunk cost logical fallacy that can affect someone of any age. So someone who's just enrolling into this stuff in school, and
definitely. It's just where I run into issue, or what I don't understand, I guess, and you guys can help explain it to me, is like we have all these like technologies in front of us, like this, instant internet, and like that's evolved from telegrams and then phone lines and then this, and then we've got like these like super chips inside our phones that like have quantum technologies that exist that actually make it work, right? Like this shit is crazy complicated and technical, and I won't even pretend to understand it. Maybe you guys have been to university.
All we can thank NASA for is Tang and Velcro. But go on.
Yeah, and pens that can write upside
down pens.
Yeah. But then on the other hand, you've also I think there's other NASA technologies that are important that I think maybe you might be downplaying a bit. Like I think through the development of rockets, I think we've figured out a lot of different things that got applied to more wider areas and stuff. The point being is that
rockets are rockets. Specifics with that. Come on, dude.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't know the specifics. I won't bring it up if I don't. But point being is that
rockets launch. No one denies that. Where it is they go. Well,
yeah, but even like, but even the things that they're putting into the rockets to prepare the astronauts for when they're in space, whether you believe that all or not, whatever. But the point being is that, yeah, maybe you don't, but. Maybe.
It's not that I believe or not believe. I know it to be a fantasy world.
Right, and maybe that makes it real in your mind. In my mind,
makes
it's
what
true.
Real?
In my mind, it's true. So we're both kind of
duped.
Maybe I'm duped.
Hold on a second. Can I rewind 20 minutes to when you acknowledged the whole thing is pseudoscience?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, and then right after that, you said, but people have studied this a long time. Well, yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't think any of the people that, like we said, Edwin Hubble said that this, and Einstein said this, and I don't think any of them would say that we didn't go to the moon. I feel like they would all say that we did.
Oh, come on, dude.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
yeah, well, the funny thing is, I'm going down a damn rabbit hole with this, but all you have to do is have a rudimentary knowledge of photography and cinema. Examine what they've presented. Come on. But anyways, I don't even know where to go with you, but you've acknowledged it's pseudoscience. You've acknowledged it's seat of the pants. It's make believe. You've acknowledged that, and now you're telling me, but I believe it's true. What's going on?
So let me explain. Like, yes, there's lots of leaps of logic that get made, and that just random shit like gets thrown at the wall, and they see what sticks. Fair enough.
So let me cut you off. Okay, so what are you doing? Are you just here sharing your belief and what you believe is true, and wanting to tell me that things like water, seeking and finding level are equal beliefs? Are both just the same level of reasoning?
No,
You're seeing golf on the moon and saying, yes, space travel is obviously real. I'm pointing to water and say, hey, look, it's level. Which one of us is seat of the pants?
Me, clearly, right?
So what are you doing? Are you just here to chant your belief, or are you here to provide evidence? We know the story.
I'm just here to talk and see. Maybe I'll change my mind and whatever.
Yeah, well, let's usually.
I'm not here to be hostile or anything.
I know. I'm not trying to either, dude. Listen.
Okay, cool.
Listen.
I'm not saying you are.
I was saying moon golf. I mean, how hostile could I be? Lunar dune buggies. But let's get back to the Earth. What about water seeking and finding level? How do you rationalize that on a globe?
Well, I mean, I could tell you the reasoning, and you're going to disagree at every turn. But I could tell you why in science they believe that the Earth sticks to a globe.
Let's hear it. Sunday afternoon. Let's hear it.
Oh, if we go down this path, it's just going to be gravity all over again and blah, blah, blah.
We're here to see if you can figure out whether you've been duped or not, I guess, right now.
If that's... I don't...
Water seeks and finds level here in reality. Do we agree?
It does.
Okay. And the Earth is claimed to be a spheroid.
It is.
Covered mostly by water. That's what they say, right? Okay.
They do.
So how can you rationalize? Add it up for me, please.
Well...
Make the leap. Make the logical bridge. Let's see if it's a leap of logic or some actual sense.
Right. So in science, the observation is that these spherical bodies, wherever you're standing on it, you seem to be pulled in towards the center of those things. Whether you're a human, whether you're a water, whether you're a tree, whatever, the force that's exerted goes towards the center. So for an ocean that's sitting on a spherical object, each point that you change, it's all being directed down, and that force averages out to sticking all that water to the ball. And if you were to go to any point on it,
okay, so I'll give you that. Just let me stop you. I'll give you that. We have gravity sticking water to a ball.
Yeah.
So we have water on the outside of this space ball sticking to the ball, right?
Yeah.
What is that water doing? What is that water doing?
What do you mean? Making waves.
Describe what's the main description of a sphere? What's the surface doing?
It's round. I see where you're going. Yeah.
It's curving.
Yeah, it's curving.
So we're talking about the water here in reality at the surface is not curving.
It doesn't look like it's curving, yeah.
No, it's not. Okay.
Right.
Are you familiar with the Suez Canal?
Oh, not locally, but I've heard of it.
You've heard of it. Okay.
I couldn't tell you where it is.
It's at the Suez.
Oh, that would be a good guess, yeah. Egypt, right, so it cuts through Africa.
Miles.
Yeah. Gotcha.
It's 120 miles, okay?
Yeah. Is that where that ship got stuck a few years ago? It got
I'm sure tons of ships have been stuck there. Okay, It's 120 miles long, right? How many locks?
Do you expect me to know? I don't know. Locks,
there
did you
are
say?
Zero locks. One more thing. Both ports at either end of this 120-mile canal are at sea level, they're right about at sea level. One's like, a meter above or whatever. So can we agree that water in that canal, not only does it appear to be flat, it would have to be flat, correct?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, sea level is like a relative term. It's wherever the sea is.
Sure, right? Yes, sure, yes. And at both ends of this canal, it's at sea level.
Yeah.
And how many locks are there? There's 0. So what do we have? We have a trough of water, correct?
Yeah, you've got a whole dugout filled with water, sure.
Okay, with ships going from back and forth in it.
Yeah.
You're telling me they're going over a ball?
A very, very small segment of that ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how many 100? Oh, dude, it's 120 miles. How many flat slabs make up a spheroid of the size that they say we're on?
Well, okay, so I'm just really quick. So the accepted measurement.
I know. We're going. I know you're doing the equidistant from. So you're telling me I'm going to steel man you here.
Was it 120 miles? Sorry.
Trying to tell me that level means curved.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that level is a relative term depending on
when.
Since when? Yeah.
Ooh.
When I was young in 80s, I learned in school that level means flat. I don't know.
Yeah, because you're not going to teach a 5-year-old kid that the Earth is like 200,000 kilometers big. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
And they do. They said that radius is 3,959 miles. Do you know that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you check that radius in reality? You personally?
I have not. Of course not. No.
Yeah. Try to do that. Go to the beach, and then you have formula on the Google and everything, and then you have drop. If you see something on 10 miles, there should be drop of 66 foot. You know, if it's not, what it is.
Yes.
But if it's not drop there, what it is?
It's one more time. Sorry. If
it's not drop there, what it is then?
If it's not dropping there, then what is it?
Yeah.
All right. I assume through the premise of the question, it's flat. Yeah, but I would say that it is dropping. Yeah. I mean, I've watched ships go over the horizon before. Like, to me, in my mind.
That's great. I can post, a ship doesn't go over horizon. But that ship, if going over horizon, it must go over that horizon what is in the math. That's what we said. That's what you said, that it's big, Yeah,
the ship has to disappear at a specific location if it is indeed going over the curve.
Right. And you should be able to predict where that location is going to be.
Yeah.
Given the measurements. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go and do that for yourself and sit down after you've wrapped your mind around it.
Or we can do for you if you want.
If we can go back to that Suez Canal.
Yeah, I know, but I don't mean to interrupt. But why are you doing this level is relative thing? When did you learn to do that?
Because that's what makes sense in my head if we're talking about a sphere, right? Like, if we're talking about I
get it, dude. I get it. This is the whole circular reasoning thing. We're talking about here in reality. What is level? Is level curved in reality? I'm not talking about as you reify the myth or reify the globe story. We're just talking about here in reality. I get it. Level has to be curved for the globe to.
Yeah.
To fool the masses. But where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level.
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on? It's only in the reification. Do you see that though? Do you see?
Yes, I do see it. I do.
Okay. So did you hear what else was being talked about? The long distance observations. Because I know the Suez Canal kind of gets into, you know.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say about the Suez Canal? That I did just real quick to finish it.
Yes.
Yeah. So when we talk about the Suez Canal, it's 193 Ks, and if we assume it to be true, that it's level is flat. Pardon?
Level is flat.
Sure, but you're going to understand that I'm going to disagree with you, because I'm going to say it looks flat, and it might as well be flat at that scale.
Okay,
because
but do you not
193 Ks?
Do you not understand the significance of there being no locks?
I think by locks you mean like the gates they put in the middle of a canal to fix water levels. Yeah, right. So it's leveled itself purely from natural filling of a container water.
So it's flat.
Well, you're saying it's flat.
Is flat.
It should be flat, yes.
It is flat. So how many 120-mile flat slabs make up a sphere?
Well, I can tell you that segment is 0.004% of the total circumference of the sphere.
Okay, so I'm asking you, how many flat slabs of 120 miles make up a sphere?
Let me do the quick maths.
It's a quick question, dude. Do you not hear? It's zero. It's not a disco ball that we're on, that they even claim.
No, it's not. No.
You believe the pictures from space. Those are round. Now you're telling me that the object we're on is covered in flat slabs.
It's not. No, it's. Oh, I mean, it is. Like, different segments of rock and land are obviously going to be more flat than others. But the water is not going to be the segments of flat slabs. It's going to be a curved surface on that sphere.
But it is not.
Okay, yeah, sea level is curved. Got it. Okay, so these long distance observations, I'll shut up.
Why?
I would just like to interject here. Deck.
Well, because Sasha was going into the long distance observations.
Yeah, but I just want to understand where we are. I'm going to let Sasha have his part. I just want to understand where we are. I'm just trying to keep up with the argument. So you conceded that there was no science to your ideology so far, Deck. You've also conceded that there's no logic to your argument and your position. You've agreed that it's based all on pseudoscience. And so essentially what you're agreeing to is that you believe a story. I just want to understand this. So, because I'm kind of lost. So can you help me understand this? Is that what you're agreeing to, Deck? That you just believe a story?
I wouldn't say the way you said it. I don't think all my beliefs that I hold are completely unscientific. I don't think that's an accurate representation, because as we said before, like you guys will take individual scientific reports and read them and see whether or not they check out according to scientific methodology. So obviously some amount of science you guys would call scientific and is accurate. Maybe not all of it, and clearly not the outer space stuff. Clearly not
none of it has applied to your position.
Well, some of it. I mean, it's all kind of all the science that I know kind of adds to the rest of the science.
Which aspect of science is applied to your position?
Well, to me, the fact that the Earth is a sphere makes sense because our understanding of really
we
small.
understand that. We understand that that's what that means to you, which means that you're believing a story. Because again, when you were asked for a scientific experimentation, maybe an hour ago, you weren't able to provide any. And that's where this gets down to. Is there science behind your belief or is there not? And so far, you've agreed, you've conceded several times to several different people that there is no science that you can provide, that what you're doing is basing your argument on a belief system. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly, that's all.
Okay, can I now ask you said something like you believe that the sphere has more sense.
The sphere has more what, sorry?
Sense.
In the way that I understand it, like, because we would talk about
in the way like a human. Let's be only humans without thinking about anything about politics, science, anything. What do you think? What is sense? That water it's curving or it's peaking the level and it's flat?
Listen, when you drop
only simple sense. Can you tell me only simple sense? I'm asking you like a human being, not like a scientist. Let's not prove anything. What is more logical for you? That water is curving or water is seeking level flat?
Both can be true, but obviously water is going to seek level.
I'm asking you what has more sense for you?
What makes more sense?
I will answer you. For me, more sense has that water is seeking level and flat. That's for me. I don't know. Okay.
Well, what do you mean by seeking level? Like you say it as if the water has like some kind of intelligence.
Let's ask like a child. Let's ask like a child. For me, it has more sense that water is flat than water is curving.
But how do you explain like a droplet of water, like a raindrop?
I'm speaking about bodies of water. I'm not speaking about drops.
Okay. So even like a small puddle is going to have a meniscus on the edge where it kind of like bulbouses over. It's got like a kind of curved edge on it. It's not just going to be
even a swimming pool, even a lake.
Yeah, all of them have a meniscus. It's going to be smaller,
and they are curving 8 each per mile square.
Maybe I haven't gone out with a ruler, but that's what science says. Yeah.
No.
Not science.
Elijah disagrees.
He explained to you. He spoke with you about 1 hour about science. And everything.
He did.
I'm sorry. Is science and math synonymous?
No, they're not. No, I think is maths a form of
yes
science?
Or no?
Maybe
is it synonymous? Do they mean the same thing?
No, they don't. They don't.
Hold on. Something is fucked up with my speaker. Yeah. I'm fucking up the flow now. Hello?
Ooh, that doesn't sound good, but we can hear you, yeah.
Oh, okay. So is everything we discuss synonymous with what you just said?
Is everything we discuss synonymous with what I just said?
Because we were discussing, natural phenomena being observed. We were talking about empirical evidence as to if the statement you make, which is the hypothesis, true or false, meaning the statement you made is either true or false, and you determine that by way of experimentation. Is measurement the same thing as that? If I take a ruler and I put a ruler down to something, is that the same thing as studying natural phenomena?
Yes, it can be, I guess. You can study
ridiculous,
natural phenomena.
Phenomena is something happening, and the Earth is like a concrete noun. Bro, you're beating yourself in the face with a stick.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could I ask a question really quick?
Not yet.
Oh.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. No. you're saying, well, all the science says. Why are you lying? Because
I'm
now
not
we're
lying, man. I'm trying to give you my honest.
Don't be triggered. Don't be triggered. Don't be triggered. I'm not calling you a liar, you know, like people just blurt out, oh, you're a liar. I'm about to tell you why.
Okay.
When I discussed with you the geometric nature of the Earth, and you said we already went through that, you mean to tell me that there is no evidence. You could call it scientific if you want. There is no scientific evidence for the thing you just said there was scientific evidence for. You know damn fucking well there's no geometric horizon, which is the actual claim. Not whatever claim anti-flat earthers or people who are ignorant want it to be. Geometrically speaking, there's something supposed to be a measured distance, something that you can see, and if we could, for any reason, use anything in reference to that to be able to tell the distance, that would be fucking dandy. You just said that that's the case. It's not the case. Why would you say that?
Because I believe it to be the case.
How are you going to believe it to be the case when you already know that it's not the case?
If I knew it was not the case, I would have said it's not the case. But currently,
so then
I know.
Why aren't we discussing the relevancy to that then? That's the first question I asked you when you
because
got
we were having a different conversation with someone else.
Only because when you first came in here and I wanted to have that conversation with you, you said you had it already.
The conversation about the
curvature?
I mean, you and I, we can have that conversation again if you like, but
I would no. I offered that to you 2.5 hours ago. I'm not interested now.
Okay. So why are you jumping in?
But I ask you,
he
know why?
He did that whole thing. Oh yeah. I've seen that.
We all heard it.
Yeah. I did do that. 100%. I said we've been through this conversation before, and I have had the same conversation that I'm currently having with Sasha.
What about it?
What do you mean? What about it?
What about it? You're very vague. What the fuck about the conversation? What about it? I was telling you there is no curvature of the Earth. There is no geometric horizon. You said yeah. So I think that we weren't agreed. So what about it?
I can agree and put myself in your shoes and understand why you think
Don't
the way
put yourself in my shoes. Geometry has nothing to fucking do with my Nikes. My Jordans, actually. So what the fuck do you think about the claim that the horizon is geometric? Do you believe it or not?
Okay, I don't know what it means for the horizon to be geometric.
Well, it's very sad because it's very simple. Do you want to look at the 5th grade video that I always bring up that's 1 minute and 30 seconds?
Appreciate if you didn't condescend me. I'm being honest that I don't know what.
I'm being dead ass. When people say they don't know the fundamental linchpin to their entire belief, I show them this video. I'm not playing with you. I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
I'm sure you are.
You were the one who was. You were condescending with your answer 2 hours ago. You're yeah. That was condescending. So
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't mean to be condescending.
Well, why did you say it like that when you don't? Why did you say it like that when you don't even have a clue about it?
Because the reason I said it is because I've had that conversation before, and it always goes a very, very similar way, the same way it's going now,
that's the crux of the matter here.
Which is the geometric horizon.
Is there curvature or not?
Spheroid.
So the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is a visible boundary.
There you go.
Okay, right. Okay. I've heard the local horizon as a term. I haven't heard geometrical horizon.
So you've come in here arguing.
What else would? Hold on. What else would we be talking when geometric in the context of Earth means Earth measured? The horizon is supposed to be the bulge of the Earth curve. Where that curve is, where that sagittal is based on the size of the Earth, so-called. That's what they claim. and you don't understand it, but you fucking rushed me off the topic like you did.
Dad,
and I went into religion with you for 2.5 fucking hours. If I thought you understood, I would have said, hell no, let's start here.
Gotcha. No, so geometrical horizon, I just wasn't familiar with the term, and I didn't want to pretend like I knew what you were talking about if I didn't. Now that I know that it's the same as saying the local horizon, I'm familiar with that terminology. I've gone through a lot of it about the dropping of the horizon, how it should be X distance away when it's not, and we can see these things, and there's pictures of oil rigs that have legs.
Okay, so what about that? Do you disagree with? Because that's Sasha's point. You just told him, no, we can... You basically just told him the opposite of what you just said.
He said boats going over horizon.
How have I told him the opposite? Sorry.
Because you literally just said, yeah, we discussed the horizon being geometric and it's not where it's predicted to be. That's the gist of what
I'm not saying we talked about that. I'm saying I've had that conversation in the past. But yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Pay attention. Are you tired? I only had 2 hours of sleep last night.
So maybe you're not.
No, the problem is not mine. If you look back at the conversation, which probably most definitely will be clipped, the problem is not me. Just like my man said, you basically thought science was actually pseudoscience. You thought we had the same epistemology. I proved to you, justified to you that we didn't have the same epistemology. Then your justification was maybe because nothing makes any logical sense, because axioms are assumptions. And I said, oh, look at the definition. I said, hell no. An assumption, an axiom is something that's just self-evident. It's just something that is true, something that you already know. It's just the substance of something just being in existence. Like me, for example.
Right.
Like the dog I'm looking at walking up. I'm not. There's no illusion to that. There's a dog walking up in front of me. There's no only argumentation that's necessary is for the people that think that reality isn't fucking real and maybe perception is subjective. It's bullshit. So we went through all of that. Then we got to the point about the horizon being geometric. Now you're stating you didn't really know what I meant, but you know now. And now you're saying you agree or disagree?
I currently believe that the horizon is geometric. I think.
But you would have to know what that. But you would have to know what that means first, because it's not whatever you think. It's whatever the fuck they said the dimensions were, which means you could use the rest of your fucking brain and get a context clue. Not only that. But you don't even have to do that because we provide hostile witnesses, meaning National Geographic, CFI investigators out there basically trying to make flat earthers look stupid, putting a boat out into the middle of the lake, seeing that the flags disappear, and it's not due to the geometric horizon because the geometric horizon is not where the math stipulates it will be based on the geometry that they claimed it was. There's nothing confusing about what I'm saying. There's nothing ambiguous about what I'm saying.
Okay.
And if let me know if I'm wrong. I'm not one to just be like I'm right. Tell me where I'm wrong. Explain it.
I haven't seen the documentary, so I can't speak on that. I don't know.
It's just a video. Black Swan.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you've seen that because you've seen the Black Swan. See, this is the problem. You already okay, so wait a minute. So you're telling me that you don't matter of fact, let me rewind. You did tell me this. But I'm not sure. I don't believe you anymore. Because you're basically telling me you don't understand what the geometric horizon is. You don't understand the tenets of the globe.
I didn't want to tell you that I didn't want to say that I knew what the geometric horizon was because I wasn't confident, but I know the local horizon, and now I know that the geometric horizon is the same thing. So
okay,
yes,
so
smart enough to understand it. That's a you problem.
Asking what a word means is not smarting off. And you treating me like I'm stupid because I asked you what physical means when you've asked me the same question multiple times. I've given you the same exact answer.
Do you want a philosophical
Do you know what
discussion?
Einstein's definition of insanity is?
Are you asking to
Do you know
have
what
a
Einstein's
philosophical
definition of insanity?
Sir, are you trying to have a philosophical discussion or are you trying to have a scientific one? Because I'm pretty sure gas pressure and the laws of it are scientific. I don't know why you're jumping to philosophical questions of what is real, what isn't real. Like, come on, dude, what is physical? What are you doing here, dude? This is a question of geometry and science, bro.
You brought this upon yourself when you said, I don't know what a tire is.
Pretty much.
What did I bring on myself?
People were pretty polite even after that, and now you're like trying to play victim card and say, "Oh, you're calling me stupid and treating me like you're condescending or whatever." Like, fuck off.
He did insult me for asking what physical meant. So if he doesn't want to tell me what physical means, then I don't have to answer his question. Simple as that.
Made of
to be said
made of some form of matter. I gave you the 4 choices: solid, liquid, gas, plasma.
Okay, no, space is not made of matter. Can you please stop asking that question?
Good then. So it's not physical, so it's a reification fallacy. So we're trying to help you understand that Einstein's just a mathematical conception without any physical scientific validation for the claim. Not real.
What does real mean?
Fuck off.
Thought so.
You thought that's what real meant, did you? You're the one who said that...
No, I thought you didn't know.
My friend, you're the one that said that the exosphere is the container for gases along with gravity that we've just pointed out within your idea of Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian force space. That's not physical. That's a mathematical conception. I guarantee you're not going to be able to cause gas pressure with a mathematical conception. And the idea that the exosphere, that's made of gas, I ripped that apart 10 times. Gas doesn't contain gas. Gas expands. To fill the available volume, as in PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, the only way to achieve pressure is to physically contain it with a physical boundary. No physical boundary. The gas is free to expand into the limit of volume. That would be the vacuum of space that you believe that we're spinning round in. That has been nullified and falsified because of gas behavior. Now, unless you can provide me with a scientific experiment that demonstrates that gravity is a container for gas, then you've got no scientific validity behind your claim that the second law of thermodynamics does not run true in this situation.
Oh, that would be a straw man argument because that is not what I said.
You said the exosphere and gravity was the container.
There you go. Now you got it.
So that's where I started. Gravity, rip that one apart. That's a mathematical conception.
And that was a little off, but
that's gas. Doesn't contain gas. Not a straw man.
Yeah, I think the gas is held to Earth by gravity.
Held by gravity. Have you got a scientific experiment to validate that, please?
Yeah, jump up and down.
Okay, when iron contains gas, which way does it go?
Fills the container.
Awesome. So gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Gravity is just a vector down, like you told me to jump up and down. I'm a solid object, not comparable to gas. Do you know what the evaporation cycle is?
So you don't think gas is affected by gravity?
No, otherwise you'd be able to give me an observation of where it is so and
well, that's kind of what you just implied. So
no, yeah, you don't think it is. You don't.
But what do you mean? Do you think like gravity's just not real or something?
No, you told us that it wasn't real. We asked you what it was, and you said it was nothing.
No, I think nothing's real though.
Okay, so that's how I know you're trolling. You're just wasting time, dude. Just shut the fuck up. Get the
What's
fuck
the
out of
argument?
No, you
What's
just
the
don't know what
argument
the
for
lack
that?
of thing
here. Just get the
means.
fuck out of here. Just hit the fucking bricks. We know you're trolling, or you're absolutely retarded. In either case, you're totally pointless to talk to.
Yeah, thank you for that, Haman's friend. I'll just
You put a
No,
positive
this is
claim
just
on
an
it.
evaluation.
He put a positive claim on the table. What's the argument for that claim? That nothing is real.
What's the claim?
You said that nothing
Oh yeah,
is real.
space is
Yeah.
real.
Go. No, I need
Yeah.
the argument, please.
So hold out your hand. Hold out your hand.
Okay.
No, that's not an argument.
What's in your hand
sir.
right now?
You could put premise 1, premise
There's
2.
nothing in my
conclusion,
hand right
please.
now.
There's gas in my hand.
You want to see a video? I can
gas
show you
in
a
my
video
hand.
of nothing.
So there's gas in my hand.
There's gas in your hand.
Sorry, dumb fuck. I'm surrounded.
Is your hand
by
a balloon?
I'm surrounded by gas. You saying that gas is nothing?
Why do you guys insult so much? You get
Wait, are you saying
angry
there's nothing in your hand when you hold it out? Is that your belief?
There's like 4 of you guys, and you guys can't go without insulting. Is that really that hard?
Don't suffer fools gladly.
And I haven't insulted you once, too.
Then don't suffer fools. Why are you talking to me if you think I'm a fool?
I don't know, because it's entertaining.
Wouldn't that make you the fool? To talk to someone you think is foolish? And argue with them and waste your time?
Eventually, yes. Eventually, yeah.
Right, so I wouldn't go insulting yourself.
Listen, we're on your side, dude. We're on your side here, bro. We're trying to help you out for a little bit of understanding. We're trying to help you form a coherent worldview. We're showing the incoherency in your worldview, and we're saying, "Hey, come on, use logic." You know, you are trying to help you, dude. And for some reason, now you're getting on the defensive and taking a victim mentality about it. But when you hold your hand out, there's something there, obviously, right? It's not like you just held your hand out and it's a vacuum. You know what I mean? Like there's gas and there's all kinds of particles. There's yeast. There's all kinds of bacteria. There's all kinds of stuff there. So when you say space is
So you consider those things?
Gas? Yeah, gas is a thing, dude.
You're breathing.
Okay, well then, yeah. I was talking about things as in the sense of an object. There's a lack of an object. There's nothing in my hand. Because that's what nothing means, the lack of thing.
Sorry, you don't think gas is a state of matter?
I said object. I didn't even say matter in that entire 2 sentences.
That would be what gas is. A state of matter. An object. Like a molecule of gas.
No, I don't think molecules are an object.
Well, then that's up to, I guess.
Wait, what are they?
Point.
What are they then?
Spiritual.
I'm not sure.
Gas is not nothing. I can rip your
What is the
skin
sun?
out of. I can rip your skin out of your body just using gas. Blow gas using a high-speed blower, and it can rip your skin away from your body. That's just nothing ripping your skin, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope you don't think nothing means non-existent, because that would be like the atheist way of defining
Yeah,
it.
nothing would mean nothing. No things.
Yeah, absence.
If you have something,
Yeah, lack of thing.
Yeah, so
lack of thing exists.
Yeah, lack of things, because now you don't have any.
And that's what Torah was asking me.
You're not in an environment when you can have that lack of things. It will just be considered as void. A void is a lack of things. That's a void. You can't have a void. You can't show me void. You can't show me a volume where there is nothing.
No, I mean, it just boils down to what we call things. That's why I was talking earlier about what he was calling a thing and what I call a thing.
Yeah, so meaning that everywhere where you will point to, we will find something. We will never be able to find somewhere where there is nothing.
I can imagine nothing, so there's nothing inside of my imagination.
Yeah, because you have nothing in the school of your head.
If you're imagining nothing, then you're imagining something,
Exactly.
obviously, right?
Well, the only something that would be there, you're correct, is the observer or whatever it is doing the imagination.
Okay, cool. So nothing doesn't exist.
Yeah, only in your imagination.
Well, the nothing,
Like
the lack
uniform.
of thing around me would exist. That would be what I'm observing. But there would be a thing in that area.
So
But
meaning
we
that
wouldn't
you
call
don't-
that entire area a thing, That wouldn't make sense.
No,
Just because it has
that
one thing doesn't mean the entire thing is that thing.
No, that entire area is full of things. We are not calling that area something. No. That area that you choose, that you are pointing to, it is full of things.
Yeah, like gas and bacteria.
Yeah, water vapor. Yeah, small water molecules. Yeah, full of things. Dust, many particles of dust, a thing, and a thing, and a thing, and another thing, and something else. Yeah, it's not nothing. Nothing is just only in your head.
Yeah, see how it just boils down to what we're calling thing?
All right. This is going too far with the whole nothing thing. But Benjamin, it looks like you are a young Earth creationist, so you take the Bible as truth. Do you know that they have computer programs now that you could put a book into the computer program and it spits out the setting for you in a picture? Like it'll spit out like the cosmology of that book, right? When they do this of the Bible, they don't get a spinning globe that's spinning around the sun. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, the Bible describes the earth as having foundations, pillars, a firmament, a dome over top of it. So you could look up biblical.
Yeah, I'm not against flat Earth.
Awesome, dude.
I just think it's more reasonable at the time that round Earth is true.
If you're going to go against if you're going to go
possible.
against the Bible and you're going to go against the whole creation story, yeah, for sure. Maybe, I mean, you really, at that point, you're just appealing to consensus and appealing to authority, which are also logical fallacies. Because if you appeal to your senses and you believe God gave those senses and that those senses are accurate, when you go out into the world, there's nothing about the heliocentric globe model that you've been taught that is apparent to your senses. Nothing.
Well, the stars maybe is one.
No, the stars aren't one. The stars look like they're moving, and according to your model, the stars are fixed, and you're just spinning, but you don't feel any of that going on.
Exactly.
So no, according
we
to
see,
the globe, according
what I mean is that all the stars are moving.
Sir, hold on. Do not.
All the stars are moving at once, so you would have to conclude either all these stars are flying across the galaxy, or we're the one that's moving.
Sir, you missed the whole point. The Occam's razor, right? When you just look up and you see the stars moving, that means the stars are moving. You would now have to present an experiment or something that shows the Earth to be moving.
Well, yeah, exactly. If you want to use Occam's razor, the simpler explanation would be that the Earth is moving, because then you would have to explain why every star we see is moving across the sky.
Because that's what they're doing. That's what we observe. That's Occam's razor. We observe the stars to be moving. If you're going to jump to a further conclusion...
Yeah, and so what's the explanation for that?
If you're going to make an extraordinary claim like that, like the Earth is moving, at that point you need to set up a scientific experiment that you show that the Earth is moving.
No, I could just use Occam's razor.
No, see, this is the problem. You've already pointed this out. You've got three choices. Either the Earth is stationary, the stars are moving, the stars are stationary and the Earth is moving, or everything's moving. That would be going back to Einstein and general relativity. You can't tell which from your vantage point. So you're going to need to validate the claim that the Earth is moving to prove the other two choices invalid. You can't just declare, you got to prove it.
When you go with Occam's razor,
But you guys don't have to prove it.
And when you go with Occam's razor, you will have to pick
Well,
the
can I
source that.
respond to the two people talking to me?
No.
Sir, we're not
saying,
making an extraordinary claim. We're making the claim that we observe. The observation is the stars are moving. That's it. We don't have to make any. We don't have to tell you anything else. Because do you agree, sir, that when you go outside
There's
at
multiple
night,
explanations for that.
Hold on, sir. Do you agree when you go outside at night, it looks like the stars are moving?
No, they look pretty still when I look at them.
Oh, okay. So you never seen them rotate. You never been out there for 3 hours and seen a star move from its position to another position.
You'd need like a camera or pictures for that.
You've never seen
or maybe like some way to measure. Like back in the day, you could probably measure where stars are. With like
Get rid of this fucking idiot.
Let's be simple.
But
have you never observed this?
The simple thing of Occam's razor is like we see a phenomenon happening. The stars are moving. Okay, we can prove it just by taking a picture 2 hours apart. Okay, so we know that's happening.
Yep.
And so there's multiple explanations for that. Which explanation is true? Which do you guys believe? The stars are moving?
Yes.
You said it. You said that you see the stars moving. So, and you said you go with Occam's razor. So Occam's razor is saying that you will pick and choose that doesn't have many assumptions. So you said it yourself. You said you see the stars moving. Why will you assume that you see the stars moving? So no. Even if the stars are moving, I will assume that they are not the ones moving. It's the Earth. That's not Occam's razor. You see the stars moving, meaning that it's the stars moving.
Well, we do think the stars are moving too.
No. You see the stars moving. You claim that the stars are the ones moving. That's Occam's razor. You didn't throw any assumption there. You just said what you saw, the observation that you saw. There is no assumption. You see the stars moving. When you see the stars moving,
yeah, but I don't understand the explanation for why the stars are moving.
That's your problem, dude. That's your problem. Yep. Okay, so the validity of your explanation.
Okay, then I'm more reasonable to conclude
on the reason
round Earth. If that's my probability problem, then it's my solution.
You think
go for it, man? But you can't prove it, right? So I don't need to present an explanation in order to validate yours. You just need to validate your claim and your explanation on its own merits. Rely on somebody else to give a what you feel might be a subjective, better explanation.
You don't follow
off you go then, on your way.
Occam's razor is good enough for me. I don't know.
Off then. Bye.
That seems like your problem. I don't know. This is 24/7 flat Earth.
It's not my problem.
24/7 globe Earth.
Oh, Benjamin, you are
right. So then follow along.
Benjamin, you are violating Occam's razor. You are choosing that explanation that have the most assumptions. You see the stars moving. It's not the stars moving. It is the Earth moving. You assume that it is opposite to what you see.
That would be a strong man.
Moving, and you claim that it is the Earth moving, not the stars moving. You will assume many
I think both are moving.
Just listen. You will assume why they are moving.
Well, you're straw man. I'm not going to listen to a false representation of my own.
It's not a false representation. That's what you said. You said it earlier. You said it by yourself. You said you see the stars moving. So, following Occam's razor, you need to assume that it's not the stars that are moving. It is the Earth which is the one moving. You broke Occam's razor while you just were seeing the stars moving. You can claim that it is the stars that are moving.
Not even listening.
Anyway, the Earth's measured to be flat.
Yeah, once you add that into it, and the whole Occam's razor thing, the Earth measures flat, and the stars are moving.
Yeah, I see the car in the street moving. Occam's razor. It's the car moving, not me. It's me moving, not the car. Yeah. Oh my God! What the heck is that?
muted him because he cannot restrain himself from speaking before someone has finished their sentence. So then he cried like a baby and went on deafen.
Oh, wow.
If he's going to act like that, he can just leave. He can just get out.
How long were y'all talking to Benjamin?
Too long.
About an hour.
I'm about to say.
Yeah, this Necros guy just wants to ramble.
Shut up. Talking about you, not to you.
No, thank you.
Oh.
You did it to me too, man.
Yeah, we already
got through the end of my sentence before you began talking. I muted you for doing the same.
That's because when one of you guys is talking to me, and then it's my turn to talk, you guys start just talking.
There you go. You're doing it again.
Like someone else will just start talking.
You did
You
the
need to be
same exact
controlled
thing.
like a child.
You talk through people. You did the same exact thing to T-Dub. You just talked through T-Dub. He didn't finish what he was saying, and you started rambling in the middle of his sentence. What the heck is that, brother? Brother,
So, Benjamin, are you interested in discoursing about the subject, or do you just want to bicker with people?
Second one.
Like no, I'd love to talk about flat Earth.
Tell Gregory
We've
about
just
your
been talking
Occam's
about
razor.
globe
Go
Earth
ahead.
the entire time.
Go ahead and tell Gregory about your Occam's razor point. That.
Yeah, you said that 3 times already.
By the way, I just want to say.
So what were you going to say, Gregory?
By the way, I'm not meant to.
Would you like to discuss the subject? I'm sorry. I was asking you, do you want to discuss the subject, or do you want to just bicker with other people?
No, I don't want to bicker. I would like to discuss flat Earth.
Okay. So, as it concerns geodesy, I hope you can see the refutation I posted here in the side chat, the open chat. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now I can read it for you. Or
this is about spheroidal Earth.
Yeah.
Why is this guy muting me?
I don't know, but what were you saying?
You speak over the top of someone. No, I'm just going to lay it down straight now. As soon as I hear you speaking while somebody else is speaking, you will go on mute. Like it or lump it or leave.
Yeah, let's be adults, dude. You know how it works, right? When adults are talking, one person talks and the other person talks. It's sad you have to say this stuff to adults.
So
okay, I mean, I literally just asked him a question, and he responded to the question before you guys even got to muted. So I think you're just tripping. But yeah, I mean, why do you want to tell me about spheroidal Earth when this is 24/7 flat Earth?
Obviously, because it's about geodesy. The room is about geodesy. So a part of making our case is, of course, falsifying the proposition the surface of the Earth is convex. And so, as it concerns geodesy, let me post this for you. Really spell out the relevancy of this argument here. I hope I still have it here. Yes. All right. There's that argument also, with these arguments also. So, you see deductive proof of flat Earth? I'll read it for you. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. Rule of inference, natural deduction. Or another way to phrase it is a modus ponens. If the surface of the Earth does not possess convexity nor concavity, then the orientation of the surface of the Earth is horizontal. The surface of the Earth does not possess convexity nor concavity. Therefore, the orientation of the surface of the Earth is horizontal, modus ponens. So then you scroll back up, and then I explain further the logical dilemma the person believes the Earth is a ball cannot reconcile. I'm pausing here just so that you digest what I said. Any questions or rebuttals, critiques, anything?
Yeah, I have a question about the sun. How do you guys, or why does the sun go in a circle? Like, what causes that?
All right, hold on. Gregory's just laid out an argument for you, and he's asking you to respond to that argument, and now you're bringing up something that Gregory didn't even mention. It's not good. Maybe you can address Gregory and what he said.
You just gave proofs for the flat Earth.
Wait, so are you conceding now to the flat Earth? So you're saying, yeah, okay, I agree with you. The Earth's surface does not measure convex, so therefore it is a flat Earth. And now I just want to know why the sun turns around the Earth. Is that where you're going? You're conceding?
Well, I'm not sure if the Earth measures convex. I don't even really know what that means. I'm just trying to understand flat Earth. I'm not trying to understand globe Earth. Especially when you guys think globe Earth is false. You guys want to tell me about globe. But you don't want to tell me about flat.
Okay, so you said you don't know what convexity is. So you know what a ball is, right?
Yeah.
Right. That ball possesses convexity. The surface of the ball is convex. That's what convexity is.
So it's just a sphere. Like spherical.
Spheroid, to be precise with our rhetoric, is you have a sphere, which is the ideal geometric shape, and then you have objects that are shaped like that. That's why they use the term spheroid, and why I use the term.
Okay, so and your evidence that the Earth doesn't have convexity is the oceans.
Wait, he crashed. He's not listening.
These proofs up here.
Benjamin, he crashed. Gregory just crashed. He's not in the room anymore. Just wait for him to come back.
Hello?
Gregory, Gregory, the guy that you were talking to, he just crashed. Wait for a bit. He will come back. And you said that you want to talk about the flat Earth. I think he was talking to you about the flat Earth. So what do you think? A surface that is not curving, a surface that is not curving up or down. What do you think it is? Isn't it a flat surface? So yeah, he's just suppressing that curvature that people are dreaming about, and we will be left with a flat surface. Yeah, that's the point of the discussion. That's what he was trying to do.
You can I think he can state his question to the room. I think there's plenty of people in here that can answer his question.
What's your question?
No, your question. You had a question that you were gonna ask back to Gregory. Go ahead.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to understand his argument. I'm not trying to refute it before I understand it. That would be foolish.
Okay, what's your question about the argument?